All right, we're gonna call this regular board, community unit district 205 board meeting to order. Allison?
Cervantes,
Here.
Hannigan,
Here.
Lyon,
Yes.
Phelps,
Here.
Rodriguez, here, Sharpie,
Here.
Walters.
Here.
Okay, if we could all stand for a moment of silence and pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so just to recap some important pieces of information for everyone to be aware of who may not normally attend school board meetings. It is a function of what we are doing here today that this is a business meeting that is held in public. So, what that means. For some of you, many of you, who have come to share their thoughts tonight, you are going to have the opportunity to do that. What you may be looking for is an immediate response from those of us here at the board table. That is not how that works. Our responses will be provided during the discussion that we have during that portion of the agenda. So I do not want anyone to leave here saying, well, I said my piece, but nobody responded, so I wasn't heard. Yes, you are heard. You may see some of us writing notes. That is not because we are disrespecting you at the mic. We are making sure that we have what we need as we go into the discussion that we are going to be having this evening, all right? There are a lot of comments. We have had many people email. What I am going to do is I'm going to have the folks that are here in person approach first in case you would like to leave, right? Because we are at capacity, right? Also, some of you may not actually be comfortable in this space because, right, COVID. So, we will call you to the podium. You do not have to state your address. That used to be a thing that we do. We don't do that anymore. You just have to state your name, okay? Because of the amount of comments that we do have, I am asking that we limit our comments to 5 minutes, okay? As much as we can. If you are here and you are going to comment and you have read or you have sent an email, I likely will not read your email because you're making your comments here. Okay, just know that we have received them. For those online here. I have tried to respond except for today because I worked today, so there is just that reality. Anyone who had emailed me prior to 9 o'clock this morning, I tried to respond to. All right. Any questions before we move forward? Okay, so here in person, first, we do this in order of just people who filed their paperwork first. Ginny Rogers.
Hi, I'm here to discuss a matter that involves my second grade grandson, William Cook. I have tried for months to get a meeting with Dr. Asplin. My grandson has a medical condition that causes him such extreme anxiety, and I am being blown off. Everything I have done in the last 2 years is fight with this school district. Getting him an IEP in kindergarten, I did not get that until March of first grade, the end of first grade. They placed a 504 in March of his kindergarten year to make me happy, basically. And I'm sorry, but until somebody else listens to me, I am going to keep pushing to get a meeting with Dr. Asplin. I have numerous letters from medical professionals stating that this child needed to stay at Steele Elementary. It was in his best interest, not just academically, but psychiatrically. As a human being, he had the right to the same compassion that we all have. He does not get that. And I am tired of fighting this district. I had to send out a mass email to everybody in the district office in order on December 3rd of 2019, requesting an IEP for like 100 times. But this was the first mass email I did. Next day, I got an email from Dawn Mashar. We're opening a domain for him. They made him go to summer school between kindergarten and first grade, or he could not continue to first grade. I asked for an IEP in kindergarten, second quarter of kindergarten, and I didn't get it until the end of first grade. That is not fair to him. This child seriously needs to be taken seriously. His condition needs to be taken seriously, and so do I. And I have talked to the Autism Collective. He cannot be tested for autism because of the mask issue. But they are pretty sure he is on the spectrum. And you can talk to Mrs. Graves, you can talk to anybody at Steele Elementary. I have fought and fought and fought. I have emails, hundreds of emails back and forth between people, and I'm just keep being pushed off to Deb Craddy. Deb Craddy. I sent an email to Boone. I get Deb Craddy calling me. That's not fair. Not when I'm requesting a meeting and everything is spelled out. Thank you.
Next, we have comments from James Edwards.
Members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you tonight. I come to speak on behalf of Lillian, Madeline, Jacqueline, Aubriana, and Kenny. 5 of my children that attend District 205 and the concerns I have with continuing on e-learning. Teen depression and anxiety is a real thing, and it is affecting my children. Data collected from several studies on teen mental health during the pandemic is currently underway. Experts worry those studies will show a spike in suicide because young people are increasingly cut off from peers and caring adults because their futures are uncertain. Teenagers are in a developmental space where it is critically important they have regular contact with their peers and are able to develop close and ongoing relationships with adults outside of the home, such as teachers, their coaches, and their advisors. That's a quote from Lisa D'Amour, an adolescent psychologist. Suicide is the second leading cause of death in people among the ages of 10 to 24 after accidents. And it has been for many years, according to the most recent data available from the CDC. 2 of the children have struggled with suicide. And mental health is a very serious thing. I understand that there is an SEL available for social and emotional learning, but this only works if parents are aware of the issue. And a lot of the times, the parents are not aware of these issues until it's too late. I recently discovered that I have another child in my house struggling with emotional and depression issues. because she's not able to have those social interactions with her friends and her teachers. She loves her teachers. She loves that interaction with her counselors and her advisors. I'm fortunate enough to be able to go to work each and every day and be able to interact with my colleagues and shop floor workers. And I get that sense of normalcy. I get to share those laughs and hear about other people's days, what's going on with their lives, and talk about the weather, and even eat a lunch with a coworker. But my children do not have that opportunity. So every day it's the same thing for them. So I would urge you to allow us to have some sort of in-person class learning, whether it's hybrid, whether it's full-on back learning, for the safety and the sake of the children. School gives these children a safe place to interact with their counselors, their friends, and their teachers. Again, I'm going to advocate really strongly to allow them to have that opportunity to express to their peers or their teachers or a confidant the struggles they're going through. I never talked with my parents that I struggled with my depression as a youth. My children do not openly discuss their depression and their anxiety issues until it's almost too late. And I worry that there are countless other children out there going through the same thing. They're not comfortable having those conversations with their parents. But perhaps there's a friend that they have at school, or a counselor, or even a trusted teacher that they feel safe enough to express that, hey, I'm struggling right now. Whether it's emotionally, mentally, or struggling in school, and they're just not feeling that they're doing their best. I had other points that I wanted to talk about, but I'm going to leave it at that because that's the strongest message that I need to get through to the school board. Keep the kids' mental, emotional well-being in your thoughts as you go forward and discuss what the future of learning looks like for these children.
Next, we have Maria Saron.
Hello. My name is Maria, and I want to start off by honestly saying thank you to all the teachers and to all of you guys for what you do and taking consideration of future for our kids, not just physical, but, not getting sick. I understand that. But I am a mom, a stay-home mom of 5 kids. I have 3 of them in 0 to 10, 2 of 5 districts. I have an 8th grader, a 1st grader, and a pre-K. And I do want to start out by saying that my pre-K daughter does have a speech problem. So her speech therapy is going not the best. She is struggling. She's not interacting with, even the tablet, screen, name it, she's not interacting at all. So she is struggling. My 1st grader, she has completed 250 assignments as in today. I want to say that she is not behind, but she's struggling. And again, it goes again to emotional and just her emotional being. She cries each time that she has to log in. She does not want to participate. She struggles speaking sometimes because, she just does not want to participate, although I do my best to encourage her to do it, and that's just by being there for her. My 8th grader, she's also struggling because, she logs in, she's doing fine at first, but when she doesn't turn in assignments, her grade immediately drops down. And it can be just 1 or 2, and it just affects her grades. And another thing is just, these kids just need to go back to school. They really do. And, we have 2 other siblings that are younger, and it's so hard to get them to actually listen, to pay attention, to even participate in a class when you have 2 smaller siblings running around behind them. So really, that's all I wanted to say, is that I just think it's important for our kids to go back to school. Just everything comes down to mentally, and we understand the risk as parents for COVID. We understand that, but I think we have been around other viruses that are deadlier. For example, influenza, there is no cure for that. And we send our kids every year before that, knowing there's risk. And again, COVID is something that is new, and I think we'll just have to work with them around it by taking the precautions that we need to take to make it safe for our kids, and I understand. That's really all I wanted to say, but above all, I just want to say thank you.
Sorry if I don't pronounce this name correctly. Maria Eldridge.
Hello, my name is Maria Aldridge. I feel that the students should go at least part of the time. I have a first grader, a preschool, a first grader, a sophomore, and a senior. It has been a very struggle to teach them. I do it solely at home because I'm a stay-at-home mom. But I know lots of parents who do have to work and have to come home and teach their kids. I have a sophomore who is in advanced classes, and he is normally a straight A student. And he is failing. And I feel that the school system is failing him. I help him endless hours with his homework. And I can see, I try to help him. I mean, it is beyond he's in advanced math, so I am like incapable of teaching him math. Even my husband, who is an accountant, who has to relearn the lesson for an hour and a half every night, try to teach it, and then try to teach it to my sophomore. It isn't fair for us parents to have to teach them when I feel that the teachers should be teaching them, whether it should be teaching them, I feel that they should teach them from 9 in the morning till 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, however long. I don't feel like they should go the whole 7 hours, but even 4 hours a day would be very beneficial to them. I feel that my daughter, who's in first grade, is struggling, and she's very emotional. So it is very hard for me to teach her on days when she is very emotional, and hard for her to sit at the screen and teach her as a parent. She normally does well in class, but she is struggling. I feel that my sophomore, who normally does and excels very well in school, and he is struggling, and it's affecting his personality. These kids need to be in school, whether it's just hybrid or half a day. There are surrounding area schools that are doing fine, doing partial schooling, and I feel that our kids should be back in school. I mean, I feel that it's taken away from their education, from the future. I mean, affecting them in the future. We are damaging them, in my opinion. And I just feel that they need to be in school. Thank you.
Next, we have Amanda Morris.
Okay, on that, that's all right.
Hello, it's in an email, so just so you can read that. And I appreciate when I sent the email, I got responses back, and I appreciate that very much. And I want to say I love our teachers. Every single teacher that my children have had has worked beyond what they should have to, and has guided my children and helped them. But it's just not working for our family, and it's not enough. I have a preschooler, a first grader, and a fourth grader, and they're all in this elementary school. When you're in elementary age, hands-on, being there with your classmates is extremely important, and it's not happening, and they're all suffering from it. My husband and I, we both work full-time, and now we're having to teach 3 children full-time. And the mental, emotional stress on our family, financial stress on our family is getting to be too much. E-learning was supposed to be only temporary until we got something figured out that would work better, and I think it's time that we, as a community, step up and try to figure out something better for our children. We can do better for our kids, and at this point, we're failing them. Trying to get a preschooler to do online learning does not work at all. You know, I have to sometimes sit there and hold him on my lap for him to even pay attention to his lessons. And school should be fun for him, and at this point, it's not fun. It's not fun for mom to make me do this, and so what is he learning? He's learning nothing. My first grader, I feel for the last mom. My first grader cries. I think he cries every day. Not that he doesn't want to do it, but he gets frustrated, and he should be in his class and learning with his teacher. My fourth grader, he's doing amazing, but again, he is at that age of, his mental health will suffer if we continue to do this. He needs to be with his friends. He is developing and changing, and we should be letting him be with his peers and do that. I agree with other districts that are doing this, and I think we can make this work well. If, you know, we need to be safe, I get that, and we can do that with taking, you know, certain health precautions. And I feel bad for some other children who I know aren't attending class. Parents don't care, aren't able to. These children would be getting straight A's, would be doing well if they were in person. I would love to see us all decide on like a hybrid kind of schedule or something to ease into it so that we know that everybody's safe, and that little bit of class time that our children could get, even if it's just 2 days a week or however it is decided, I think would make a huge difference. Those 4 hours or 5 hours a day, twice a week, that amount of learning that could go on would be, with smaller classes, would be so much more than they would if it was every day anyway. There's more hands-on, there's more, you know, just one-on-one with the children. And again, like I said, I appreciate our teachers. I just think that, and they've gone above and beyond, hands down. You know, they help out with other programs. They always answer anytime I need any help. They're there to help my children. The office hours are great that they do because my children can go right on an app.
I'm getting out.
But we need to be able to do something better for them. And I hope that that's something we can all try to figure out for our community and do what's best. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna ask anyone who is on Zoom to make sure that their mics are muted.
It says something like that, and it says speak.
Can you find that? Okay, next up, forgive me, I believe the last name is either Hawkins or Hankins. Thank you.
Wrote down my thoughts, that way it would be a more coherent. There's been a poll done, and from what I gathered, 58% of the teachers prefer the at-home learning, and 42% of the staff would like to return to school of some kind. I very much would like to see the kids return to school, and I'm just gonna read what I I understand that it'll cost the district more money to have school with the buildings that are designed for learning. But have you thought about the unintended consequences of our kids not on a normal schedule? This includes the athletes and the students. Have you thought about the athletes who have lost their entire reason to keep their grades up? Have you thought about the kids who, thanks to our wonderful politicians, have an easier access to drugs? This has been a huge thing that's happened, that I've seen lots of kids get into vaping, THC, and this is student athletes who before the schools and the sports shut down were doing very well in school and after school. Have you taken a percentage of the students with a lower GPA this year compared to what their grade point averages were last year? Did any of you think that the kids with working parents would end up packed into daycare facilities? It would be just as dangerous as the school. Did anybody stop going to the store that has thousands of people in it every day? Or McDonald's? I see kids that are working there dealing with 10,000 people a day. Part of our reopening Illinois plan is herd immunity. And how does that happen if we all lock ourselves in our house? Of the parents survey, 62% would like the students to return to school of some kind. 38% want e-learning to remain. And, since when does the minority vote have the majority outcome? I've been to board meetings before, and I want to thank you guys for what you do. The only time you really hear from people is when they have a complaint, and but that's when people talk. If you didn't hear from us, everything would be going great. Thank you.
Are there any more in-person comments before I move to? Okay, so we have some names of the public comments. Are those all speaking through Zoom?
No.
Okay. And these are in response to our decision?
Yes, those are all same.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll have them come forward before I start reading the emails. First on my list, I have Jody Johnson.
I would first like to take the opportunity to thank the district and the board for allowing me to speak tonight. I would also like to thank you for all the safety protocols, summer trainings, bags with materials for the students, and the material pickup that was arranged for the parents prior to the beginning of the year. A huge shout out goes to Mr. Green and Mr. Stockton for all the tech troubleshooting that they did with me because they saved me. And also to all the instructional coaches and interventionists who helped with all the input testing for the first grade. They took a lot off of our plate. I'm also very thankful for the opportunity to be able to teach from my classroom because where I live, my internet is not strong enough for me to do what I do. I would like to state that I am not taking a stance tonight on whether we should go back to school or if we should stay remote. I'm speaking as a first grade teacher who has the pleasure of working with 6 and 7-year-olds on a daily basis. And I am just one of many in the district that are building the foundation for learning for the rest of our students' careers. When I became a teacher 34 years ago, I wanted to help mold the future of the world by helping students fall in love with learning, and that seemed like such a daunting task. But I've loved every challenging minute of it, and it's safe to say I felt I had seen and experienced just about anything until now. March 12th changed everything I loved about teaching. For the majority of us, making connections with our students is the #1 priority. The district has spent many hours preparing us how to be a trauma-informed staff. We have worked hard to get to know our students' strengths and weaknesses as learners, but also as the tiny humans that they are. We get to know not only them, but their families, and many of us go out of our way to help serve lunches, go to sporting events, and make necessary home visits to make sure all needs are being met. So with that being said, you would have thought that we would have been prepared to deal with the social and emotional part of our students as well as the academic. Well, we weren't. We were forced to see another layer of their daily lives. By using Google Meet, we were taken into their homes on a daily basis, trying to continue to make the necessary connections so students would still want to participate in learning via Chromebook and Meet. The state made the expectations so low that attendance from the students was spotty as best, and as a teacher, it was a fight to keep the learning connection going. Last year's end of third quarter data and recent AIMWeb test scores show that a good percentage of students have lost more than the normal amount of skills from third quarter to the beginning of the year. But we expected that. We were prepared for it. Flash forward to September. Being a teacher during this time is one of the hardest but most important jobs that we've ever been asked to do. But the stress and anxiety during this time is off the charts for me and most of all of the others that I know. The amount of time that we spend trying to plan and find digital assignments is unbelievable. If we can't find them, we have to create them on our own. As time goes on, I'm getting quicker at making them, but it takes double the time to make what we need. It's not uncommon for me to post the next day's assignments between 11 at night and 1 a.m. Trying to do what we would do face-to-face over Chromebook and video lessons and with our class on Google Meet is much more difficult than it seems. It takes a toll on a person's emotional and physical health. When I leave school, I try to walk away from it for a few hours, but in order to not get behind in creating assignments, making videos, or commenting on seesaw assignments, there is no me time anymore. As I started the year, I was hoping that the materials in the bag they received would be enough to get started. First graders are very tactile learners and they need teaching to be hands-on. This helps them build connections to learning and also fine-tune the motor skills they need for writing legibly and to control. While in distance learning, we were able to teach auditory and visual learners, but the kinesthetic part of learning had been taken away. About 10 days into the year, I realized I needed my students to have some more materials if I was going to be able to teach my students the way I would in my room. I gathered up some of the things I would use, and I delivered them to my students' homes. I observed the social distancing, 6 feet, wore my mask, and stayed outside. I needed to make the connection to my students because connection is one of the biggest predictors of success or even risk-taking in a student. One of my little guys brought everything to light when he was jumping up and down in his driveway and said, "Look, Mom, she's real. She's a real person." When we're talking about the littles, their sense of reality is so different from those of children and adults. I became real to my students that day, and I believe that that has helped get my students online with me on a daily basis. In my daily schedule, students are live with me on and off from 8:45 to 1:30, either in full group or mini lessons or small group reading support. I average 16 out of 18 students on a daily basis. For those 16 students, I'm already seeing gains in their learning. 16 out of 18 sounds wonderful, but let me explain to you what's happening during this online time and what I'm trying to manage. I have at least 4 families that have multiple learners using the internet at the same time. For whatever reason, it seems as though the little ones are the ones that end up with the poor signal or get kicked off altogether. Most students may not mind so much, but I've seen tears, frustration, and anger because they want to learn and the internet connection is stopping them from doing so. Or maybe the Chromebook isn't working right and there's no one at home to troubleshoot for them. I try and talk them through it, and most times I can, but other times they have to wait. Then there are the families with multiple little ones who are screaming and crying in the background. Even though my students have headphones on, the background noise is still too loud for them to focus. I even have a child that goes into a small walk-in closet for a quiet place to learn and take part of remote learning. Then we have the children that are jumping on the bed, playing with the dogs, getting a toy, eating or drinking, even when they know the guidelines are to wait to break to do so. Some students I'm afraid to allow to unmute to give an answer or opinion because I'm not sure what the conversation with the adults way in the background, proper language will be used, or if there's fighting going on, or how about the child that sleeps through the entire meet. These are real situations my students are experiencing, and yet I'm asking them to learn. Let's take a look at the two in my room that I have seen in a Google Meet or received work from for maybe 3 or 4 times in 25 days. During this time, they're usually not present in front of the camera, and when they are, I have to continually mute due to the music playing in the background or because of the noise factor. Most of the time, they're there for maybe 10 to 20 minutes. I know that we have to follow the ISB guidelines for attendance, and I have to count these children as present for the day, but were they really? What about the blank assignments that are turned in, no work attempted, but yet they're also counted as present? My heart is breaking for these 2 children who are being held hostage by COVID. Their classmates are now 25 days smarter because they're able to attend meets and learn by at least listening, but they cannot due to the circumstances they can't control. The crazy thing is that I know that there are children all over the district that fall into the same category, and mine too, and not alone. These children are failing. The state of Illinois is allowing them to fail because of the guidelines they've set forth. My 2 are in below the 10th percentile in AIMSLEB. They are at-risk learners, and they're continuing to fall behind. So I ask, does the district have a plan for the future of these students? Will it be possible? Is there a way to bring some of our lowest learners or the students struggling to learn on their own into the schools for even a brief period of time for some intense interventions, or do we continue to let them fail? As a teacher, I email, make phone calls, I text, I ask the parents, is there any way that I can assist them in the learning process? The dean and outreach workers have made home visits, and still nothing changes. I even have one child that has an extra 30-minute time with a parapro, and yet she still can't show up to that in the afternoon. If we continue with remote learning, does the district have a plan to get more materials into the students' hands and more teaching tools for the teachers? I have students who have already lost the materials they were given due to the fact that maybe they might be at 1 of 3 places during the week. I drop dry erase markers in mailboxes on my way home because I use them every day and they're dried up or they're lost by now. Paper is used up because the dry erase board is gone. And it's a struggle because I need to be able to see what they're doing on their own due to the fact that the parents like to help do a lot of the work. Which brings another problem, is how do I actually assess these children? For this reason, simple materials like dry erase markers and a whiteboard become very important for every child to have. When we're in the classroom, we don't have to worry because we're able to help them organize, and we give them the success that they need. On a good note, I was very happy to hear that touchscreen Chromebooks are currently being checked in and will hopefully be ready soon for students to swap out. Our K2 kiddos should all have a touchscreen Chromebook due to the fine motor challenges and the types of activities that we are asking them to do remotely. It allows less frustration and success in completing activities. I've heard horror stories of kindergarten students who are just really struggling with their Chromebook trying to get assignments done. A fear I have for the future is moving students back into the classroom for face-to-face, having to teach them during the day and then turn around into remote later on in the same day. That in itself would create a new level of stress and anxiety. I would like to think that 205 teachers are 100% rock stars every day, all day long, but that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, as they say. As human beings, we can only take so much. As you continue to listen to the requests of people tonight, I know that you will consider what is safe, what is best for the students and the staff of this district, because that is what is #1 priority. No matter what the decision, not everyone will be happy. I ask that the board take into consideration the magnitude of remote teaching. Our plates are full and beginning to overflow. Waiting during this time is going to be very difficult, as I mentioned before. We are not going to be able to cover all the areas on the report card and do it well, so we're trying to pick the essential skills and build upon the strengths we see as our students learn. Just as students, we as teachers need support. We are in the middle of a pandemic and we are working double time to try and make this work. Our pride as educators is on the line, as is our mental health. Please keep this in mind as you move forward with your discussions on what should happen next. Vince Lombardi said, there's only one way to succeed in anything, and that is to give everything. Educators, families, and students, we are all giving our everything. Please give your everything and make a decision that has the best interests of students in mind. Thank you for listening. You are all a hero because you care about kids.
Next up, Karen Carlson.
Good evening, folks. My name is Karen Carlson, and I teach 7th grade English at Churchill. This is my 11th year in the district. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight and provide you with a testimonial from a middle school teacher's perspective. I currently teach 129 students via Google Classroom and Google Meets and other formats the district has provided me. This year has been difficult, strenuous, and exhausting, more than any other year in my career, even the strike year, and we're halfway through the first quarter. I know you're gathering information right now so you can make an informed decision. I do not envy your position or your task at hand. I believe it would be a grave mistake to return students to school. The challenges of hybrid teaching are simply fraught with peril. There are so many things that could go wrong. I worry about my students being exposed. I worry about being exposed. And I worry about my colleagues being exposed. This is not a question of if, but of when. This virus will arrive in our buildings if we go hybrid. The district has always put safety first for its students and staff. We need to remember that. We need to keep our students safe. We need to keep our staff safe. By keeping our students 100% remote learning, we are able to do this. I know parents are frustrated and overwhelmed. I talk to them every week. I spent 30 minutes on the phone this afternoon with a parent who was very frustrated. But by the end of the conversation, it was better. I know they don't want their children to fall behind, rightly so. But we should not sacrifice health and safety for a child's education. A life is worth more than that. It is not in the best interest of any stakeholder to send these children back to school. Please consider the safety and health of our students and staff as you make your decision. Thank you for your time.
Next up, Stephanie Williams.
Good evening. I am Stephanie Williams. Galesburg is my hometown. I am also a proud graduate of Galesburg High School, Illinois State University, and Mercer University in Georgia. I am a Galesburg 205 parent of 2 children, a kindergartner and a 5th grader. I have been an educator for 17 years. I have served many roles in this district as a reading recovery teacher, an interventionist, and a kindergarten teacher. I am currently in my second year as an instructional coach for District 205. I am grateful for this opportunity to speak to you, the Board of Education. I would like to provide a testimony on e-learning and the potential of an in-person instruction. It has been quite difficult navigating through this uncertain time. It has been completely exhausting. Despite the challenges of this pandemic, I have been able to embrace the uncertainty, doing the very best that I can, and taking this challenge as an opportunity. Teachers have been engaging in learning to prepare to teach their students, as this has been quite an unusual school year. Teachers continue to show their dedication, their commitment, collaboration, and willingness to provide student-centered learning and instruction in a virtual classroom. Teaching is not just a job. Teachers care deeply about the health and well-being of their students and their families. Even though we are not in person, teachers continue to encourage their students, build relationships, make connections, and have a classroom community through the use of our digital platforms and virtual resources. Our school district has also spent countless hours providing necessary safety measures and social emotional learning support, not only for our students, but as our staff. Teachers continue to receive training and support for online instruction as necessary. Students have received tools such as supplies and devices to ensure their learning can take place in a virtual setting. Currently, Knox County is at a warning level for COVID-19 spread. The cases continue to hit high levels, and there have been several deaths. I do not feel comfortable with the return to in-person learning as a parent or an educator in our district. E-learning seems to be the safest option in my eyes for this time of being. We don't know how long this pandemic will last. As our numbers continue to rise and the virus is actively spreading, allowing some form of in-person learning to take place doesn't seem like the best way to continue our learning plan. Closing the schools in March was an action that we had to take, and it worked. Children have had the least exposure to COVID. They were the fastest and most quarantined people. I am concerned that if an in-person learning were to take place, students could be carriers and pass the virus as asymptomatic to their teachers and other staff members. We can't conduct business as normal or pre-pandemic if in-person learning were to happen. I feel that safety protocols and procedures will not be able to be followed consistently. The numbers of those contracting the virus continues to rise. It seems that it would be more disruptive if we were to go in person and then have to return to e-learning. We will all be inconvenienced at some point, but our lives are very important. I always have felt, with moving back here as Galesburg as my hometown, that this was a place for safety. And safety comes first. Family is first, and that's how I always believed in Galesburg. So I want us to be able to return to in-person learning when it is safe. Thank you.
Next on my list is Julie Jordan, who will actually be joining us from Zoom, I believe. Is it our, can you say something eventually?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can? Okay. My name is Julie Jordan, and I teach for this district, and I have for the last 26 years. I want to thank you for prioritizing the health of students and staff, and I ask that you continue with the remote learning plan until sometime in the future. I am also a parent of an 8th grader and know the stress that remote learning adds to family life. Some of you may be familiar with my family's story. We are now considered high risk. To be quick, in July of 2019, our middle child, Cece, contracted a parasite in both eyes. Doctors told us her chances of this were 1 in 10 million. She lost her eyesight, had 2 cornea transplants, a glaucoma surgery, and then developed diabetes post-transplants. In January of last year, she went into DKA and we almost lost her. She still has 16 stitches in each eye and will remain on anti-rejection medication for life. We've spent this year rebuilding her health and minimizing any risk of illness. She's our miracle. Currently, every decision we make takes considerable thought. Bringing this virus home could have dire consequences. We are a family that has avoided anything social. No church, no stores, no family gatherings. We made a heartbreaking decision to miss our son's college commencement ceremony. There is much unknown about COVID, but we do know that it can be merciless to diabetics or people with compromised systems. I love teaching, but I will not risk a return to school in exchange for the safety of my family. I will request a leave of absence should school return to an in-person model of any kind. My youngest daughter will not return to Churchill should we return. I appreciate that this district has provided 205 teachers with learning platforms and management systems to ensure that we can still deliver content and assess in a paperless virtual world. I appreciate the parents that have partnered with us to help their children succeed and who speak positively to their children about the situation under which they're learning. I do know that it is possible to do the right thing for kids while keeping them safe. My colleagues and I collaborate, problem solve, and brainstorm to make sure kids have what they need to thrive. We make crucial, timely decisions. We just do it virtually. Make no mistake, teaching students remotely is difficult. I've never worked harder in all my years of teaching. My family has learned a new normal as there are no days, weekends, or evenings off. There's much to be done to communicate with families, prepare both asynchronous and synchronous lessons, record lessons, monitor attendance, follow IEP guidelines, provide for choice, give feedback, and grade assignments. It is tiring work, but I believe that it is worth it and it's our only safe option, especially with our county at its current warning level. I know the staff survey also indicated that many prefer to continue teaching remotely, even with the increased workload. There are positives we should note from the last 5 weeks of remote learning. Communication between students, families, and colleagues has never been stronger. Staff is working tirelessly to make connections so that students can focus on their education. We are troubleshooting Wi-Fi issues, building relationships with students, and delivering content in ways that's new and stretch us. Students are being fed. Students that have struggled with behavioral or anxiety issues in the classroom are seeing success in this new environment. My youngest has much anxiety regarding traditional school. Remote learning has actually been a blessing, especially with all of the trauma my family has experienced. There are other students in this district that enjoy and thrive in this remote learning environment. The reality is that school will not look or feel the same for any returning student. There won't be social chatting, sharing of school supplies, small group work, or borrowing classroom library books, or most heartbreaking, those hugs. Bathroom breaks will take eons to monitor. Truth be told, we don't have hot water in every bathroom sink in the district for students to properly wash hands. Windows don't open, so there's no fresh air. Experts aren't sure how that encourages COVID spread. I am concerned about the learning time that will be lost for my students and my own daughter. We are in an established routine right now. Should we return, much learning time will be spent on maintaining distancing and safety protocol. As soon as there's an outbreak in the building, students will be back to the remote approach. All of the momentum already established will be gone in a blink. Learning will stop. The district will struggle with finding substitute teachers, and I can't wrap my brain around a district of this size dealing with PPE, contact tracing, HIPAA laws, and those that may not follow guidelines and come to school anyway. Is the risk worth it? We're not health experts. How will 205 notify families and swiftly change course when positive cases occur? To my knowledge, the answers to those questions haven't been explained in totality. Hybrid models are breaking teachers across the country. Asking a teacher to police masks, feed students in classrooms, clean relentlessly, and teach 2 populations of students is an unreasonable request, especially when there's fear regarding their safety, their student safety, family safety. The reality is that it's too early to know the long-lasting effects that COVID has on children. We do know that it is possible that we could lose students and or staff members to this disease if we return to school. People could die. Thankfully, we have alternatives to returning to school. I'm grateful that we've been trained in the best practices for this situation. If the education of kids is paramount, the inevitable lost instructional time needs to be discussed. I appreciate you allowing me to speak virtually, because as I said earlier, we just don't go anywhere. We stick to home. But I hope that my perspective as a teacher and a parent provides a little bit of help. I simply think it's just the wrong time to return to school. Thank you.
Next up, we have the GEA President, Alicia Cochran.
Good evening. I want to thank Dr. Asplund for inviting me to give a statement on behalf of the Gettysburg Education Association. We stand firmly with students and parents as the elected representatives and administration of District 205 discuss many options and obstacles related to providing the best possible education in this time for COVID-19. In normal times, educators recognize that in-person learning is preferable and affords students many additional social, emotional benefits. Educators also recognize these are not normal times, and both remote and in-person learning come with unique challenges for students, parents, and the entire school district. The GEA affirms it is committed to providing the best possible education for the students of Gettysburg. The GEA supports the varied viewpoints of parents on this difficult issue as well. Whatever the decision made by the elected leadership of Gettysburg District 205, be confident that the members of the GEA are committed to working tirelessly to best meet the educational needs of our students. That was the statement that I had prepared on behalf of the GEA, but I also want to share with you, after sitting here tonight, my position in 205 changed this year, and I'm now working as outreach. I have made over 42 home visits since the beginning of the school year. My duty as an outreach worker is to check on the students that are not engaging or their attendance is lacking. I don't envy any of you, the slightest. This would be one of the most difficult decisions to make. I want to share 2 stories with you. They'll be very short, I promise. I went to one home to check on a student that was not engaging and was also having tech difficulties. When I showed up at the front porch, I heard the child say, "Mom, it must be my teacher. She's wearing one of those Gettysburg necklaces." Millionaire, of course. So when I came to the door, he was smiling and so cheerful, and it was a great opportunity. I was able to sit down with the child on the sidewalk, go through the computer, get him where he needed to be, show the parent a to-do list and all the missing assignments, over 52 of them. But it was a great opportunity to engage, and they were excited to see a face. I left that house thinking, I cannot wait to go back to school in person. I want to go back. The very next day, I go to another home visit. Knock at the door. Mom answers the door before I even introduce myself. I ask her if she's okay. I could tell by the look and the way she was walking that she was under a lot of stress. Little did I know that she had just tested positive for the virus. I opted not to have the discussion that I had planned for her that day, which was asking why her child was not engaging and what I could do to help. Because it was at that point I realized they had far bigger issues. So personally, again, I'm right in the middle. As much as I would love to see us in person and have all of our students back in 205, I also see the other side and the fear. Our students in safety, faculty, staff, and their families comes first. Thank you.
Next up, I have Michelle Gabriel.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Michelle Gaber, I'm the public health administrator for the Knox County Health Department. I've been asked to come and just provide you with a kind of a qualitative and quantitative look of what the county looks like right now, while you're going ahead with your meeting. So, some of this you will have heard, so I'll apologize, it's repetitive. We are in Region 2, it's the Peoria region, and the positivity in our region remains right at about 5.2% across the region, and it has stayed that way for about the past few weeks. We dipped up for a while, but we're back down. Hospital admissions across the region remain low, between 12 and 13 a day, or admitted in any time across the region. Let me explain that. Med surge capacity, they like to see you below a 20% threshold, and as a region, or above a 20% threshold, as a region, we're at 38. And ICU bed availability, they'd like to be above 20, and we're at 40% available. So regionally, our data is updated, it's about a 3-day lag. Whereas the county, our data is a week behind. So, as many of you know, we turned orange on Friday, or we've reached what the state would consider a warning level for the county. What that means is we tripped 2 or more benchmarks. We tripped 2 benchmarks that they have set for us as counties. And the 2 benchmarks we tripped were cases per 100,000 or new cases per 100,000. We were at 182 per 100,000. They'd like you to remain below 50. Historically, we have always exceeded 50 for a very long time. The other metric we tripped was test positivity. We hit a positivity rate of 9%, and they like you to stay below 8% as a county. Just for your record, there were no new deaths during the week that this data was for, and this was sort of the very last week of September. So this data is technically a week old, so it's through the 27th through the 3rd. COVID-like illness, emergency department visits, locally we're at 2.3% of visits. COVID-like illness admissions, we were at 5 total. And cluster percentage of cases, and this is just for your record, that's how many of our cases are related to a cluster or an outbreak. And we're at 3.5% for that week. And ICU bed availability, they like to see you at least 20%, and we were at 42.2. So they have 4 metrics that they put on their website now. For those of you who haven't been on their website, they have 4 school metrics that they post. That they're encouraging schools to look at and use for their availability. One of them is test positivity, and we were at 9% for that week. Again, it's the week of 9/27 through 10/3. For school rates, they like you to stay below 5%, so they consider that a substantial indicator. Cases per 100,000, again, we were at 182. They consider that a substantial mark. In new cases, we had 91 new cases. They consider that minimal. In youth cases, during that week, there were 16 youth cases. So they consider that below. In other words, school age, so below the age of 18. I can tell you, we report data out on Tuesdays and Fridays. Tomorrow, we will announce that we have hit 906 total positives in the county. That is up 77 new cases from Friday through Monday, so we had a busy weekend. And 135 over the past 7 days. And cases are spread throughout the county. The larger our cases get, the more widespread they are throughout the county, which you would see statistically. Galesburg still remains the highest at 69% of all positive cases. We have not had to investigate an outbreak in a school. Many of you know how the other schools are operating. Some are hybrid, some are single person. And we have not had to investigate an outbreak. An outbreak is considered 2 or more cases that are epidemiologically linked. So they would have to be linked somehow outside of the household. You didn't have your household members and have an outbreak. So we have not had to do that yet with the school. As you see in the news, we are seeing a little bit more activity in our long-term care agencies. We have 2 facilities that are in outbreak status. But you would expect to see that with a little bit more community spread as well. So they're still doing very well, and working through their outbreaks on a daily basis. So, our recovery rates remain high, in that very high 90%. But what we are seeing, right now, we try to communicate like primarily where we're seeing large pockets or large outbreaks, for lack of a better word. And a lot of our numbers are coming from families or large families testing. So what we'll see is one member of the family become ill, and then the rest of their family becomes ill and gets tested, and then we'll start to see expanded or extended family getting tested, like grandparents or aunts and uncles. We'll start seeing it spread to another household. So that's primarily where a lot of our numbers right now are coming from. It is long-term care and what I would consider like family testing. We do have a contact tracing division. It is up and fully operational. They operate 7 days a week. We contact all positives and their close contacts within 24 hours. We are still able to do that at this time. We have not gotten outside of that ability, and they work 7 days a week. Some people cooperate, some people don't. How contact tracing works is once it comes to the state reporting, the state disease reporting, it comes over into a software called Salesforce that the state uses, and all the local health departments use. And the contact tracers call people and make contact with them and, ask them how they're doing, what they need to watch for themselves, and then of course we ask them, who their close contacts are. A close contact is defined as anybody who is within 6 feet for greater than 15 minutes. And it can be, it can be built up so you can be within 8 minutes and then 7 minutes later. It can be kind of all additional. So, testing is substantial. I think we do a lot of testing in the county, so if you're wondering if there's adequate testing available, right now I would say we have adequate testing. There always can be more, but I do think it's available for anybody who wants to be tested. Both hospitals test and the health departments, community health center test anybody who chooses to be tested, whether they're symptomatic or not. And that's kind of where we're at right now, overall. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I have one more in-person comment come in. Jeanette Schiff.
Hi, I'm a parent of a District 205 student and didn't prepare to really come in here and talk. I came here for the support of in-person learning. Why? Because number one, like I said, I'm a parent of a 205 student, and I'm also a healthcare worker that I show up to work every day. I do understand that COVID is something serious. I've been working in the system from March on. As you know, COVID symptoms are cough, fever, chills, headache, body ache, sore throat, runny nose. These are things all that we would send our kids to school with and expect them to go to school and learn last year, minus the fever, the diarrhea, the nausea, vomiting. I understand how serious this is, but what is more serious is our kids are struggling with the online learning. If you ever tried to learn Spanish online, geometry online, PE online, it doesn't work. We're having, issues with kids not being able to be social. I just feel like our numbers are gonna go up in high school dropout rate. It's just a constant struggle with, I'm speaking for several parents. I do think things need to be in place for the kids to go back, but keeping the kids home are not working. And I'm in for support of the kids back to school. I show up for work every day. I understand our teachers need to show up. Whatever it takes to get that in place. Masks, yes. Temperature screenings, yes. That's what we do at a hospital. That's what we need to do in our schools. And basically, that's all I have. Thank you.
emails to read through. I may ask for help, just, bear with me. Okay, from Denise Williams. Dear Board of Directors, I will be unable to attend the Board of Directors meeting on this coming up Monday, October 12th. But I would like to let you know my opinion on the e-learning from a working full-time parent standpoint. I believe from the very beginning that we as parents should have at least been given the option as to whether or not we would have wanted our children to attend school. I am an essential worker, so whether I choose to send my children to school or if my children do e-learning at home, we still risk either way of bringing COVID-19 into our home. COVID-19 is not something that we can run from, so to speak. All we can do is protect ourselves as much as possible. But the same parents saying they wouldn't want their children to go to school are the same parents that are taking their kids to Walmart, grocery stores, etc., and possibly getting their children exposed. From the very beginning of all this, parents were sent documents that stated certain children would be able to attend school in person during this e-learning time if children fell under a certain category. But here I am, a working full-time parent struggling to do e-learning with two ADHD children. Shouldn't these two children qualify for in-person learning? My two children are in kindergarten and second grade. Not only is the e-learning a struggle due to them having ADHD, but it's also a struggle trying to juggle and engage in one child's assignment while you're also trying to engage in the other child's assignments as well. This whole e-learning is great and works out well if you're a parent this does not work. I am an essential second shift worker, and my husband works first shift and is also a volunteer firefighter. All of this is just too much for a family to have to deal with. Kids do a lot better when they are in a school setting. My child, who is in kindergarten, has a lot of trouble using the mouse pad on the Chromebook, which is his only option because he doesn't have one of the touchscreen Chromebooks. Kids are not learning anything doing this e-learning. Kids are being stressed out as much as the parents are, and as well as the teachers. This e-learning was for 5 weeks. Why wait till the end of the 5 weeks before a meeting is held to decide on what's next? If this drags on any longer, I can see a lot of parents, including myself, discontinuing with the e-learning because it's just too stressful, especially when you have younger children and work full-time. I hope that a lot of District 205 parents step up and agree that this e-learning just does not work. It's like sending children back to school and mixing up all the grade levels. Example, put a kindergartner in a classroom with 3rd and 4th graders and have one teacher teach the whole class. This is what our homes look like right now. Please open the schools back up, or at least give parents the option. Maybe this meeting should have been held at the beginning of the month so a plan could already be put in place for the next steps. Seems kind of strange that schools around us could open back up, but not Galesburg schools. That only tells one thing, that all the construction/remodeling got pushed back due to the COVID-19 breakout. So therefore, Galesburg schools weren't ready when it was time for school to originally begin. Hopefully you have thought all this out and have a plan ready to be put in place to get all kids back in school soon, because I'm going to stress myself out anymore about this I'm not going to stress myself out anymore about this after 5 weeks. Meaning e-learning will probably be discontinued in our household soon. Thank you. The next one is from Katie Adelsberger. District 205 School Board. As you meet on Monday to consider whether the district will continue with e-learning, I would like to point out that since the parent survey was conducted, Knox County has had the single highest week of new cases since the pandemic began. The Register Mail has reported District 205 staff and students in quarantine despite the focus on e-learning. The WHO has finally acknowledged that this is an airborne disease, and districts around us that have returned to regular instruction saw spikes in cases. If we did the same, we should expect local community spread, already at its highest levels, to increase. Special education students who must attend school will be at greater risk for infection. Students going home to elderly family members will be more likely to spread the disease. I know that there is some vocal opposition to e-learning in our district, with small groups of parents planning to attend the board meeting with signs. I understand the pressure on working families that usually depend upon school for their children while they go to work. This is a real problem, but not one that was created by the district. The lack of solutions or support for any form of government leadership puts us in a difficult position as a community. I commend the district for putting safety first thus far, and I would encourage you to continue to do so. Public denial of COVID-19 and its effects should not be a deciding factor. Knoxville recently voted to continue with the hybrid model that they've been utilizing this year, which also includes the choice of entirely remote learning for families that request it. I hope that if you do consider a change from what we've been doing so far, you move in this direction and allow those of us who don't want to send our children back to school for their safety to continue remote learning. I don't expect that a hybrid learning model will satisfy those parents feeling pressure to get to work or who want their kids learning only in person, but I strongly encourage you to take full-time in-person options off the table, if only for the safety of the community. Good luck and thank you for your serious consideration of what is best for our kids. Board members of Community Unit District 205. Nothing done in the midst of a pandemic can be ideal. The current virtual model obviously decreases our ability as teachers to connect with students and provide a differentiated, engaging educational experience. The American Academy of Pediatrics says of the pandemic situation, the impacts of lost instructional time and social emotional development on children and adolescents should be anticipated, and schools will need to be prepared to adjust curricula and instructional practices accordingly without the expectation that all lost academic progress can be caught up. Despite significant challenges, teachers and students are adapting. Teachers have developed new curricula and learned new software. Students have gained valuable computer and remote communication skills. Families have adapted their routines to accommodate remote learning. It would be a mistake to upset the normalcy that virtual schooling has established, especially mid-year, with a hybrid model that would further decrease educational efficacy. Teachers already face lower attendance with a virtual model. Under a hybrid model, virtual attendance could drop lower if students or parents think of online education as filler between quote-unquote real school days. Multi-student households face additional scheduling programs. Caregivers will have difficulty adhering to multiple schedules if they have children in different rotating hybrid cohorts. This could lead to additional tardiness and truancy. Additional, virtual platforms let teachers continue to use valuable teaching techniques like small group discussion and group projects that are physically impossible in a social distancing compliant classroom. In a virtual setting, teachers can focus fully on teaching instead of worrying about their safety and the safety of their students. Equally concerning is the certainty that any return to in-person schooling will increase the spread of COVID-19. Children are often asymptomatic. This means the most feasibly implemented safety measures, temperature checks, and watching for symptoms will be ineffective in identifying COVID-positive students. These asymptomatic students could still spread the virus to peers and staff at school and to family members at home. The Center for Disease Control's COVID web pages state, children likely have the same or higher viral loads in their nasopharynx compared with adults, and that children can spread the virus effectively. Teachers will need to be constantly vigilant to ensure that students following masking, distancing, and sanitizing measures. Lapses in masking and distancing are all but guaranteed since students' main interests include being close to their friends and touching everything. If teachers manage to enforce complete compliance with safety measures during school hours, unsupervised neighborhood play and lazy social distancing at play dates could undermine all their hard work and lead to spiking COVID infection rates. Quarantine fatigue is very real, and parents who are already tired of precautionary measures will be less willing to restrict social activities when their children already go to a building with hundreds of other children, multiple times a week. Since children are asymptomatic, this type of community transmission could go unnoticed until a vulnerable peer or family member is exposed and falls severely ill. Galesburg is not Chicago. Community Unit School District 205 is not in Cook County, where they have 150,000 plus confirmed cases. According to the Johns Hopkins Coronavirus Resource Center, there are only 796 confirmed COVID cases in Knox County. However, with a population under 50,000, this means that about one Knox County resident in every 60 is confirmed COVID positive. While grade level teachers might reasonably hope to limit their exposure, many other staff members like special teachers, special ed teachers, paraprofessionals, administrators, and custodians will regularly be exposed to most of the student body. In-person and hybrid models typically recommend that special teachers travel between classrooms to reduce the surface contamination risks posed by cycling the whole student body through one music, art, or PE classroom. If 1 in 60 of my students lives in a house where someone has COVID, as a special teacher, I will statistically be exposed 8 times a week. This most optimistic extrapolation from the data has me and many other staff members exposed multiple times a day, every day. It only takes one small mistake, on my part, on a student's part, on a guardian's part, for that exposure to become a lifelong disability or even death. Is that risk worth it? When I explain the restrictions and precautions that an in-person schooling experience would entail, my students don't seem at all interested in abandoning virtual learning. I will close with another quotation from the American Academy of Pediatrics. Policymakers and school administrators should acknowledge that COVID-19 policies are intended to mitigate, not eliminate risk. No single action or set of actions will completely eliminate the risk of SARS-CoV-2 transmission. There is no completely safe. There is no eliminating all or even most risk of COVID infection. Let us finish the year with the current model, refining our virtual teaching and learning, and patiently playing the bad hand we've been dealt. We can use this time to prepare a smooth rollout of a hybrid model next year when a vaccine or vaccines meaningfully curtail the risk of COVID transmission. I would like to express my respect for the district, its leaders, and the importance they place on the safety of their students and staff. I have faith that the district's current virtual model is an effective way of providing quality education in these difficult and dangerous times. For the time being, I hope the administration sees the value of continuing with the virtual model. Sincerely, Tia Tobolek. Dear Dr. Esplin, I'm a parent of 2 children who attend school in District 205. I believe we are supposed to receive a letter for their survey regarding whether the kids should return to the classroom after the first 5 weeks. However, we have not gotten any letter as such, so I'm sending this email to have our voice heard. We are not willing to put my kids in a risk to COVID-19 in this season. We will keep our children home for the rest of the school year. In addition, our children are now getting used to online learning and adjusted well with the schedule. We don't think it is wise to make them adjust again. Especially the new adjustment could be short-lived due to the flu season and spiked COVID-19 cases in Knox County and nationwide. Thank you so very much. Sincerely yours, parent with the last name Zhao. Alright, I didn't want to butcher the first name. Apologies. Next up, from Becca Braun. I think that e-learning is going great and should continue considering multiple schools are currently having outbreaks in Illinois and Knox County is continuing to see an increase in COVID-19 numbers. If parents are unable to accommodate their kids during this time, is there a way District 205 can set up alternative learning environments to help with the needs of these students? For example, the YMCA and Discovery Depot are offering learning environments at a high cost to parents, regardless if state pay is accepted. For some, this is still not an affordable option to ensure their child is receiving the schooling they need. But considering the district's budget, I was unsure if an alternative learning environment for only some of the district students is a viable option. My last concern regarding kids returning is going into allergy season. How are children with allergies going to be allowed in school, as most allergy symptoms coincide with COVID-19 symptoms minus the fever? My son carries allergies and usually carries a cough during the season until roughly February. Is he going to be prevented from in-school sessions due to this time period, or how will these students be accommodated if they are proven to not have COVID but similar symptoms? In regards to e-learning, I also have some concerns. I feel that elementary teachers should go back to relearn a different method of teaching the younger generation. I feel some of the work my son does in first grade is excessive. For example, my 6-year-old first grader relearns a letter of the alphabet each day. He then has 3 assignments: writing the letter 3 to 8 times, identifying the letter with a letter hunt, and finally a letter worksheet. On top of that, he must go to a slide and watch 5 to 6 separate videos of the letter. Understanding this curriculum, the videos are excessive and time-consuming. I feel 1 to 2 should be sufficient, with the other work to help those letters and sounds. 1 video describing the letter and showing how to write it, and 1 video showing the phonetics of this letter. Another concern: 5 hours of school has been recommended daily, and teachers have fulfilled those 5 hours. However, in those 5 hours, our children are missing out on those breaks they receive while in school. For example, recess time and bathroom breaks. The days are planned and jam-packed from 9 a.m. to 2:30 with only one lunch break. 5 hours of screen time continuously is not recommended, but has become a requirement at my son's location for e-learning because these breaks are not tied into the daily schedule. So very little breaks outside of lunchtime, from my standpoint, is adding stress on the younger kids. With the amount of work being placed on them, breaks are impossible to incorporate, as I had a week off to test this with my son. With the amount of work asked of the elementary students and adding breaks in the middle of their schedules, schoolwork then goes into late days, sometimes 5 or 6 p.m., which simply just isn't fair for this high energy grade level. I feel like adjustments should be made to accommodate how kids may be taught during the school day if school were in session. This time cuts into home time, examples, family time, dinner time, bedtime, and quiet time for the children. Lastly, if school is to go back in session, I would be very interested and satisfied with a hybrid schedule, partial home, partial in school, with smaller class sizes to minimize the risk of COVID, especially with the elementary kids, K through 3rd. I feel that it's important for this age group while also understanding the dangers during this time. Sure. Who would like to take the next 3?
I'll take that. Okay. Gerald Devlin. Mrs. Springer, I'm writing to describe some of the challenges we are not very successful meeting on the e-learning platform. We know we must learn to work with the system as it is due to current issues. As you can see, I've CC'd Dr. Asplin. We have followed his weekly videos and appreciate the quick updates he has supplied to them. I sent the email below to Mr. Bradford and Mrs. Jennings and Silas today. Mrs. Jennings responded immediately, and we're working on finding a way for our granddaughter to find a better path in her science class. We're very happy with the quick response from Mrs. Jennings. This is no way a complaint regarding her efforts or those of Silas or the school staff. She and my granddaughter got together electronically for a one-on-one this afternoon. After they met, my granddaughter said she felt much better about figuring things out. Thinking back, I should have reached out for help earlier. My hope is that as the school days pass, the routine would help smooth the way for easier learning. Another grandma who also has a 4th grader and I have found we are going through similar trials. The other grandmother brought up a factor that I haven't even considered yet. At this age, they have not learned how to take class notes for future reference. This would be a really valuable memory assist for them. Both my husband and I are at risk in our 60s with pre-existing health issues. We are healthy now, but our health history has been a challenging time. We don't advocate for return to school at all costs, especially with the COVID numbers not counted. We know there isn't a perfect solution to this. Next one is from Tom Martin. Good morning, District 205 school board members and Superintendent Asplin. Based on the comments I see on social media, I'm assuming that you are hearing a lot of negative stories and complaints about remote learning. I'm writing because I want to be sure that you hear from someone who has a positive experience too. We have 3 children. Our oldest son is in 10th grade at GHS. Our younger son is in 8th grade at Costa. Our daughter Elizabeth is in 4th grade at Southwood. Our 2 children enrolled in 205. Our 10th grader and our 4th grader have had an overall very good experience with e-learning. Our 8th graders doing the online option at Costa too. Jay is taking trigonometry, German 1, consumer ed, and marching band. He's opted for the online version of it at GHS, and what we hear from him, his assignments have been clear and the online discussions have been good and helpful. He has met with his teachers online during their office hours to discuss some assignments and has appreciated this feature of online learning very much. He is learning a lot and doing well. Our 4th graders enjoying school too. Her teachers, Mrs. Ebenauer and Mrs. Hua, have been extremely organized and have communicated everything to us and to their students so well. Some of the assignments have been really clever too, such as the science experiment where the kids got to see what would happen to gummy bears dropped into different substances when they were left overnight. While our kids miss seeing their friends, or at least miss seeing their friends in a non-pandemic environment, they both think there are good things about learning online too. My daughter, for example, doesn't miss the other stuff that happens in the classroom. She had a karate class last year. It says it's easier to learn this way. My son also appreciates the way that the online learning environment takes away some of the more unpleasant behaviors of some classmates that one has to contend with when in class. He feels like he gets to focus more on the material. Starting on the first day of school, they took their own attendance. I know I saw a lot of complaints on social media about the way attendance was originally being taken. I guess I can't say for sure whether or not it was difficult because we never had to do it. But I know that our kids figured it out and did not have a problem with it. I know that our situation in our home is different than it is for a lot of other folks. We are lucky My husband and I both have full-time jobs, and we've both been able to work from home ever since the pandemic hit. Our children are at ages where they do not need assistance with online learning. I understand that there are situations in other houses that make online learning a lot more difficult. I respect the concerns and frustrations that those parents feel. I just wanted to make sure that you hear from a family that had positive experiences. Our family has some underlying health conditions that have made us want to be super cautious during the pandemic, and we are so grateful that our kids have been able to learn online. Thank you, and thank you to the teachers who have worked so hard to make this work. Texting, share, try. And finally, from Sarah B. First, say my daughter has an amazing teacher. That is honestly the only reason we haven't switched to another school. I understand as the members of the board, you have an important decision to vote on tonight. When making that vote, please think of the students who are struggling with wanting to attend e-learning, including our daughter, who normally loves school, doesn't want to put effort in or attend. If we continue with e-learning, many students aren't going to put in as much effort, and you will be losing students. Another issue is if you think these amazing teachers can teach as well with e-learning as in person, I invite you onto a Google Meet and see how much time the teachers spend trying to keep kids on track with students, home, background distractions. Even my daughter will turn her sound down just to get a break. Again, my daughter's teacher is amazing, and you all are lucky to have the staff you do. But I can't see staff or students staying in e-learning much longer. Our students, even with amazing teachers, are going to be behind with testing and knowledge in other districts who are doing some type of in-person learning. If you think e-learning is the best option, then you are ignoring a majority of parents who have already voiced their opinion. If you vote no to in-person learning tonight, with the reasoning being numbers of COVID, be willing to look at the numbers weekly and vote again weekly. Don't make the students wait another entire month or longer to vote again. Honestly, that is not fair to the students or staff. Thank you, Zach.
Chris Lane, below are just a few words with some comments for the District 205 School Board. Hello all, my name is Christopher Lane. I am a member of GHS class 2018 and presently a junior at Princeton University. I want to express my sympathies given the difficulty of the situation and decision you are all asked to make. I want to make a brief but hopefully new perspective on the issue. I will not contest that it is difficult for anyone, especially younger children, to attend virtual classes and actually obtain information. I know personally that all of my peers have felt largely unmotivated to continue classes and disheartened by the large-scale isolation we experience, as our campus remains closed to everyone, save a few in need of housing. I trust that many students at other schools experience this as well, but in particular, these feelings persist in schools that have reopened their campuses. In light of this, I wish to stress that learning in any new context will all require significant adjustment. The classroom environment to which students could return is significantly different from before the pandemic landed stateside. Physical distancing and mask faces aside, the traumas of the pandemic and other stresses loom in the minds of everyone. Until these are properly addressed on a collective level, students will likely not fully regain the motivation to learn that was decimated along with many other norms this past March. As I understand, the COVID situation in Knox County is increasingly concerning and brings to doubt not just whether in-person learning can return, but how long they would continue until 205 would have to close again, either of its own volition or the decision of the state or federal authority. My perspective as a student, which I acknowledge is not the perspective of every student, consistency in the educational experience is critical. For every transition between learning environments, there is a period of adjustment for students in which the learning suffers. It seems preferable that these transitions are minimized and a commitment is made to one style. I know that many have waited for a long time to return to classes, longer than we thought we would need to, but the uncertainty of these times persists, and we cannot simply ignore the situation because we are tired of it. Until some greater sense of certainty about the safety and quality of in-person learning returns, whether this be in a week or a month or a semester, it is my opinion that District 205 commit to a virtual setting. I know my opinion may be popular with some and unpopular with others. If my perspective on this particular issue is not heeded, I do sincerely hope that this community as a whole is able to cooperate. That cooperation in the face of disagreement is crucial to the future of this town, not just in the face of viral uncertainty, but always. I wish you all health, security, and sanity in these trying times. Thank you for the time and be well. Let me know if there's anything else I need to do for this to be read at the meeting. Okay, this is from Cassandra Coughlin. I am sending this email in regards to the October board meeting. I do not intend on being present for the meeting in person. I was pleased to see there's an option to email in our thoughts instead. I hope I am sending it to the right person. I am a mom of 6 little humans learning 3 different District 205 schools. I have 2 7th graders at Churchill, 1 6th grader at Lombard. My youngest are 3rd, 1st, and kindergarten attending King for the first year, after 7 years of being part of the Steele School. This year, each of my kids are attending a different school than they did last year. One child entered his first year of junior high school, one child has learning disability with an IEP, one child has ADHD, and already repeated kindergarten. One child attending her first year of full-day grade school. Each of my kids have good days, bad days, great days, and some days they are not cooperative at all with e-learning, all of which we would have in-school learning. I think the hardest part of starting off with e-learning was the fact that I had an expectation for something I had no knowledge or experience of. After the first and second week, I was ready to have my kids get their GEDs and it's 100% over. And every time I close a Chromebook and say, yep, we're done, I'd be lying to myself if I were to give up on e-learning. That meant I was taking away the only available opportunity to learn from my kids out of my own selfish frustrations. So I would try from a different approach, a different plan, and a new attitude each week. I've even noticed that teachers are learning new ways to approach the platform to teach. For example, making things available longer than before when they were just deleted at the end of the week. Everyone just needed and still needs to be able to adjust things here and there to give it a fair chance. Finally, we've started getting the hang of things, more assignments being turned in, less assignments being late, all depending on what day and which child. Overall, we are managing it, and I feel like my kids are still learning the best they can without putting them through a mental emotional breakdown. We could essentially take away the method of learning our kids have adapted to over these past 5 weeks and probably plant their feet down, just begin another transition period, thus causing for more valuable learning to be lost. They will be burdened with the stress and anxiety of starting school again, not just for a normal school year, but one with so many more rules and protocols put in place. Usually the first couple of weeks are rocky always, as a transition period, e-learning or in-person. We've already went through this for e-learning and hopefully adapting better than we were 4 weeks ago. Why place them back into class and miss out on learning with another week or so of them relearning to wash hands, how to act in a school setting, adjusting all over again. Especially when we're only 2 weeks out from when we got our first big snow of the year last year. We transition back to in-person learning now. Not only do we have the COVID running against us, which is increasing by the day in our area, we then have the weather and the time frame to factor in as well. We're heading into the snow day season of the Midwest. If we are lucky enough to slide through without any snow days, the holiday season is approaching. Our kids, shortly after adjusting and to get the ball rolling with in-person learning, will then be going on break for holidays. All this combined, it feels like our kids would be spinning their tires and getting nowhere fast. We all end up being burned out. Of course, if things were the way we were starting out our 2019-2020 school year, I would choose to put in-person learning over e-learning. We have to be 100% transparent and realistic when making this decision. I absolutely do not think this is the time to put our kids back in person learning or to even a meeting about if it should be a thing. What we all should be discussing is how we can make e-learning work, how we can help the kids that need more help than others, take opinions and ideas from working parents, stay-at-home parents, single-parent households, single-child households, multi-child households, and any other families that want to give productive feedback. I know this hasn't been easy for any of us. I know everyone is different. But setting them back now, in my opinion, isn't the best option. I have 6 kids here at home, and continuing learning versus in-person is debatable in different ways for each of my kids. The overall risk I'd be taking for one child for another to the benefit more compared to the same child not losing anything, but just not benefiting the extra bit he or she would get in class. For the guaranteed stability of the average child, I'm choosing the second option. Instead of trying to hoist the lifeboat back up to the ship, maybe we need to just throw down some oars and lead them to shore. I didn't expect this email would end up being so much of an essay and have so much of our family situation intertwined. I went back and bolded the most important ideas I'd like other people to consider. Thanks for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the situation. Hopefully, if we stick with e-learning, there will be an opportunity for inputs as to what could make our online learning plan more attainable. Next one's from Helen Moore. My name is Helen Moore. I have 3 children in school in District 205. They are currently in 2nd, 5th, and 7th grade. They are doing well with remote learning, but it's clearly not the same as in-person learning. I am hoping that the board decides at least to allow a hybrid model for the district. It is important for educational growth, social growth, and immune growth that these kids get to go back to in-person learning. I do hope that we get to go back to in-person learning, that the district allows children into buildings prior to the first day of school, as I have 2 out of 3 children who will be attending school in buildings they have never been in before. I hope the board and administration make the best choice for the students of the district.
Maybe you want to answer?
Gary,
These are long ones.
Not just the first one, then I think these are trying to mix it up.
Okay. This is from Pam Orway. I'm writing to you as both a 205 teacher and a parent. I am a special education teacher and the special education department chair at Galesburg High School. I started my teaching career in 205 in 1994. I have one son, Bryce, who is a freshman at GHS. As I reflect on the last 5 weeks, I can tell you that teaching and parenting has not been easy. But I can also tell you that it's gotten easier every day. Students, parents, and teachers have established a routine. While it isn't necessarily the routine that we would have chosen under normal circumstances, it is working for many people. With the rising number of COVID cases in Knox County, I am very worried about the safety of the students and staff returning for face-to-face instruction. I don't know that we will be able to sustain that type of instruction very long. I think it will be more detrimental to all involved to change course now and alter the routines that have been established. I also think that if we go back, we won't be able to stay back in person for very long, which will cause routines to change again sooner than we would like. I have seen a lot of comments from parents and community members on social media that implied, and some even flat out stated, that teachers aren't teaching. I've seen comments that said that we are getting paid even though we aren't working. Not only are we working, but many of us are working harder than ever before. It has been a monumental adjustment. I appreciate everything that district administration did to help teachers prepare for remote learning. The professional development opportunities and expertise of instructional coaches were very beneficial. I've added many new resources and tools to my instruction. I've developed new methods that I will continue to use even after the world gets back to normal. I have always taken pride in the job that I've done in the past, but I can honestly tell you that I'm an even better teacher now. Before school started, I was worried about how I would be able to connect with students who I had never met before. Surprisingly, I have established a rapport with students over a computer screen. The high school special education teachers have the students on their caseloads assigned to them for advocacy. One of the positive aspects of this is that the upperclassmen help the freshmen adjust to high school. They take them under their wings, provide support, and show them what they need to do to be successful. I thought for sure that this wasn't going to happen remotely, but I was wrong. I have seen relationships take shape during Google Meets.
Right!
Okay? The upperclassmen are encouraging the freshmen. In addition to that, I've seen friendships start to develop over Google Meets. I know that there are some students who struggle with online learning, but some students are rising to the occasion and making the most of a very difficult situation. It is my understanding that there are only 8 substitutes for the district. If we return for face-to-face instruction, staff will be exposed and have to quarantine. When that happens, and it will there be enough subs to cover classes? In the past, teachers often came to work when they felt miserable due to allergies, cold, sinus issues, etc. Since those conditions share many of the same symptoms of COVID, teachers aren't going to be allowed in the buildings when they aren't feeling well. We wouldn't want them to be there either, because the last thing we would want to do is maybe expose students to something that isn't really allergies, sinus issues, or a cold. Are there enough substitutes to teach our students on those days? I know that you are hearing from many parents who want their children back in school. I too would love nothing more than to have my son in school. He is a freshman this year, and this certainly isn't the freshman year that we envisioned for him. But I see how hard his teachers are working each day to provide him with meaningful instruction, emotional support, and a sense of routine. I think what many parents have in mind isn't necessarily what they will get if we go back. Much of the work will still be done online. If we go back to in-person instruction, many teachers, including me, are planning to continue using the online platforms for instruction to decrease the amount of papers being physically touched by students and staff. If the same guidelines are in place that were discussed prior to the beginning of the school year, I won't be allowed to be in close proximity to my students. During typical instruction, I would be walking around the room and stopping at the students' desks to help them. There would be students sitting at my desk in order to get extra help. We won't be allowed to do those things now because there is nothing typical about all of this. There will likely need to be a hybrid schedule put in place in order to control the number of students in the buildings. If that's the case, students will still need to be learning remotely part of each week. They will also likely have to return to remote learning for periods of time when there are disruptions due to positive cases. It isn't a matter of if that happens, but when that happens. It's unavoidable. It's already happening in the smaller districts around us. If these disruptions can't be controlled in those districts with smaller student populations, how can we control them in 205? I love my job, and I miss my students. I worry about them every day. In my heart, I would love to be with them in person, but my greater desire is that they and their families are still safe and well on the other side of all this. I also want my colleagues and my own family to be safe. If we return to in-person instruction, can we really safely distance on buses, in crowded hallways, in a congested cafeteria, and most importantly, in classrooms? Would screening really be effective? The thermometers being used in the districts aren't accurate. They consistently read very low, 96 to 97 degree range. How effective is that when determining whether a student or a staff person has a fever? I'm very concerned that sending us back for in-person instruction now, as Knox County is already at warning level, will put the safety of many in jeopardy. As a parent, I have given a lot of thought to what my husband and I will decide regarding our son's education. If the district returns to in-person instruction, while we haven't completely decided, we are definitely leaning towards having him continue to learn from home. It might not be what he would choose to do, but we think it's a safer option by far. Although I know that the individuals on staff would do everything they could to keep him safe, I don't have the faith that all their efforts would be enough. I know this isn't an easy decision for any of you. I am aware how conflicted I feel, and I can only imagine that you're feeling the same way. I ask that you hit pause for now and let us continue with remote learning through the remainder of the first semester. Although it isn't convenient for anyone, a few more months of remote learning won't make things worse. It might, however, be exactly what is needed to prevent more serious issues that could potentially have long-lasting consequences for families. Sincerely, Pam Morley. The next email is from Eric Melly, the school psychologist. to the Galesburg CUSD 205 Board of Education. The question of whether it is safe to reopen schools for in-person learning is a heavy one. We know many of the consequences of maintaining an e-learning environment, such as the loss of social contact and irreplaceable person-to-person educational experience. However, for much of the student population, academics can eventually be caught up. The probable consequences of enabling the transmission of potential deadly disease, which the WHO has now concluded is transmitted through air, are potentially permanent. To categorize this disease as being, quote, like a case of the flu, would be dangerous denial. Damage to organs and neurological damage have been observed in many patients. I can tell you anecdotally that some in the school psychology community have already begun deliberating on how to categorize the permanent / semi-permanent effects of COVID for special education eligibility. Since we know that there are negative consequences to fully opening as well as to remaining entirely remote, deliberation on the possibility of reopening the school buildings must be taken from a harm reduction perspective. The schools have already made some steps in this direction by opening their doors to only the most needful students who cannot be served remotely. Some considerations as to who should be prioritized at this time should include students who are at the beginning stages of learning to read. Research indicates that students who fall behind at this critical stage have a difficult time catching up with their peers. Another consideration is that older students typically have enough executive function, the cognitive strength that allows people to plan and prioritize, to manage some of their own academics, while some of their same age peers are deficient in this cognitive ability. Also, we must consider the parental right to choose. Opening the school into mandatory full-time in-class learning may seem like coercion to parents who now have to choose between their family's safety and their child's formal education. Parents who deem it too unsafe to send their children back may have removal and homeschooling as their only recourse. As I write this, the Knox County positivity rate is 9%, and the daily positive test numbers have exceeded 20 new cases per day. We must acknowledge that allowing more students into the school buildings will likely result in more positive cases that could have otherwise been avoided. Those positive cases may have permanent effects on the health of students or their families. While it is important to reorganize our efforts to best serve the students, universal full-time in-person should not be considered an option. I recommend the school system focus its building resources on the students with the greatest need, remembering the mantra that, quote, fair is not everyone getting the same thing, it is everyone getting what they need to be successful. Sincerely, Eric Mountain. And the last one, from Lori Dickerson. As a parent of 3 students in 3 different schools in the district, I want the online learning to continue. If the GEA's main factor in deciding is student, teacher, and community safety, then we should not return to in-person learning at this time. We have more cases in our area than ever before, and we just added to a warning list as a county. Of course, we all have concerns about our children's social and emotional well-being. However, that never comes before physical safety. Also, the emotional toll of teachers, classmates, or family members getting sick or worse unnecessarily is something that should also be considered. Thank you, Lori Dickerson.
Okay, this from Ms. Cruz. To whom it may concern, please give the parents the choice to do what is best for their families, jobs, and personal health. Please choose to have an in-school and fully remote option. Let the parents choose. I'm an ER nurse. I think the hospitals around here are doing a great job handling COVID. With that said, everyone needs to understand our community has not yet encountered a flu and COVID season. We screen all patients for runny nose, sore throat, headache, joint pain, fatigue, vomiting, diarrhea, loss of taste, loss of smell, abdominal pain, shortness of breath, cough, fever, muscle pain, and weakness. These are the COVID symptoms we screen for. These also sound like the common cold or flu. Going into flu season with these as possible COVID symptoms, there will constantly be a concern that someone was exposed to COVID. Let's be real. Some parents send their kids to school and to daycare sick now. They dose them with Tylenol or Motrin and out the door. Hopefully they get to work most of the day before the daycare attendant or teacher realizes Josh's cheeks are flushed to take his temperature, or he pukes all over, or his cough disrupts class. Now when Josh may have not only exposed your child to the flu or the common cold, could also be COVID. A friend of mine who lives in the Peoria area has been notified to quarantine his child 6 times this school year. 6 times. School has been in session less than 2 months. Working in the ER, I can tell you half the COVID patients, we don't think they have COVID. They think it's their allergies or a regular cold. Maybe their asthma is acting up. So they were out and about with their allergies or asthma, only to test positive. These are the same people who would still go to school. Please, give us parents a choice between going to school or fully remote. I know I am asking a lot of our teachers' sanity. Those of us in the medical community fully understand the effect of COVID on a person's sanity. COVID is a fickle beast. He can give your sister just a sore throat, headache, and loss of taste, or he can put your brother on a ventilator with no family at his bedside. I've seen both scenarios firsthand. The reality is there will be students and teachers in quarantine on a weekly, if not daily basis. These kids wouldn't be expected to catch up on days of schoolwork at a time after they got back. They would be connecting with teachers online along the way to get their assignments to stay caught up. So why not have a fully remote option in place along with the school's model so everyone can start as they plan to proceed? Sincerely, Jasmine's mom. The next we have is from Catherine Polite, District 205 School Board. I'm sure you will notice that the following statement sounds familiar, as it is a copy of a letter by a fellow parent of District 205. I share it because it best echoes my and my husband's feelings on the potential of in-person learning for our second grader. While I did not write the statement, I agree with their thoughts 100% and wanted to share it again. Quote, as you meet on Monday to consider whether the district will continue with e-learning, I would like to point out that since the parent survey was conducted, Knox County has the single highest week of new cases since the pandemic began. The Register Mail has reported District 205 staff and students in quarantine despite the focus on e-learning. The WHO has finally acknowledged that this is an airborne disease, and districts around us that have returned to regular instruction saw spikes in cases. We did the same. We should expect local community spread, already at its highest level, to increase. Special education students who must attend school will be at greater risk for infection. Students going home to elderly family members will be more likely to spread the disease. I know that there is some vocal opposition to e-learning in our district, with small groups of parents planning to attend the boarding assigns. I understand the pressure of working families that usually depend upon school for their children while they go to work. This is a real problem, but not one that was created by the district. The lack of solutions or support from any form of government leadership puts us in a difficult position as a community. I commend the district for putting safety first thus far, and I would encourage you to continue to do so. Public denial of COVID-19 and its effects should not be a deciding factor. Knoxville recently voted to continue with the hybrid method that they've been utilizing this year, which also includes a choice of entirely remote learning for families that request it. I hope that if you do consider a change from what you've been doing so far, you move in this direction and allow those of us who don't want to send our children back to school for their safety to continue remote learning. I don't expect that a hybrid learning model will satisfy those parents feeling pressure to get to work or who want their kids learning only in person, but I strongly encourage you to take full-time in-person options off the table, if only for the safety of the community. Best of luck in seriously considering all sides of the situation, and thank you for looking out for the safety and well-being of our children. Best regards. The final one I have is from J.M. District 205 School Board. As you meet on Monday to consider whether the district will continue with e-learning, I would like to point out that since the parent survey was conducted, Knox County has had the single highest week of new cases since the pandemic began. The Register Mail has reported District 205 staff and student quarantine despite the focus on e-learning. The WHO has finally acknowledged that this is an airborne disease, and districts around us that have returned to regular instruction saw spikes in cases. We did the same. We should expect local community spread, already at its highest levels, to increase. Special education students who must attend school will be at greater risk of infection. Students going home to already family will be more likely to spread the disease. I think this is a repeat. I know that there is some vocal opposition to e-learning in our district, with small groups of parents planning to attend the board meeting with signs. I understand the pressure on working families that usually depend upon school for their children while they go to work. This is a real problem, but not one that was created by the district. A lack of solutions or support from any form of government leadership puts us in a difficult position as a community. I commend the district for putting safety first thus far, and I encourage you to continue to do so. Public denial of COVID-19 as an effect should not be a deciding factor. Knoxville recently voted to continue with the hybrid method they've been utilizing this year, which also includes the choice of entirely remote learning for families that request it. I hope that you consider a change from what you've been doing so far. You move in this direction and allows those of us who don't want to send our children back to school for their safety to continue remote learning. I don't expect that a hybrid learning model will satisfy those parents feeling pressure to get to work or want their kids learning only in person. But I strongly encourage you to take full-time in-person options off the table, if only for the safety of the community. Good luck, and thank you for the serious consideration of what is best for the kids.
Double check to see if you have any repeats in there. Thought I did, but I must not.
Mine is from Miranda Hagler. Good morning. My name is Miranda Hagler, and I have two young men that are students at Galesburg High School. Christopher is a junior, Thomas is a freshman, and both are autistic with functional and behavioral needs. Both rely on structured and routine schedules in order to function on a daily basis. As everyone is woefully aware, this pandemic is anything but routine and structured. However, we have made the best of it, and they are doing as well as can be expected. Both miss the routine of actually going to school and seeing their friends and teachers in person. Both even miss the cafeteria food. But as much as they miss it, they both understand that COVID-19 is dangerously and potentially fatal for our family, and they endure the e-learning and seamlessly endless quarantine at home. We have now established our new normal routines and only go to necessary places or just to families' homes. This is frustrating for everyone, but necessarily for all, as I have multiple sclerosis and Christopher has seizures. He got pneumonia in April and almost died. He had a chest tube placed and 3 liters of fluid pulled out of him. My husband is an essential worker and has already had to quarantine away from home recently due to a positive case where he works. Seeing all of these other schools open back up, even with the precautions in place, and having to close back up within the 5 weeks is very disheartening. Time and money from districts have been spent and wasted, in my opinion. The time that those parents have spent in preparing their children and jobs for the kids to go back only to have to reestablish an old routine has been redundant. This is why I am imploring you not to send the children of this district back to the physical schools. We are going into nasty weather with late fall and winter. Seasonal allergies run crazy in my family, and they are in high gear here at home. I can only imagine the kids having to wear badges from home saying that they are COVID-19 symptom-free, only to look and sound symptomatic due to this, or having to get documentation letters from their pediatrician stating as such. Again, more redundancy. The estimated cost of trying to reopen all the schools cleaning, busing, and all the other expenses that go along with this is just outrageous. It is, in my opinion, money that would be better spent on things like supplies, printer ink, or for our teachers at home, as they are having to use their own resources to make sure their students have everything they need for class, the breakfast or lunch program, or technology help and Chromebook repairs. I know that there are many more families with functional, behavioral, social, emotional needs, children who feel the same as my family. Even though we have no time or help, we continue on because we love our children and want to keep them safe and healthy. So again, I am imploring you to all vote no onto reopening of the physical school buildings and continue with e-learning. Reassess in the spring and go from there. With all of the new rising cases within our county, I am not taking that chance. Even if the schools reopen, my children will not be returning to the building. They will continue e-learning with me at home. I will continue to provide speech and language therapies, behavioral, emotional, social support, and academic enrichment, along with everything else in my role as a mother, teacher, paraprofessional, therapist, with the help of their teachers, therapists, and IEPs. Thank you for this time in this matter. I seriously hope that this helps with your decision. I may only be one voice, but I know that there are many more out there that are not being heard. If you would like to speak with me in person regarding this letter, please feel free to contact me at either option listed below. Thank you. Respectfully yours, Miranda Hagler. This one is from Jessica Collette. To the board. I have 2 children in the district with IEPs, one that qualifies for some in-person learning and one that does not. The first 2 weeks of school for my second, that now gets some in-person learning, were terrible. They cried almost every day, consistent emails back and forth with special ed and teachers, etc. Once they started in person 3 days a week, for 2 hours a day, it has substantially improved and they are doing great. My other student that doesn't qualify for in-person, even though they too have an IEP, it has been nothing short of an absolute nightmare. The first 3 to 4 weeks, I had numerous issues with the IEP being followed. I had to get the assistant principal and numerous people on the special ed team involved over and over and over again. I am still getting numerous emails, sometimes daily, and my students' grades are in the gutter. It's not okay that a pretty confident student who typically has very little intervention from their IEP is failing on this platform. It has additionally been extremely stressful for myself. I am a single mom with 3 kids. I cannot furlough or take time off to accommodate e-learning as many other parents in the district have done. E-learning is breaking some parents mentally and financially. Some have had to quit their jobs, take different shifts in hope of getting their regular shift back when this is all over, or drop to part-time. While it is important to keep students safe, but it is also equally important to not break our community in the process and create more stressful home environments. We need to move back towards students returning to school in at least some capacity. This is where they grow and they learn the best. And I think the vast difference in my 2 students, one who is going to campus 3 days a week and one who is not, proves that even some in-person learning is even better than it. Thank you, Jessica Collette. Okay. This one is from Sean Hickey. Good morning, board members. My name is Sean Hickey, and I am a teacher at Galesburg High School and a parent of 3 children in the district. If you could take the time to read my message before the board meeting tonight, I would greatly appreciate it. I know your decision weighs heavily on our minds while we try to decide what is best for everyone in District 205, and I appreciate your time and efforts. Whatever you decide for the district will be calculated and in the best interest of everybody involved. I understand that there are multiple factors to your decision, but I felt compelled to share my experience as a dual stakeholder considering I teach and have children in the district. First, I'd like to share my experiences as an educator in the district for 20 years and compare it to remote learning. Given our current situation, we cannot conduct ourselves with a business as usual mentally, as we are forced to teach differently and under a different schedule. Your decision to start the year remotely was met with criticism by many, but I appreciated a clear expectation of how the year would start with a timeline of 5 weeks. We have been able to conduct our business uninterrupted despite any outbreaks, increase of numbers, and or staff exposures. As difficult as the start of the year was, I found myself finding my groove after 3 weeks of teaching, 4 weeks if we include the extra week I had to prepare. I have discovered what works best for presenting information and, most importantly, how to better assess student learning and provide effective feedback. I find it reasonable that if it took me 4 weeks to adjust to the learning curve of teaching, students will take that long as well, if not longer. We have just completed the 5th week of learning and students are finally adjusting to the format as well. In the past week and a half, I have seen more students engage with their learning as grades have improved and there have been fewer missing assignments. It is evident to me that students are starting to find their groove as well. Secondly, as parents, my wife and I have struggled with finding balance of our own work with the needs of our children. There have been many working days for both of us where the only time we stopped working was to eat lunch and dinner, only to return to work and continue until we went to bed that night. Consequently, for the better part of 2 weeks, our children were struggling with assignments and poor grades. As a family, we had to address their low scores and missing assignments, which led to many arguments and late nights. We understand the difficulties of balancing work while meeting the educational needs of your children during this difficult time. We also know that every family is not as fortunate as us when it comes to the necessary resources of balancing work and educational needs of our children. However, in the past week and a half, we have seen vast improvements in our children with their awareness of what is being assigned and when it is due. This has led to fewer missing assignments and improved grades as well. What I have discovered in these 5 weeks is that there is a pattern of consistency for myself, my students, and our children. After getting past the learning curve of remote learning, all parties are starting to grasp what is happening and embrace the expectations. It is with this affirmation that I appeal to you professionally as a parent to continue with remote learning. I feel that a change in format, whatever it may be, will be detrimental to all parties. A learning curve of 4 weeks was bad enough, and I can't imagine what would happen with another change in schedule. Please consider keeping the remote learning schedule to prevent further disruption of student learning. Respectfully, Sean Hickey.
Okay. Dear District 205 Board of Education and Superintendent, I would like to voice my concern regarding our children in District 205. I understand the current health crisis that COVID-19 presents. While I agree that COVID-19 poses a health risk to our students and teachers, I also believe that educating our children in person is very necessary for many reasons. In an effort to keep this short, I will highlight only a couple. 1. Our children need positive interaction and socialization outside of the home. In today's world, where our children are tied to electronic devices and social media, they need face-to-face social interaction with their peers, teachers, and mentors for their health and well-being. 2. Teachers are one of the most essential employees our country has. With Walmart workers, grocery store clerks, and public utility employees being considered essential, I can't believe that anyone would argue that our teachers aren't essential. Teachers and administrators should be required to report to classrooms and schools to educate our youth. 3. Following appropriate sanitizing, distancing, health screening, and mask measures, I believe District 205 can plan and implement a safe return to school. Offer remote learning to at-risk children or those with COVID symptoms, and in-person learning for those that are symptom-free. 4. Support District 205 families. Some 205 parents are in danger of losing their jobs as a result of staying home to educate their children. Employers cannot be expected to continue to allow parents to work from home indefinitely. This has truly become an economic issue in our community. In addition, most parents are not trained educators, nor are they equipped with the necessary IT skills to effectively educate children from home. 5. Teachers and administrators were hired to educate our children. How does a child learn to read, learn calculus, or conduct a chemistry lab at home? Please require teachers to be in school with their children in order to provide the best educational opportunities we can to our children in District 205. I am a proud parent of a District 205 student. I want my child to attend school in person with her peers, teachers, coaches, counselors, administrators, and all those who have shaped her into a great student. Please vote to return our students to in-person learning. Our students and families deserve to have this option. Sincerely, Brandy Young. Dear District 205, my name is Al Hull. I'm the father of Alexia Hull, who is a freshman at Galesburg High School. Unfortunately, I cannot attend the school board meeting regarding the restart of schools in Galesburg. My question is, if you start reopening schools in Galesburg soon, can our only daughter remain doing the e-learning from home? My reason for asking this is my wife has no immune system and is immunocompromised, also with pre-existing severe health conditions. My wife's medical team does not want her around anyone who could potentially be compromised by COVID should our only daughter bring home the virus. My daughter says she'll be responsible for possibly killing her mother should she contract COVID-19 while at school. My daughter wants to go to school in the worst way possible, but we've seen her actually perform better on the e-learning method you set up. No distractions is the biggest part, and she is in the 504 plan since her 4th grade year. Would you please let my wife and I know what people like us could do should school start back this year? I am truly scared for my wife's health, and we're just trying to plan ahead in the event this isn't possible. This one is from Jay Mooney. As a parent with a family that is comprised of multiple individuals that have serious underlying health conditions, we are extremely concerned about any return to in-person learning. As a small business owner who has taught privately for years, I have time and time again asked families to do the right thing and reschedule if anyone in their household was ill or they thought that they might be getting sick. Repeatedly, I would encounter poor judgment and excuses on why they needed to drop their child off or how they weren't that bad, and they would later find out that they became more sick, etc. I could possibly see the fact that there are parents out of frustration who have hit their limit and have a myriad of reasons why their child needs to be back in school. However, since we all do not have the same experiences in life or the same difficulties facing us, it is tough to have someone who has little or no health issues in their immediate family when faced with frustration and more. Ask them to safeguard others' well-being. I also believe that our teaching staff has continued to do a great job in educating our children, along with the fact that the world is changing. These remote learning skills that will need to be used ever more regularly. Since it is easier to complain about problems than it is to end in a note of appreciation, I can speculate that the school board hears more complaints than praise of what is going on, since as what is going well is usually taken for granted. Just yesterday, I had a good friend and contractor become very ill. He's not been able to work because of his complex belief system, inability to stop playing with and adjusting the mask or social distance. He himself is trying to figure out where he made missteps. This friend is a youth group leader and has continued on doing things as normal for the most part, all while taking precautions and wearing masks because of his health, and is now very sick. Very nice, wonderful people can make bad judgments that affect other people without intention or ill will. As a parent whose health and livelihoods depend on being able to keep myself and my loved ones safeguarded and safe, our kids do not bring something home after we've gone to extraordinary measures to keep everyone around us healthy. We would hate to have someone else's bad judgment, inability to care, understand someone else's situation, or just be over it. We kindly plead with you to keep some kind of e-learning on the table. We love our teachers and want to keep them safe as well. We wish to be able to keep our kids connected to the wonderful staff that we rely on. We also have already seen a marked improvement in our students at home in various areas. We understand that we are teachers and finding new ways to connect with our kids and help them in the learning process has been a new skill set that we are continually working on. However, we are committed to doing the greater good and sacrificing our own comfort level in the learning arena to help the extended families of teachers and staff stay safe along with ours as well. Thank you, District 205, for doing a great job in these rough times. We also had an email forwarded to us from John Prats. He had conversations with two of our French-speaking families expressing desires to return to an in-person learning due to difficulties understanding the e-learning, the parent work schedules, and concerns for their children's educational development, and that they are also seeing other cities who are holding in-person school. So they wanted that feedback shared. Nancy Charles. I have 4 grandchildren currently struggling with e-learning in District 205. 3 of the children are working parents, so the 12th and 7th graders are home all day and trusted to do their schoolwork on their own. Both are noticeably unhappy and their grades are suffering, particularly the 7th grader. He is miserable and not able to get the help he needs. He spends his days in his bedroom with almost no social interaction, no supervision, and no physical activity. His whole personality has changed, and I worry what the lifelong consequences may be for him. For the 4th grader, his parents pay $500 weekly to Discovery Depot, where he gets supervision but no help with actual learning. So they spend their nights helping him with schoolwork while neglecting their other children, including a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. There is no time for physical activity, family meals, household chores, or relaxation. The stress level in the home has risen to an alarming level and their budget is stretched beyond its limits. My 4th school-age grandchild has a mother who is homeless, unemployed, and has no interest in her child's learning. The only time he does any e-learning is on weekends when he's at our house and I'm able to help him. But it's impossible to do more than a few assignments from the past week. He participates in class meetings a couple of days a week when his mother leaves him with us. I work full-time, so his grandpa supervises him on these days, but doesn't have the patience or ability to master the technology and assist him with assignments. The huge majority of assignments are not done, and most days should show as absent. We have no way of knowing what the school may be doing to contact his mother, and she does not share this information with us. I wonder how many children are suffering from similar situations. We're resigned to the probability that grandson will still be in first grade in the next school year. He's not maturing socially, and his behavior gets steadily worse. He also has a 4-year-old brother who should be in preschool, but since it is virtual, it's been a challenge. It's clear that e-learning is much more detrimental to lower income families, putting additional burden on those who already have the odds stacked against them. I've watched the progress of the surrounding smaller school districts that are using a hybrid system and offer full in-person learning. Yes, there have been cases of COVID, but to my knowledge, no one has become seriously ill. When there are outbreaks, those affected are quarantined and return to school when the required time ends. Some schools close to clean the buildings and the students return. The students are able to have reasonably normal schedules and enjoy learning and social interaction. Galesburg Learning Connections has had children in attendance through the whole pandemic and has experienced no outbreaks. Galesburg Christian School has also been in person with no outbreaks. Yes, District 205 is larger, yet many other large districts are physically in school. Larger also means more buildings and more available space. A lot of money has been spent to enlarge and improve the school buildings that now sit unused. The number of students and families being affected is all the more reason to return our students to their schools. I realize there are some who fear spreading the virus. By returning children to school, they can make their own choice to keep their children at home and continue e-learning. It should be relatively simple to share the in-person classroom online. In certain large majority of parents are desperate for their children to return to school. There's also growing evidence showing the negative effects of students not being in school. I've heard that many parents did not complete the offered survey and won't attend the school board meeting because they feel the decision has already been made, and the board seems to make decisions regardless of public input. I hope this is not the case. Many parents simply do not have the time or ability to make their opinions known. I've also heard about the cost of returning school, and if this is a true financial problem, the board needs to seek answers for that. Cost savings do not allow the board to neglect its primary responsibility of providing an education to all students. Despite many amazing teachers who are working extremely hard, District 205 students are not receiving proper or even adequate education. I'm asking you to thoroughly look at all aspects of this issue and consider what's best for students, not only what is financially better or easier for those in charge. There's no perfect answer to the situation, and you can't make everyone happy. But for the overall health of students in our community, it seems clear that returning students to in-person learning is the better option. Thank you for your work and consideration to a concerned grandmother. From JT Dowden. I would like to tell you about our experiences with the e-learning program. I do believe that this is a better product than fourth quarter, but still highly dependent on the teacher's ability and willingness. I have 3 children currently enrolled in 205 and 1 in K4 at the Christian school. All of my children miss their friends and social interactions. I find my children becoming more depressed and moody, especially now that they are losing sunshine and days are shorter. Their mental health is suffering as a result, and I'm afraid for them as the winter approaches. My 2 older boys are doing well academically, however, my second grader is struggling mightily. Since her mom and I both work full-time, she goes to daycare and she has all summer long. When my wife picks her up, it is straight to e-learning. This continues until 8:30 or 9 most nights. She is not engaged and is easily distracted as you can expect, being at home with 3 other children in the house. While we are e-learning, the other children are often neglected, especially our 4-year-old. We pay $140 a week for our second grader to go to daycare. The added expense of childcare is a financial burden for many families which should be taken into account. The fact of the matter is that the younger you are, the less likely you are to have a negative outcome, even if you do happen to get sick from COVID. The demographics of teachers are much younger than they were when I was in school, as most are under the age of 50. Reasonable people will realize that cases are going to happen just like any other disease. It is the outcomes that are more important. The CDC has a chart on their health statistics page showing the deaths/hospitalizations for people younger than 24 years old. It is so small that you can't even hover to see the amount. The table shows that out of 200,000 cases, there have been 441 deaths from people under 24. If you look at under 14, it dropped to 72. I would contend that it is no more dangerous than complications from other diseases. If you would allow the elementary school kids back in 5 days a week, it would greatly improve their mental health and give their parents the much deserved break on their finances and time to actually be a family. Also, if it was allowed to do an optional return to school, then some parents would not send their kids back anyway, in which there would be even less population in the schools at any given time. There is no reason the teachers could not set up a Chromebook/camera in the back of the room for lecture and be available for the rest of the period for the remote kids to ask questions. Other districts are doing this safely. We can too. Life is full of risks and we cannot eliminate every risk. We can do what we can. But I believe having the kids out of school is still more dangerous, both for their mental health and not getting the instruction they need. There is risk as anything, and there will be risk no matter how long we wait to return the kids to school. We need to start moving forward.
One came in while you repeat? As a parent of 4 children, 2 with ADHD severe. As a parent of 4 children, 2 with ADHD severe, I agree with the teacher that previously spoke, nothing at all is worth our children's health. I agree it's very stressful and very difficult, 100% worth it. As a parent, I would do anything to keep my children safe. These are our children we brought into this world. Why risk many other people because of our selfish reasons? I agree with being in person would be a lot more stressful for everyone trying to make sure our children are properly keeping their coverings on and keeping a safe distance. This is not a safe option. Yes, many other schools are doing in person. We see these schools closing back down due to outbreaks. I'll keep my children home and safe no matter how stressed I am. Anything else, Allison?
So we are going to take a 10-minute break.
May I say something? Some of the comments we received, first I want to thank her for all the comments. But some of the comments assumed that the decision had been made by this group. We have not met as a board to discuss this except in open session. The discussion you're going to hear over the next hour, whatever it is from whoever's the 250 people that are watching us. This is new. This is our discussion on this topic. That's how we do business. That's how we're required to do business, and we'll continue doing it that way. All right.
Okay, so, what you see before you, those of you that are online or those of you that are in the room, this is an 85 slide presentation that we are not going to give every slide up, okay? So, it is something that's on our website, so if somebody wants to read through all 85 slides, they can absolutely do that. But considering that we are already almost 3 hours into the meeting and we have some really nice folks who've waited around here a long time, we're going to try to truncate some of that a little bit, all right? So if you see me fly by a slide, understand that it's all out there on the internet. You can see it anytime you want. So we're going to talk about a lot of different issues here. Last month, we talked about isolation. We had Courtney Knuth, our health services coordinator, who's here tonight as well, but talked about what we would have to do to isolate students. And something that we didn't talk about last month that I do think is really important to understand for people who aren't in the schools every day. On a normal, whatever normal is, okay, so this year obviously is not that. But on a normal school year, we have cases weekly where students come to school either on some sort of medication that suppresses their temperature or develop symptoms during the day. And we will have, as I said, weekly situations where students are ill and they're in the office. And attempts are made to try to get a hold of parents, and whether it's on purpose or because there's no way to do it, those students are left to be in the building all day on. Okay? So this isolation issue is a big issue for us because we have to find a place for our students to be isolated. If they have the symptoms of COVID positive by IDPH and just by common sense, we have to make sure that we isolate those students. Okay? When weather was good, area schools around us were using outdoor venues. They put tents up, things like that. As weather gets cold, other schools are now starting to ask, where do we put these students? We don't know where to put them, okay? So we've identified places in each building where it's potentially possible to put the students, but if that becomes a large number, this is going to become a very big, difficult situation. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. In other years, when students' parents don't ever come get them, we would take those students home. Well, we're not going to ask our staff members to take COVID positive students in their vehicle or a district vehicle home. So this is another barrier of what we're talking about when we try to talk about how we're going to make sense of trying to go back to school. And so then exclusion from school, you either have it through quarantine because you've been in the presence of other people who are COVID positive, or you're in fact COVID positive and you have to be home. So we've had, to this date, and we're putting something on the website here very shortly. To this date, we've had 63 students, is that correct?
So far we've had, well, there's another criteria there. So you have those who are in quarantine for, who have been exposed to a symptomatic or positive person. Then you have those who are on isolation for being positive or a probable case. Then you also have those who have symptoms that are pending a negative test result, or also those pending an alternate diagnosis. And so total with those exclusion criteria, there's been 150 in-person exclusions so far, and 50 of those have just been within the past week. Which of course reflects the number. It was consistent of the past week, the highest number record, and that was a week lag. And so it really, I expect the next number to be 9% or higher, just from what I have been seeing on my end. So yeah, from the 150, 89 of those have been students excluded and 61 staff.
Say those numbers again so I can repeat them for everybody out on the internet.
So 150 person have been excluded.
Okay, 150 people have been excluded.
61 staff.
61 staff.
89 students.
89 students. Okay.
And those are only students that are currently.
Right, and those are only students that are participating in extracurriculars or students that we have coming outside. So obviously those numbers would be much higher if we extrapolated it out to the total population. You heard earlier tonight from Michelle Gabriel about contact tracing. They do have, the Knox County Health Department does have a fleet of people that are doing contact tracing, but they've told me that if we go back in full, that they don't believe they have enough personnel to do that. Now, if we go back in partial, they do. So I just want to make sure people understand. So if we go back in full, there's a very real fear that we don't have enough people at the Knox County Health Department to do contact tracing. But if we go back in a measured approach, they still believe that they can do that effectively. We're not going to go through outbreaks right now. Screenings, we talked about that last month, and we're going to go through a reference of a slide here in a little bit. All the screenings that have to go through every day, there's a lot of different ways you can do this. Currently with our staff, we ask them just to certify that they understand what the screening is. We were doing a much more cumbersome one, but we've asked the staff now that we've been doing it for several weeks, they know what the markers are, which are written here on the slide. And then if you have a temperature over 100.4, then you are not allowed to come into the building. As we go into the cold and flu season, allergy season, a lot of those symptoms are similar. So we have some concerns about how we would actively screen for people to come into work, to come into school, when a lot of the symptoms are similar. Isolation, we talk about here, any individual within the school environment who shows symptoms should be immediately separated from the rest of the school population. That's where I was talking about trying to find some rooms within the buildings to isolate students who are COVID positive and then also figure out ways to get them home. Personal protective equipment, we have face masks, face coverings, gloves, gowns, all those, and you'll see later on, we've ordered a lot of those. Well, we've ordered all of these items, and you'll see when we get into the details. Some are here, some are still weeks away because everybody, I think I can say everybody, everybody's ordering these supplies, and so they're very difficult to get your hands on an immediate basis. So we put in orders for a lot of these things weeks ago, and they still aren't here. Hand hygiene, I think we all know about hand hygiene at this point. You have to make sure that you encourage frequent and proper hand washing. And there's been emerging studies on this now. Just read a study today where it says the coronavirus can be on. I don't know how to mute them. We're going to have to find the talker. All right. Okay. All right. For people out there, if you continue to unmute yourself, this is going to take a lot longer. So they found that the coronavirus can live on your smartphone for up to 28 days. So you want to make sure you're washing that every day too, folks. So make sure you're washing your smartphone. So these are all very important things to have your hand hygiene, using hand sanitizers, making sure you're using warm water when possible, and make sure that you're using paper towels when you can, even though most of the time we'd say that's not a good idea. We do have hot air drying, that's obviously the best way if you can get that done. Social distancing, as we are doing tonight, okay? So in many cases, this room could be filled with 75, 80 people. As you can see, we're greatly reduced because we have to keep everybody at least 6 feet apart. Moving those into classrooms, obviously trying to keep those at a physical distance of 6 feet apart, no less than that, reduces the amount of students we can have in a class if we're going to follow the ISBE and IDPH guidelines. Okay, PE, games and sport activities that require close guarding and any potential physical contact must be avoided. So PE, our PE teachers are doing some really cool things online. So if we came back to school, they'd be doing really cool things there too. We just want everybody to know that it's going to look different. Food service. Right now, we're doing a great job of providing meals to people who need them. If we come back to school, we'll have to rethink how we do food service at school as well. Whether that be shortened days to where we would have students get their food and leave, or we would have food in the classrooms, or we would do many more meal periods, which would make you maybe having lunch at 9:30 in the morning. I mean, there's lots of different things depending on the population that's in the building. There's a lot of great factors that go into that.
Hallways, this is a big problem mostly at Churchill and GHS, whereas if we had a large student body there, having students maintaining social distancing while still walking in a hallway in an enclosed space, that's going to be a problem. So how have other school districts done it? That's on this presentation, but other school districts have done it by cohorts of people where they close down whole hallways and they have another hallway go, or this side of the hallway goes, then that side of the hallway goes. It depends on the configuration of buildings. But other districts have figured out some creative ways to do it. It's a lot of, other districts, they've taken middle school schedules and said all these kids are going to take the same classes, which we didn't do. And then the kids stayed in the room and the teachers moved. That would be difficult for us to do at this time because we've already started the year with having students have options. So we would have to figure out some other very creative ways to do it. We can do it, but it's gonna cut into the time that their students are able to be learning in class. Let's see. I want to make sure bathrooms is another. We're gonna have to make sure that there's plastic flexible screens between sinks and urinals. We're going to have to make sure that we don't have more than a certain number of people in a bathroom. We'll have to have somebody standing at the door to make sure people can come in and come out, so we know how many people are in there. Cleaning and disinfection. We're going to have our door handles, knobs, desktops, tabletops, countertops, light switches, pencil sharpeners, so on and so forth, will have to be disinfected on a much more constant basis. And so that will create a lot more need for a lot more chemicals, which we have on a later slide. I'm going to make sure, as I said, it's 85. I want to make sure I get through the high point too. Cleaning and disinfection through all this, drinking fountains, high-touch areas, food service areas. It's going to take a lot more effort to get those things done. Attendance personnel should request specific symptoms reporting when absences are reported, along with COVID diagnoses and COVID exposure. So there'd have to be a level of attendance monitoring that would have to go up. Not a big deal, but that's still a factor. Education and training the staff. Right now we've been very fortunate. We've had about 52 to 58 students in the buildings, and so that's a very manageable number. Our staff knows how to deal with that. As we would increase the number of students, obviously we'd have to get through a short training period to educate everybody on how to maintain proper distancing from everybody. Classrooms, as I said before, we have at the grade school level, you're somewhere between 18 and 25 students, 26 students in a class. If you have physical distancing, you cannot fit that many students in there, so we'd have to have a reduced number in order to maintain the ISBE and IDPH guidelines. We'd have to make sure we build in time for students to have more hand hygiene, possibilities going in to wash hands, things of that sort, so that there would have to be more time for that. Band and music has been a big concern of ours. So choir and band, the aerosol that goes into the air from singing and playing a musical instrument is among the most hazardous things that can be done in a school setting. How school districts are dealing with this right now is they're having band and choir outside. Hey, even my sister, who's a college professor of piano, she has her piano outside. Yes. And I asked her, what are you doing in colder weather? Right? Yeah, they don't know yet. So, I mean, these are problems that are persisting everywhere. She's in Indiana. That's going to be a challenge for us if we go back and to figure out what to do with band and choir folks, because short of making them all play a percussion instrument and humming, we don't really have a viable solution on how to do that when it gets cold outside. Driver's ed, our staff's doing a great job with that right now. I think we could continue on with what we're doing. The driver's ed requires a lot of cleaning, a lot of vigilance with face coverings, but our staff's been doing that since the summer, has been doing a wonderful job. So this really isn't a barrier, but it's just to make sure that you're aware of what's going on. Transportation. So this is kind of a big deal, and I have Paulette Earp here to talk about transportation, and Mike Mullally here from First Student. Paulette, I'd actually like you to come up here for a minute, because I want to get you. I'm going to ask you questions I already know the answer to, but I don't want to sound like I'm making stuff up. And Mike, you can chime in if you want.
Can we ask questions during this?
Absolutely, absolutely. So, Paulette, come on up here. In a typical year, how many regular routes are we running on a daily basis?
With the beverage changes, I mean, if we were.
Right. 34 regular routes on a daily basis. Okay? Mike, how many bus drivers do we have right now that are able to drive?
29.
We're getting closer, okay? We're getting closer. It was 16.
Nope.
So that, I said it was. I said, so that's encouraging.
The lowest we've had was 27.
Oh, 27? Well, okay. I'll believe you on that. A couple weeks ago, your boss told me 16, so.
We can have a discussion at later point.
All right. The point being, we aren't to the number of regular routes that we have. We're getting close though. So that's a positive thing. Now, how many students can fit on a bus? Regular time.
71 or 72.
72 if they're little and you squish them together, right? 3 to 6, okay? What's IDPH requirements on buses? 50.
Too high.
Which is actually still too high, because that means you still got a couple kids a seat, okay? So that's what they say we can do. We're also supposed to have the windows down, and for those people that are listening at home, we've gotten your phone calls about being mad that the windows are down. We know it's cold. But that's the regulation. That's what we're supposed to do to keep the windows down when it gets, because of air circulation. So we're supposed to keep windows down on the buses. So right now our biggest issues are we don't yet have all the drivers for the routes, although they're doing much better and making improvements. That's encouraging. But we have to have more routes as well. Okay. So we'll talk about that in a number later. In addition to having all those routes, we need to have somebody to be on there to screen everybody, yes? So how many people do we have available to screen people?
From my staff, 8 or 9.
8 or 9. And so we would have to add 21 at this point to match the number of drivers we have to get up to that point. We'd have to find those folks to do the wellness check when they get on the bus, because we can't ask the driver to do it. So these are barriers that we have right now in terms of trying to come back in full in any way, shape, or form. Currently at this moment, I'll let you go in a just a second. Currently at this moment, how many routes are we operating in a day?
6.
We're operating 6.
7.
We have
Camelot.
Well, Camelot, sorry. So 1's going to the Quad Cities, 6 are staying here. Okay, so we have 6 that are coming here doing food service and doing special education student service, yes?
No, I wasn't counting food service.
We're using the same drivers. No, we're using 16, that's right. So we have 16 that we're paying for currently, because we have 10 food service, we have 6 students. 6 student routes in town. Okay. So on those, we're able to manage that because there's the most how many on a bus?
Like 3 or 4.
That's what we've had, yes.
Yeah, 3 or 4. So right now we have 3 or 4 students on a bus. IDPH says we can have 50. Okay. Might be a little bit more difficult to maintain. We'd have to decide for ourselves how many we're comfortable with, and I'll talk later about the risk factor that's involved. Okay. Thank you. Do you have any
I have a last question.
Yeah.
Do they have physical barriers in the buses, like plexiglass shields or?
No, sir.
Hopefully it's illegal, as it might be.
We would have to have the Department of Transportation sign off on that with any adjustments or alterations to a bus. And I can get into specifics later by looking into that and let you know what we find out. But I believe any alterations to a bus would have to go through DOT regulation.
I will tell you, talking to other school districts, nobody's altered their vehicles. They're operating their buses as they were supplied. But that's a great question. Yes, sir.
How many of those routes are at full capacity? When you're in, if we were in full person, how many of those routes would have a full bus?
It's hard to answer not knowing for sure who would ride.
So those are all students that have requested transportation, even if the parents. So we staff our buses for any parent that requests transportation. Now, if a parent elects to, on any given day, transport their child, then that seat may not be taken up. But when Paulette builds a schedule, it's based on the number of parents that are requesting transportation. So we have some families that sign up for transportation and never use it. But unfortunately, by law, if they request it and they meet the criteria, we have to provide it, hence we have to schedule for it. So I know we've had conversations in the past that, particularly in the area where you live, you see buses that aren't always full. that's because those parents are electing to drive their kids into school, or maybe they have, certain daycare options on certain days. But when they fill out their registration forms, they're saying, I need busing 5 days a week. And unless they elect to drop that, we have to schedule for that.
In that scenario, then, are those buses all full?
The way the scheduling software works is you take all the students that said that they needed transportation, okay? And then the routing software will plot those based on where they live and how long the bus route you want it to be. Okay, so they kind of run like a geofence around the area, and then they put those students in there to try to make it work. So they're going to try to load balance those as best as possible. So we're going to take, I would say the biggest bus is going to have, and without looking at it right this second, the biggest bus is going to be completely full. Okay, it's going to have 72 students on it or more. And then the least populous one's probably going to be one out in your area, and it's probably going to be half full. Okay, because it balances that how long you have to be on the bus. And so I don't blame any parent that says, yeah, I'm gonna choose an option, because what if you need it? You don't know. I stand out at the high school on many days and count how many kids are on the bus. And I'm like, yeah, that thing's like a half full, third full, fifth full. But it's because people say they're gonna use transportation and then they don't. And I am not blaming them at all. It's very difficult to get beyond that, because if they are within or are outside of a mile and a half or have to cross a hazardous route like a railroad track or a highway, they are eligible for free transportation. So, the lion's share of parents are going to say, sure, I'll sign up, even if they never intend to use it.
So to answer your question, Member Phelps, are most of our buses full on every given day? Probably not, but we won't know that on any given day because the variables that exist are there, right? Daycare, whether the parent's at home, whether they can provide transportation, whether they're catching a ride from a friend, and who knows how transportation needs and or behaviors are going to change because of the situation that we're in. So I think it's a variable that we can do our best guesstimate, but we don't actually know who will or how often they will use the bus.
That's a very fair statement. And any route consolidation that ever happens always happens during the year when you start to see consistently or very reasonably able to predict that these two routes don't need to exist independently and you can combine them. But at the beginning of the year, which we haven't started, any regular transportation on mass, that we haven't been able to do that because we don't know who's going to choose to take it, who's not. So one of the survey results I'll show you here in a little bit, as I talk to area school districts, and these are the bigger school districts, the Western Big Six school districts. I won't say which one. But one of the school districts who's in the Western Big Six, when I asked them, what are you doing for transportation? They said, we're just running regular routes and we just told people not to use it. So that'll work. They said, yeah. I'm like, okay, I don't know if that's going to work here, but that was their solution. They just told people not to use it, and so they had a lot fewer people on the buses. That's a strategy. I mean, it's something you can try. That's what that district tried, and so far for that district it's worked, but the weather hasn't been bad yet too, so it'll be interesting to see how that proceeds. I want to buzz through some of this because once again I want to make sure that we touch on the high points, and then I'm going to give some broader perspective here. So you all know by now the survey results from the parents, community, return face-to-face or stay remote. Almost 62% said come back to school, and 38% said continuing learning. Almost 26% of those that responded said that they would not send their children back to school if we did have it. I don't know that that's necessarily a statistic you could extrapolate out to the entire population. I think those that took the survey, you're probably looking at that more at the number than the percentage. So, you're really talking about 250 people would probably say they're not going to have their kids come to school if we didn't come back out of that 1,042. And then this is the staff survey. Same questions. The staff said basically 58% said they want to stay in e-learning, and 41 to 42% said they wanted to return in person. So basically the opposite, almost the opposite of result depending on the survey. Workman's compensation law, so this is an issue. So I'm going to talk about some broader points. So if we decide, and I've got a little list of options on there, if we decide to come back, okay? If we decide to bring students back, we need to decide a couple things, all right? we're gonna have to spend quite a bit of money, and yes, the point that a lot of parents made is absolutely 100% correct. Students, we should not consider money alone. Our children's education is absolutely important, okay? That's the reason we exist, all right? So this is not meant to be in any way, shape, or form just a monetary discussion, but it is part of the discussion. So if we decide to come back and we want to put every dollar to making sure that we mitigate risk, okay? We want to mitigate risk to the best of our ability. We're going to have to spend quite a bit of money, and we'll show that in a little bit. Or we can say, you know what? I don't want to spend that money, and let's just see what we can get by with. You know, let's, like that one district that said, we're just going to tell people not to use transportation, and we're going to just make it go. Okay? Then we're opening ourselves up to some potential risk. It doesn't mean it is risk, but it's potential risk. Okay? And so we've already talked about last month the fact that there is no insurance coverage for this. There is what's called tort liability coverage, though. Okay? And so, without getting real boring here on you, tort liability coverage is applicable if you act in a responsible, predictable, and appropriate manner. Okay? But how you would pay for any tort award if somebody got it is through the property tax levy. Okay? If we did not apply for tort, you'd have to pay for it out of your fund balances. So, spend money to mitigate risk, save the money, see what chances you take. If you are responsible, you can get covered in tort, which you cover out of your property taxes. So every 23-cent increase in the property tax levy is $1 million. Okay? So if somebody had $1 million award, we could raise the property tax levy 23 cents to pay for that. Okay? So you can just extrapolate that out if it's a $10 million award. Okay? Or if they say you don't even get covered by tort, now you have to take it out of your reserve. Okay? It just comes out of your education fund or it comes out of your working cash fund. So, want to talk about Illinois workers' compensation law. That's been relaxed quite a bit here since COVID. Well-intentioned law, not really trying to criticize it, but it's just reality, okay? So this is an important slide. So I'm going to read it because it's really important. Unlike some states which have presumptions of coverage limited to healthcare workers and or law enforcement, the Illinois legislation extends to all employees who are COVID-19 first responders or frontline workers. The term COVID-19 first responder or frontline worker means healthcare workers and or law enforcement as well as any individuals employed by essential businesses and operations as defined by Executive Order 2020-10, dated on March 20th, which includes, among other things, individuals employed by grocery stores, pharmacies, convenience stores, food banks, media outlets, so on and so forth, bolded and underlined educational institutions. Okay? So, our workers are considered essential workers who are covered by the Illinois Workmen's Compensation law changes. So basically, if one of our, I'm going to go to a ridiculous example, okay? I'm looking at Alicia. Sorry, Alicia, you're sitting back there. Alicia decides she wants to go to a Rolling Stones concert and goes, you know what, I'm going, I don't care. I love the Rolling Stones, I'm going. That'd be awesome. But you come back from it, you catch it, okay? You tell no one that you went to the Rolling Stones concert, we're on the hook for it, okay? We have to pay the salary while they're gone because we are the presumptive cause of anybody's coronavirus contraction. Oh. Okay. There are 15 more people in the waiting room. All right. So, Illinois Workmen's Comp changes. So if we have more students in, we have more possibility of workers going out. All right. That's the short version of that. So far we've had, oh geez, I should have brought that with me. So far we've had, I believe, 8 employees that have taken us up on the FFCRA, the new workman's compensation, the COVID leave. And then those that have taken, we don't have anybody that's taken workers' compensation yet, but the risk of that goes way up. Here's the other big concern we have, okay? I'm only going to talk about this for a second. This part. Wrongful death lawsuits due to COVID in Illinois, all right? Don't want to get political here, not going to do it, but what I will say, and it's statistically measured, Illinois, of our cohort states around us, Illinois is much more generous in terms of payouts for people who have been injured at work. And so the wrongful death lawsuits in this, sorry, I want to go to this, I'm going to go backwards. This one, CPS. Last week, 2 weeks ago, CPS, Chicago Public Schools, An arbitrator in a wrongful death suit said that Chicago Public Schools violated union contract by making clerks work during the pandemic in schools lacking safe and healthful conditions. So they only brought back several hundred of their workers in Chicago Public Schools because they're on e-learning. And they had some of the essential workers there. One of the essential workers may or may not have gotten sick at work, did get sick, died. They said now that the school is responsible and they can't get that money out of insurance, they can't get that money out of tort, they have to pay that money out of their reserve, whatever that award ends up being. Okay. So that at least happened in Chicago. So I want to make sure that we, if I scroll back up. Oh, there we go. So this is the example I talked about before. If we follow all the guidelines and can prove we diligently took precautions and had proper documentation toward immunity laws should provide us some protection under the law. Okay. So a $5 million settlement would cost the taxpayer with the home value at $100,000 an additional $385 in property taxes for 1 year. Okay. So these are the risks. Are they likely? No. But it's my job to lay all the risks out for you. So that's what I'm doing. And then we have the federal leave programs, local leave programs, and then can we staff the district? If we had everybody come back, there's been a limited applicant pool over the past 3 years. It's gotten worse. Our Family First Coronavirus Relief Act and Family Medical Leave Act leaves could accelerate with face-to-face learning. And right now, I believe the number is still 8 in terms of willing subs that we have in the district. Whereas on an average day, in a regular year, we have 18 subs in the district on a daily basis. So, teachers average 16.73 absences per day. So the average of number of unfilled substitute positions daily would be 1.21 positions last year. Paraprofessionals, we had an average of 7 absences per day. Food service, average 11 absences per day. Custodians average 2.3 absences per day. So that's in a regular year. Trying to figure out how to staff that in this year would be a little bit more of a difficulty. Okay. So then we talk about what our substitute pay is, what our substitute leave is. Substitute training for hybrid learning would be crucial. Subs would need to navigate multiple instructional platforms digitally while instructing in-person students. So we have a lot of, and I apologize, as I said, this is 85 slides, so I'm trying to cover the spirit of it in a relatively brief period of time. Okay, so here's the estimated transportation additional costs. The additional bus routes would cost us $646,000, the monitors $930,000. We'd have to rent food service vehicles in order to, if we decided we wanted to try to still feed the remote folks, okay, that'd be another $34,000. Food service drivers, $61,000. For a total increase, this is if we brought everybody back that wanted to come back, and if we still allowed for food service delivery to people who wanted to stay anywhere. That's what this is, okay? There'd be a $1.67 million increase to our transportation costs, okay? Our additional routes would be needed to adhere to ISBE and IDPH guidelines. We currently have 29 first student drivers ready to drive. Routes needed for 2021 pre-COVID-19 was 37. Additional routes required for face-to-face would be 7 to 18 routes. And then we do get some of that reimbursed. The reimbursable cost would be somewhere between $251,000 and $646,000. And the non-reimbursable cost would be almost $1 million, okay? Also, because of the time that you would have to take to screen every child getting on the bus, as we did our first route projection, the earliest a child would get on a bus under these things would be 5:54. Because it's going to take a lot longer to screen, get on there, ask the questions, do the thing, get them on the bus, seat them, make sure they're in the right spot, and then go to the next stop. Okay. Food service day, yes?
So, I agree with the temperature on the bus, but didn't we talk about parents signing off that child had no symptoms or whatever? So why would we take the temperature and have them sit down and move on?
Well, I'm really glad you asked that question. So, we do want to do that, where we would have parents sign off on that. What if they don't? We can't just not pick a kid up, okay? So we have to allow for the fact that there are going to be people who don't do it. So we have to add that into the equation as well.
We have parents send their kids to school sick now.
Yes.
And we continue on.
Yes.
I'm just saying, there's inherent risk.
Absolutely. I'm not arguing with any of that. We're just laying out all the whys and wherefores here.
I had a question about the cost.
Yes, sir.
You have a total of 1.6 million. Is that for the entire school year, or is that for as of tomorrow? So we
That's for 100, that's assuming we started, like 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Thank you for asking. Yeah, this does not assume 174 transportation. So food service daily delivery routes, 7 additional vehicles we talked about there, the staffing cost of that to staff those would be $96,000. That's not reimbursable. Prorated transportation reimbursement, we're not going to get too boring here for you folks, but the state's supposed to reimburse 80% of all allowable costs. The state has already told us they're going to prorate that. And quite honestly, we've heard if the fair tax doesn't pass, you're only going to get half your payments this year, so you can get half of your reimbursement that's already been prorated. So, in fairness to the state, you end up getting the money, but it might be next year, 2 years, 3 years. I think the longest I waited is 3 years. But we waited 3 years for transportation reimbursement for that. Okay, so estimated PPE and COVID-19 protection supply costs. I'm going to show that the board's all seeing this, but I'm going to show you all this and understand we have either ordered or inquired about ordering every single thing on here.
Some of our orders have been in since last March.
Some of our orders have been in since last March and we still haven't gotten them, okay? So we can go through all these all you want, but as you can see, right now we have those temperature stands outside, we have 1. If we want to order more, we can get them pretty quickly, but it'll cost us $31,000. I would highly recommend we get them though. It does limit our human touch with anybody, and you can monitor those students coming in very easily.
I have a question about this though.
Yeah.
What information do they track and how long does it track?
It just tracks your temperature and who's wearing a mask.
Okay.
You can load it up so that it can do facial recognition, but ours doesn't do it then.
And we don't have the kids scan, like, an employee doesn't have to scan their ID before.
Okay.
It's just a human has to be on the other side to hear, you are normal.
Okay.
Right, so you have to have somebody near the machine to hear you're good to go, but then, so if somebody says you're not, you have somebody there to move them to the side. It really does work well, but it's not cheap, but it's not completely ridiculous cost either. So I mean, $2,400 for each one. When you consider that we wouldn't have to hire an extra person, it would actually be cheaper. And then masks, disposable masks. We just got in another 4,600 disposable masks the other day. We have 10,000 on hand, which will last us 7 days if we did all of it. We put in orders. How many different places, Courtney?
Quite a few. Paulette's been the one helping order quite a bit of those, but
We haven't really had any trouble getting them.
yeah.
Well, that's good. The cloth masks, we have laundry service in every building. We would rather do a lot more cloth masks so people could give their cloth mask up at the end of the day. We wash that already for people. It's a lot better for the environment too. And then adult cloth masks there you see. Face shields, we do have a few face shields we got free from IEMA. We have 800. And how long would our current supply last? Hard to know. Face shields are really not recommended. They're only recommended if somebody can't wear a mask. Or it's another layer if somebody wants to wear a mask and a face shield. But we do have some folks wearing those. Plexiglass units for teachers and staff. We've not ordered those because they're kind of expensive. We have 140 because we were going to do the Meet the Teacher night, but we haven't. We would have to order a lot more in order to get that up to full scalability. Foldable desktop separation screens. We need 4,000 of those. We haven't ordered any because it costs a lot of money, and we didn't know what method we were going to use and how far apart we were going to be. So it depends on the system we're going to be in if we're going to do that. Disinfectant wipes we kind of go through on a regular basis. Right now it says we have 0. Okay. Wait, I don't know why it says that. We have disinfectant.
Zero surplus.
Zero surplus. Okay, I'll say we have them in all the buildings, but we don't have extra at this point in time. And then there's for custodial cleaning down there, pail disinfectant wipes, pail refills. all the different disinfectants, hand sanitizers, gloves, disposable gowns, goggles, infrared thermometers, which one of the parents did, or one of the staff members said, ours currently register low. They do. We ordered several for each building, and they do register a couple degrees lower than the regular temperature scale. Batteries for those. N95 masks, which we want for our nursing staff, our secretarial staff. We need to get them fitted for that. Laundry detergent. We can go through all these unless you want me to. I'm just going to kind of start to scroll here a little bit. Van costs, teacher taxi mobile cards, all those things we have not put in because, once again, these aren't things we would use in a normal year, so we didn't feel comfortable ordering them if we didn't ever need them.
What have we paid so far?
So far,
I'm sorry.
what have we paid so far for all of these things?
I would have to go back and look. I know we're getting ready to turn in, a FEMA claim for about $108,000. So we're well over that because we're kind of in two different fiscal cycles.
So I can't see the bottom of this. So there's a total number at the bottom. I can't.
It's $2,400,000.
Well, it's $2,400,000. I know the total. So if you go through all of it, it's about $2.4 million. Now, that's if, once again, I want to be clear. This is if we're bringing everybody back. Okay? If we're bringing everybody back. Everything is moldable depending on what percentage of student population we bring back. All right? So this is all just all in, everybody coming. So, I can't say this strongly enough when you see the next numbers. This is absolute worst case scenario. All right? I think we did a pretty good job of talking about worst case scenario, but so well, in fact, that people now are quoting like this is what's happening all the time. I want to be real clear for everybody out there listening. The following slides are worst case scenario, okay, financial wise.
Dr. Esplin, I do have one question.
Yes.
In regards to the items, the $2.4 million that we would need to spend, that's assuming everyone comes back and we ordered every single item on that list.
That is correct.
But we have already spent an unknown amount of that money already.
Yes. Yes, we've already spent, in excess of $100,000 on that number. Yes.
That's in addition to.
Well, it would be a sliding scale depending on which ones they are. So some of them would be repeatable, some of them wouldn't.
But we have ordered some of those items.
Some of them
and included costs associated with some of those items on that list.
Yes, but it's a small amount compared to what we have to spend. Yes, that is true. So this is our 2021 deficit before additional return to learning, okay? Our worst case scenario showed we could lose as much as $10 million overall, and that's a whole lot of things going the wrong way for us. But that's what it showed that could happen, okay? If we went through all this and we said we're going to pick the lane of doing the best job we can to mitigate risk, the worst case scenario is $15 million to the bad. Do I think that's going to happen? No. But it is within the realm of possibilities, so we felt like we needed to put it out there.
John, why does the tort fund go to $3 million?
Because these expenses would all come out of tort.
Okay.
Great question. We could take it out of O&M, we take it out of tort, because that's really what we'd be doing, okay? So you take it out of tort because that's trying to mitigate risk. And that's why you'd be doing it, that's why you'd be spending the money. And later on tonight, you'll hopefully approve a tort plan, which talks about the thematics of that. So this is talking about worst case scenario again. Okay, so our estimated fund balance on 6/30/2021 in the ed fund is on the left, and on the right, if we did all the face-to-face that we were doing, the fund balance would be that. Once again, worst case scenario. So far, so good with our finances this year, but this is all based on a lot of things going badly. And the second half of the year could get ugly. All right? So what are neighboring states doing for school and extracurricular activities? What are LUTA and Western Big Six districts doing? Neighboring states, COVID trends, and what are the trends in Knox County? You've heard some of that tonight. Okay? So in getting a formal survey from Rock Island, Sterling, Geneseo, Quincy, Moline, you see we're all kind of over the place. You have some of the districts in remote only, some of the districts in hybrid scheduling of alternate days, and some are in 5 days a week with remote option. Okay? We also have how many substitutes you have. They have between more than 15 and 0 to 5, depending on the district. So they don't have a lot. None of the districts have a lot, okay, in speaking to the superintendent. What are the neighboring states doing for instruction and extracurricular activities? So, had a whole lot of slides on this, and then basically it all came down to the fact that Kentucky, Indiana, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Missouri all have schools that are doing the same things Illinois is doing, okay? They all have schools that are in person. They all have schools that are in hybrid. They all have schools that are in total e-learning. They have everything we're doing, okay? The difference between those states and ours is that those states have opened up all extracurricular activities, okay? Illinois has some, but not all. So here's the new daily case. This is a week old. Daily new cases in Missouri from March to now. As you can see, since the summer, Missouri's cycling up. Wisconsin has really gone bad lately. Is cycling up. Indiana, kind of been up and down, but it's the wrong trend. Iowa's the one that's flat. That one's seems like they kind of, I don't know, maybe we just live by the Quad Cities where they have a lot of hot spots, but overall their state's going pretty well. Kentucky, cycling the wrong way. And then Illinois, we've been kind of up and down as we go along. So, honestly, looking at the other states, there wasn't a lot of discernible difference in terms of, the one big difference was they were doing all extracurricular activities. Didn't look like that was causing or not causing any more spikes, and really couldn't come up with any discernible differences between them. Iowa and Illinois were fairly similar in terms of slopes. For whatever reason, Wisconsin is really going poorly right now. Don't really know the reason why. It's probably the Packers' fault. And then this is old. So this is a week old. We had 773 confirmed cases last week. Now we have 843. We had 45 yesterday.
She said tomorrow it will be 901 report.
Oh, tomorrow it's going to be 901.
906, sorry.
Oh, geez Louise. Sorry. Good. So this was as of October 6th. You saw our infection rate was kind of up and down. It's going up now, unfortunately, over the last few days. So just threw a lot of stuff at you. Once again, for people that want to look at this online, all those slides are online. Everything's out there. I just didn't want to go through 85 slides in detail. Any questions on any of that before we get to other learning options and social emotional learning?
I do have one question. With the survey for staff faculty, without looking at it, I think it was roughly 58% wanted to remain remote.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think any of that is attributed to us not having any information and a plan presented to them to look at and be vested in and know that they're coming back to a safe environment? Do you think with that plan, that number would change or in favor of more people coming face to face?
That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know. That would be me guessing. I think for people, remember Lion said it earlier. I'll say it again. We organized our time because the first plan that we put together took thousands of hours. Okay, combined thousands of hours. We did not want to come back and guess at a plan, so we didn't. It's taking enough time for us just to get through a day. Right now, we didn't have the staff hours to try to create several plans in complete 25-page length. So we thought, we'll come to this with the information the board wants to have, and we'll make a decision about how we're going to go forward, then we'll spend that staff time working on that plan. And maybe one thing, at least with one parent, who I heard it tonight, we never intended for the 5 weeks to just stop and then we start something else. We just said after 5 weeks we talk about how to move forward. So anybody that's still listening at home, don't give up your daycare yet. We talked about that on video. We want to make sure that we're still taking care of all the kids. So I'm gonna speak kind of broadly real quick before I get to the other folks who are gonna present. I think everybody that presented tonight brought up really good points. I mean, I think there are really fantastic points on all sides, all right? I sound like a politician right now, but I mean that. There are some really fantastic points. The things I'm most scared of, a lot of those things that are on there, the things I'm most scared of is if we went back full, okay? There's going to be, by law of averages, a point in time where we're going to have to go back out of that and go into a remote just by probability, okay? Infection rates would dictate it. I'm fearful that people are going to give up what daycare options they have and then they're going to have no options, okay? So that's one fear of mine, okay? And that's a big fear because making sure someone's looking after the kids is a big concern, okay? Asking our staff to try to teach two different ways is a big fear of mine. Because I feel like, and I know they are, working extra hard just to do one way right now. And that's you know, I'm afraid of just injuring people, you know, mentally, physically, that's a big concern. The thing I want to make sure I recommend, because I'm not doing my job if I don't recommend something to you, and then you're all free to vote it down and say that it's wrong. What I think we should do, and I'll have these folks get up and give their presentations, but I want to make sure before I sit down. What I believe we should do is keep the plan that we have, because the plan that we have allows us to scale up the number of students. We can say, you know what, let's use the plan we have now, and let's add a certain number of students, see how that goes, add some more students, see how that goes, add some more students, see how that goes. Because what a lot of people that don't do this all the time wouldn't understand is that if we decided to go with a completely different plan, we would have to then renegotiate all this with the GEA and the other unions. We'd have to go through all that process. We'd have to go through all the other transportation scenarios. We'd have to go through all these other factors.
And to go back, the teachers aren't going to approve that.
This is not enough.
Where are they going? You go. There you go. So my recommendation is that we keep the current plan that we have, because that plan said from the beginning we can use Seesaw, we can use Google Classroom, and in some cases Moodle. So we can scale up, we can continue to use that as the bedrock of what we're doing all year. Our teachers could bring in small groups of students, they could bring in the most needy students, the kids that need it the most now, we could get them in much more quickly, okay? Than if we decided to start over, because that will take weeks, okay? And so my recommendation to the board is to maintain the plan we have with an emphasis on trying to bring back more students in a methodical manner, okay? We aren't deaf to the fact that there are many people out there who have students who have needs that need to be in school, okay? We know that. We also know that we have a limited ability to provide a completely safe learning environment if we just dropped everything in a different direction. So I think the most important thing is to provide predictability and stability for our students, for our parents, for our staff. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is to stay with the plan that we're going with and just continue to ratchet it up more and more and more. And as the numbers do what they do, we can scale it down, we can scale it up, we can go in any direction we want. But we spent weeks with lots and lots and lots of people working on that plan. Now people don't necessarily have time to put that much time into a really well thought out plan. That plan's really well thought out. People did a wonderful job, okay? And so I just want to start right there with my recommendation that we should stay the course, but start to ratchet students back into the classroom, with starting with our most needy and moving forward. Now I'll turn it over to Tiffany, who's got some more presentation to do.
am here to present some options that we would have if we were to elect to return face-to-face, some hybrid options. The goal here then is to provide a safe return of students and staff to our facilities while recognizing the IDPH guidelines. So we would focus on creating this plan, developing schedules that allow for portions of days or weeks of face-to-face instruction, while still offering that asynchronous instruction that we do now through our same platforms. We would do this by continually reevaluating the metrics of COVID-19, and that would fluctuate the amount of time and the number of students we have present within the building. So, let's scroll down here. Okay. Currently, taking half day of face-to-face attendance for all students does not work given the guidelines by IDPH. Additionally, as you heard earlier about transportation routes, in order to, let's say we brought children back half in the morning on two groups. So group A came in the morning, group B came in the afternoon. We don't have enough routes to make that happen, and it would also double our transportation costs. So where we're seeing just shy of, 2.8 million for our transportation, it would look upwards of 6 million if we were to go with that route. So that is a concern as well, and not feasible. And a full day of face-to-face currently for all students does not work, given the guidelines. So what could be a possible solution? I am a glass half full kind of person, people know that. So I'm looking for solutions when the metrics actually allow us to return. So utilizing the shortened schedule or a hybrid schedule, so to speak. All right, the number in the student survey showed that 25% of parents would not send their students back. This also only represented 1,700 children in the district. But given that number, that's what we're going to go off of based on the numbers I'm presenting you this evening. So this slide here shows you an example. So for kindergarten through 4th grade students, one option could be that you split your group in half. So half the student population comes on an A day. Here I have 2 face-to-face days for that group, followed by 3 virtual days. Group B during that same time would be doing 3 virtual days, followed by 2 face-to-face days. So you have that Wednesday in between for cleaning, deep cleaning between the groups. So that option would allow some face-to-face time, but you would also still be utilizing those virtual platforms. The goal here would ideally be to have math and English language arts be the focus of the instruction for our younger learners. While they're present, they could also have the interventionists working with them. ESL teachers could help co-teach and support in the classroom for small groups of students as needed. Whereas science and social studies and special courses might actually take place during that virtual asynchronous time that we have available.
How long of a day would that be?
We have to have at least 5 hours, so we're thinking somewhere around the time of 1:15, 1:30-ish dismissal. But we would continue with the same start times as we have planned, based on the routes. You'll see at the bottom of this screen, it's kind of covered here.
Excuse me, why is it 5 hours if they go back and have the, whatever that term is, the time on computer afterwards?
So it
science and social studies.
Yeah, so it depends on what we actually do. So we haven't planned the whole day out. Like I said, you do have some of that virtual time. That could count towards your 5 hours. That certainly could, but we don't have a full fleshed out plan, so we would have to fluctuate what those numbers look like. Very good question. We also talked about the pros and cons of this, but first I want to talk to you about what those numbers might look like given the 25% of students who would not return. That would reduce your numbers. On the slide you'll see there was an edit error, but it's correct on this slide. No, it just goes away. So let's say, for example, King has 502 students based on the October enrollment. 25% of those students not returning will give you a total of 377 students, which means Group A might have 189 students. Group B would have 188, which is about 37 kids per grade level, averaging about 8 students per class because they have 5 sections of teachers in each grade level.
Tiffany, another question.
Yes.
The 25% that are at home, what experience would they be experiencing? What would they have available to them?
Okay, so there could be 2 options. So your Group A or your Group B, that would be that option. So some would be learning from home on the B day, but you also have that 25% who would be totally e-learning. So we don't have a final plan on that, but I've looked into programs such as Accelis and Accelerate Learning, which are some kindergarten through 5th grade virtual learning platforms that schools are using, because we don't have enough staff members to have a wholly virtual plan and then still have the remaining students who are gonna show up face to face. We don't have enough staff to do that. So we're looking at some fully virtual options. And I'll talk more about that in 6th to 12th grade as well. But I just wanted to give you an idea, that's roughly 8 students in a class if we divide that total up with the 75% of population remaining. But the other point, number line that you bring up is what does hybrid learning look like for the group that's not face to face for that day? That's the question that remains. So some of the things we've talked about, and there are possible solutions, we would still have to have some technology within the classroom, some omnidirectional microphones so that we wouldn't compromise the sound quality for those students, because teachers obviously going to be moving around, right? I mean, if I were to walk over to Mr. Houston at this point, it'd be very difficult for the crowd to hear me on the virtual end. So we have to make sure those are taken into account. Additionally, webcams, because the teacher doesn't have a desktop unit any longer, they have their laptop. They'll still need to use their laptop, so it cannot serve the purpose of laptop for accessing information and recording them at the same time. That doesn't give the teacher the flexibility. So there would be no benefit if a teacher's literally stuck behind the laptop teaching. So we also looked at some webcams. We purchased actually 3 different omnidirectional microphones in an effort to see which one provided the best quality. We tested those out for future planning. Some of the pros would be that we could see kids face to face for 2 consecutive days. We had plenty of time to clean on the Wednesdays, and there'd be consistency in the instructional delivery, because we could still continue using Google Classroom and Seesaw as our platforms.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Those technology upgrades that we would need to do for a hybrid plant, are those built into that $2.4 million that Dr. Esplin had presented?
Did you include the microphones? No, they're not.
And the additional tech, not knowing what plan we would go with, it was very difficult to narrow down kind of what additional tech.
To give you, and just to give you a good example of an omnidirectional microphone, the one that we liked the most was roughly $35, but that is multiplied times the number of teachers we have. So that gives you a good estimate there. The other thing that Dr. Asplin mentioned was the need for a teacher to teach twice. We want to avoid that at all costs. I don't think that's a good setup at all. I think that's overly burdensome on the teacher. I also think that the student at home would have to be following 2 different plans. That's not helpful for families. So really what we would ideally like to be doing is to include them in the instruction as we're going along, which is why we have the extra need for the cameras and the microphones as well. So here's a second sample. I'll be honest, this is not my favorite, partly because younger learners thrive on seeing people on a regular basis. This is a 1 week on, 1 week off. And when I say that, I mean 1 week face-to-face, 1 week virtual, and we're just flip-flopping. The one reason I put this in here was because for families, I'm concerned ultimately about their ability to have childcare, so on a consistent basis. Lots of them, even if they pay, let's say we went with sample 1, they had 2 days virtual and then 3 days, or 2 days face-to-face, 3 days virtual. They're still paying for that childcare spot all week long. I've paid for childcare for a long time for 3 girls. I know what that cost looks like. But I do think that this might be more beneficial in terms of that than the other for some consistency's sake. But the benefit here would be you'd see some students 5 days face-to-face, but then you also have a whole week before you get to see them again. There are a lot of different varieties and solutions. One thing that Sterling is using, who's also on our conference, they actually use Group A, Group B model, and they have Monday, Wednesday, Friday, week 1 that group has. The following week, they're Tuesdays and Thursdays face-to-face. So they are there 5 days over 2 weeks. But it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday the following week. But think about that as a parent trying to keep up with all of that. That is the concern I have. Okay? It's working for them, so that's where they're at. They actually do that at their high school level. 9th and 10th grade is on the Monday, Wednesday, Friday, while 11th and 12th grade is on the Tuesday, Thursday week, and then they flop. Okay? Okay. I think I mentioned all of those. Here's 5th through 12th grade. I also offered, my favorite solution is actually the 2 days face-to-face, cleaning Wednesday, and then so that everybody's virtual, and then 2 more virtual days for that time frame. Partly because it gives you the time to see the students. I feel comfortable with the cleaning process in between. And then you also have that opportunity to keep that same format with all of your students. I think for the teacher's sake. Yes, sir.
For that type of classroom, how many students would we have per classroom?
In the 5th through 12th grade,
I was thinking the K through 4. That's 8?
That's the one that's 8, yes. And then I actually broke it down too for the 5th through 12th grades as well. So let's just take Lombard, for example. They have about 111 kids in each grouping, once we take the 25% out. And then they have 13 sections of students at any given time, so students are in 13 different sections. That's about 8 to 10 students, but we have to be very strategic about that because it doesn't all come out in the wash, because at that level, they all get the opportunity to make choices on electives. So we have to be very mindful of that as well. And additionally, high school would even be more tricky because you have some grade levels that are shared in courses. So you might have a composition class or a college comm or something like that, but it would have roughly 2 grade levels of students. So you can't just cut it down to half. Way mark, okay?
Tiffany, just a logistic piece. On both of these plans, either the 2-day a week or 5 days each week, we still have a Saturday or Sunday cleaning for each of those groups, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And that's, right, so that's an expense also that we haven't projected in here.
Yes, it's a fair point.
And all classrooms would be, just like Wednesday cleaning, Saturday be cleaning.
Yes, absolutely.
And just for the record, the Saturday would be considered overtime, yes?
Yes. Okay, this is the similar pro and con. I think we need to mention too, no matter what we do, and I know it's been mentioned this evening, part of the challenges we're gonna have is just the movement within the building, transition time, the bathroom breaks, the hallway movement, the getting to school to start out the day. What do you do with the students that are flagged as COVID and have to put them in this isolation room? Who watches them? What does the sanitation look like? All those pieces, you know, are important. And then we also have to consider lunch, and I know that's something that we can work around. One of the ideas was that at the end of their shortened school day, they would take the lunch and the breakfast for the next day on the bus to go home, so they had something to eat the very next day. But then you wouldn't have to work on trying to manage all of the different lunch periods with the restrictions on social distancing and the supervision of it, and the cleaning required. Here's another sample. This is a Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday plan. So similar to your 2 days on, 3 days virtual, but this actually gives you a day in between. I only gave you several samples only because those are things that exist out in districts around us. I like this one. Again, I think the 2 on, 3 virtual make the most sense because it's solidified. I think this on and off, especially if I'm a parent who has kids in kindergarten, maybe a 6th grader and a 10th grader, trying to keep up with all of your A group, B group deals is a little bit more challenging when you spread it out on Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday.
And this one, when do they clean?
They would have to clean all the time.
It would have to be at night.
And everyone is virtual Friday in this scenario, which seems to be one of our work attendance days. So you wouldn't be missing that face-to-face interaction with students.
One of my concerns with having a group participate in the classroom instruction virtually while the rest of the class is face-to-face is we have struggled as a board to conduct this meetings in that same fashion. We have participants that don't mute. We have participants that cannot understand what's being said, maybe even right now while I'm talking. And to then put that onto students, I don't think that's going to be highly successful.
I think I understand your point, and I don't disagree. The only thing that I think we have a benefit of in comparison to what we're experiencing this evening is that I have those same students all the time. So my students in my class have my norms and the expectations within the building and the etiquette that we require. That'd be a little easier to manage, and you can manage that on a person-by-person basis, if that makes sense. This is very challenging because not all the people actually participating in one of the board meetings before. But your concern is noted that we would have to be mindful of the need to move both sides, right?
Tiffany, on, so you've got the possible plan for 5 through 12. If I'm a parent, I want my K4 or my 5-12 to have the same plan.
You want both?
I want whatever we're doing, I want them the same. And these look like you've got 2 different options here.
Well, the reason we have 2 different options is 1, the grade level bands are significantly different in their needs. 2, in some scenarios, some school districts bring back just the K4, and some people bring back the whole group. So I wanted to make sure that we had some options, that even if it was just K-4 isolated that we bring back. So the point I was trying to make is that if we just decided to do K-4 and it was just the only group that we brought back at that time, and we did not bring back 5-12, this could be an option. Those are options that are different than what you had before presented. I agree with you that if we're gonna look at it, we're gonna say, you know what, K-12, we're all doing the same plan. I think for the sake of parents, I think all the stakeholders involved. I agree with you.
One more question to me.
Yes.
I think one of the other things that I thought about when I saw this as an option, it's not just about having all the schools on the same plan, but what is our capacity to understand families being on the same day?
That is almost, go ahead. You look like you had an idea.
Well, there's,
Right?
I
So
think
like I
that
have
more-
we have siblings in different grade levels.
There's a really great feature in our student management software that's called Family, so you can see even if they have different last names, you know who's in that same family. So it'll take some effort, but we do have a way to know that all of the kids in this household will go to school on the same day as the other kids in that household. Yeah.
I just think that would almost have to be necessary to cut down on exposure for the family that we're trying to read all of this is trying to, right?
And to your point and to Dr. Axel's comment though, that is going to be a very, very tedious task that's going to take a very large amount of time to manage. So that's why the conversation was, this can't be something that we just flip to. It's going to take tons of hours if we're going to do it right. And I would rather put together a plan that took a little bit more time to have it be a good plan. That's just my personal opinion. Like I said, alternating structure of this grouping is more to keep up with in regard to cleaning schedules and busing groups and just families. I think it's a burden. So further planning and consideration, if we were to consider in-person or hybrid instruction, there'd be likely adjustments of the schedules at each of the grade level bands in comparison to what they're doing now. So let's say a teacher, Ms. Johnson, has the schedule that she's going with. But she's going to bring the kids face to face. She would obviously move some of those things around so that she can have students for math and language in the morning. So that might alter what the rest of the student's day looks like. So even though that's beneficial, it's still going to be an additional change for families and parents, families and students, excuse me. I had some other things I want to talk about here. Changes to schedules. I mean, Nick Young and I have talked about this. Even when we bring kids back, we'll have to look at schedules because it won't align just so that you can bring half and half. You might have some classes still in with 22 because it's an elective option. It may not bear out that it's just half your class is gone today and half your class is here tomorrow. We would have
the ability, if we wish, to change schedules then, so we can balance things out. Just because a student is in there because they were in there previously, and it doesn't work for their health, we have the ability to change an elective.
I don't disagree, which is why I think at the end of a grading period would be a more appropriate solution so that you are looking at a full 9 weeks or a full semester. Yes. Like I said, there's additional tech needs. We have to consider movement. Transportation obviously is a conversation we've had multiple times this evening. We would have to have a required parent survey when we go to plan for this. I need to know who's going to be in attendance, who's going to plan to be here so that we can plan accordingly for staffing, for classrooms, for PPE, for all of those pieces. It's essential that we know. So at this point, you would opt in. I'm going to participate in-person instruction in whatever way, shape, or form. Can I pull out at any time? Yes, you could. But if you opt to do e-learning, you will have to opt to do e-learning as a full-term position because we cannot continue to have the ebb and flow of people to plan for, which then changes all of our numbers and our social distancing. It's not a manageable thing unless we require someone to make a choice.
Tiffany, did I hear you say then if someone opts to go full-time e-learning, will we have somebody that handles those students separately?
So we are looking to, because I don't think it's a manageable task to do both, for a teacher, for a classroom teacher, yes, we already purchased Edgenuity, as you know, for 6th through 12th grade students. It has the full core curriculum for Illinois schools. It has all of the elective opportunities that we would need as well at the higher levels. So we would do an Edgenuity for 6-12 likely. K through 5, we do not have Edgenuity. Edgenuity does not have a program They have a company underneath of their umbrella, which is called Accelerate Learning, which I have information about. I've already talked to our rep about that. And then Peoria Public Schools actually does this for virtual learning for their students. They use Accelis. It's a relatively new program, but it's a full virtual online curriculum for public schools to utilize for those who choose to do e-learning solely.
And is that simply because we're worried about workload? Because I know that some of our other districts around us, right, to other people's points, right? So I'm asking this partly because I want to know why we wouldn't do it, but also so that people out in Zoom land understand the difference in our district compared to other districts, right? So there are smaller districts around us who are doing some version of hybrid, where they have students in person and then they're virtual learners. And so at the end of their in-person day, they're logging on and doing virtual learning. And they have students who are purely remote. And so they're putting together videos and homework for them, but they're still trying to engage in some capacity. So what we're saying, or what I'm hearing you say, is that the reason we would have to use these online programs is just by virtue of the number of students that we have compared to the smaller districts around us.
I completely agree, but I would also say, in addition to that, the amount of work that would require of a teacher and our teaching staff would be, an insurmountable task, in my opinion, to manage both of those worlds and do it effectively and not completely burn out. I mean, teachers are doing amazing things right now, but they are running at 100 miles an hour, trying to make sure that they've got all their ducks in a row. And so we wanted to make sure also, for the consistency of this child, that their curriculum was not something that we just threw in the last 2 hours of the day after they were done teaching the rest of the group. We wanted them to get a full, rigorous curriculum that could be aligned to the standards. We were confident that it aligned, that it was quality. So I think it's a twofold reason. Yeah. I think the last part I have here, process for lunch distribution, and the big key here is communication with all stakeholders. People have to know the plan. We've got to create the plan, work the plan, explain the plan. So that would be those next steps. Are there any questions for me?
Well, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm still not sure in terms of what you are recommending. If you could distinctly tell.
I am not recommending a plan. I was simply providing you options with us doing this as a face-to-face option because I know that's what was wanted to review. The other piece I wanted to be mindful of is this frequency of students returning to the building and the number of students. We're already working on our ESL plan. It's already in the works in hopes to bring some ESL students back to school to get some supports based on some data criteria that we've set up. So that is also in the works.
John, are you recommending anything?
Yes, I'm recommending that we stay with the plan that we have, but we increase the number of students through the plan that we've already developed, because it's already been built and everybody understands. The vast majority of people understand it. Our staff knows how to use it. We know what we're doing. If we continue to go on the plan we have, but just ratchet up the number of students that are there at the building, we can accomplish that.
Probe you on that, ramping this up. Like what numbers are you looking for at? When did that happen? And who would instruct them?
Right. So as the way it stands right now, our current return to learn plan says that we have a 3-day recall for staff to come back to the building. So we have through especially at the early levels, let's start there. We've tried to do the best we can to identify the early learners who are having the most trouble. Okay?
We have the names left in.
Correct. So in using that, I would recommend beyond the students, right now we already are about days from implementing an EL group of students to come back, who are the ones that are most at risk. We then I would recommend that we go to our K2 population and look at those students and start to bring back the most vulnerable and go through the data, but also staff recommendations, bring those students back, then monitor how we're doing, get some metrics in terms of what our infection rates are in the building, what are we experiencing, and then build it up from there, depending on what the virus is doing here, in the foreseeable future. I don't know what that is.
So when you, I still don't, what's the number of students are you looking at? When you say bring back, like our EL students, we're gonna bring back 200?
No, first of all, we're starting with EL students, the number that scores below is a certain number, and I don't remember the number.
So it's below a 2.0.
That, yes, but how many of those students were there?
I believe there are roughly 90.
You're talking 90 EL students, and then when you talk about the lowest 5% of your performers in your K1, well, we want to start with 5%, so we want to get them the most help, and then move it up to 10%.
And when you talk about bringing them back, are we talking about bringing people back for an hour twice a week, or?
Right now, with our special education population, it varies. We have a couple hours a day, 3 to 5 days a week. So I think that with the transportation system we have, depending on the student's needs, I think that's an appropriate model, where the teachers can come in and work with those children on a, not one-to-one, but pretty close to one-to-one basis, and try to get them the help they need.
The teachers are also still, these same teachers are still expected to do the e-learning platform.
Correct, but if you're doing everything off of your Google Classroom or your Seesaw, they can rearrange their day so that when they know students are coming in, that would be a time where there's students that work outside of
I just
the
understand logistics.
Right. That's how the plan would work.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Espen, I have another question.
Yes, sir.
I was unclear when the president of the GEA, where do they stand on any kind of plan? I just couldn't quite follow where the president of the GEA was coming.
She's still here, so she's in. Alicia, can you come back up here and go up there to the mic? Sorry. No, up there. Thank you.
I'm sorry if I was unclear. I don't feel comfortable making a commitment one way or another, because I represent all of our members, and frankly, I see both sides. We have a lot of teachers that have very good points about coming back into in-person. We have a lot of teachers that are very against that for health reasons and safety of our students and staff. Some of the situations or stories that they personally told me, one just told me this morning, as much as I want to be back with my students, I would feel very selfish if we returned and something happened to one of our students or a family member. That would be a heavy burden to carry on their shoulders. Then I talked to another teacher that says the social, emotional well-being of our students is at risk right now. They need to be in school, they need to be with their peers. We need to try to have as much normalcy as we possibly can for the younger students. There is no right or wrong, good or bad. This is a terrible situation to be in. And I feel like if I were to give my personal opinion, that's not really fair to our members. So I'm coming to you and I'm speaking for both sides because they are split right down the middle. And like I said before, I don't envy you guys in the seats that you're in because this is not a decision that I would ever want to make. I will say that the hybrid, I'm personally concerned about that because I think we'll lose teachers. I think we talk about a lot of the SEL with our students, but we forget about our staff. And I have never really seen our staff as low as they are right now because they are trying so hard and putting forth their best effort. And they're feeling like they're getting nowhere fast. And what I mean by that is I'm making home visits out to these households. And I went to a home the other day where the student was not engaging. However, when I got on the computer, that student had done all the assignments. They were having a technical issue trying to upload or send the assignment to the teacher. So there's a lot of miscommunication and a lot of frustrations with that. a lot of hurdles thrown before the teachers that are hard to get over, and sometimes they don't even realize they're there until we make those home visits. I see the frustrations with the parents. I go to these homes, and I'll tell you, I've been called every name in the book. I've been told the virus is the teacher's fault, that I should just leave because I'm not really there because I care about the student. I'm just trying to justify my position. I've had doors slammed in my face. I've heard the parents yelling at their children as I'm driving away. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I hope that parent doesn't take the frustration out on the child. So then I'm thinking I want those kids in school. But again, the safety is first. That's the most important for everyone involved.
Well, I guess my question is, if we would make a decision to begin to reopen the schools in person, can we depend on the teachers to support that decision?
The GEA and the teachers are going to support any decision that you all decide, absolutely. Can I speak for 100% of them? No. The majority, yes. But as I stated before, I can think of 10 educators right now that we will absolutely lose because they are not comfortable coming back in person for their own personal reasons.
My question is a little bit different. Do we have totals? I know that we have the percentages for the survey, but do we have the total number? Like, do we know? So it was like 58.8% of the staff said to stay remote. But what percentage of the teachers
Well, it
filled the
was
survey?
staff, it went to everybody,
Staff,
so I think it was 347, yeah, that's, yeah, like 350.
349.
There you go.
Of a total,
Well, the total could have been as many as probably at this time, could have been like 450.
okay, and did I hear the number of families that filled it out was like 1,000?
1,046 or something? 1,042?
And they said it represents 1,700 children, is that what you said?
Yeah, it was
1,042.
So like half, a
So-
little under half.
Okay. I mean, because that's the other thing. I mean, data can say a lot of things, folks. I'm just putting that out there. But I do think that, right, we have to consider a lot of things. We have to consider, and I don't know if there's a way to work so that those that want to be remote, are they then responsible for remote classrooms? I don't even know if that would be a one-to-one, right? Because we might have
It'd be
teachers,
exceedingly difficult
right?
because you have, let's say, a 5th grade teacher that was willing to teach remote that has K through 4th graders, 5th graders, so that, now you have 51 preps. I mean,
Right,
that,
exactly.
or if you're a secondary teacher that's willing to do it, and, I was an English teacher and they gave me a chemistry class, I'm not gonna do very well in that.
Right.
I feel like I personally know the answers to those questions, but I'm asking them for the purpose of the conversation and discussion so that people have that understanding. Thank you, Alicia.
It's done differently.
Good evening, members of the board. I am Mindy Ritchie. I'm the principal of Galesburg High School North, and I'm also leading social and emotional learning in District 205. I'm presenting alongside Mindy Matthews, who is an instructional coach in District 205, who devotes half of her time to social and emotional leadership as well in our district. Very briefly, Mindy and I are going to talk to you about updates in our social and emotional learning program in 205. There's a lot of really important work that's been going on in our district. Many people have touched on it this evening as they discuss various aspects of their work and the different things going on in the district. So this slide includes many of the important pieces that make up our comprehensive e-learning program in regards to social and emotional learning. So tomorrow, actually, our 9th grade students will receive a link to be screened for mental health difficulties. They will receive a questionnaire that lasts 25 questions It's called the Strengths and Difficulties Questionnaire. It is a survey that's used around the world, very research-based in regards to identifying issues that might present problems within the educational environment in regards to mental health. We've invested a lot of time and energy on professional development for our staff. We have more professional development planned at the October 19th in-service and beyond, so that our teachers can continue to build up competency in this area. And we want to provide resources that are, again, research-based and follow the CASEL framework for social and emotional learning. We have created a webpage on the district website with a lot of SEL resources. I won't take the time to click on it now and show it to you in the interest of time, but I'll make this presentation available to everyone so that at your leisure, when it's not 9:15 in the evening, you can click through and see how impressive it is. Mrs. Pickrell has done a really nice job on culling a lot of our resources and having them in one place for our families. The Suite 360 curriculum is something that is also new this year in e-learning, and that is our curriculum that all students K-12 and 205 are receiving explicit lessons around the CASEL core competencies, and so those include building up skills related to understanding your own emotions, managing those emotions, understanding the needs of others. Over time, after these skills have been taught, retaught, the opportunity to practice, over time we will see the benefit of our students receiving that explicit instruction in this area. SEL on Wheels is something that kicked off September 28th. Since that time, in a very short time, we've served over 100 families. Our student service personnel, who are really doing the bulk of a lot of this work, the deans, outreach, social workers, school counselors, those individuals head out after hours, 3:15 to 6 p.m. in the evening. They have a cell phone to use for emergent needs, a hotline for families to call. We started out by looking at which areas in Galesburg had the most students per capita, and those are the neighborhoods that we are visiting in order to meet whatever needs the student presents with. It could be food insecurity, it could be social emotional needs, it could be related to academic help, math homework help, for example. Student engagement and student support has been a really important piece in regards to e-learning. It's our intent, as Member Phelps mentioned to me after I was presenting at a meeting previously, that we don't have any students that fall through the cracks in 205. I can assure you that we have put a lot of energy in ensuring that that does not happen. We do have students that have continued to struggle, that even going through all of the tiers of support, those are not entirely remediated. But the additional piece that we put in that we consider a highlight in district-wide SEL is that wraparound piece, where the final piece is the administrator, the principal, looking at all the pieces that are going on in this student's life, bringing in outside agencies as needed, bringing those to the table and determining what else needs to be done to assist the student, what other barriers need removed. Another piece that's been very important is that concerted effort to support teachers in the areas of mental health and self-care. We recognize that you cannot fill a cup of another when yours is empty, and so that takes a lot of energy on the part of the teacher to practice good self-care, because that's not something that we're all adept at when we're used to caring for others so much. Another important piece is the overall just progressive approach in terms of meeting the needs of our students. There are many learners, all types of learners, that have stated that they prefer the e-learning environment. I actually live with one in my home, if I'm being frank with you. There are students that are enjoying those opportunities to learn at their own pace. There are those students that really, the stressors of school are something that they seek to avoid. I think with all the feedback you've heard tonight, the thing to always keep in mind more than anything is this is a complex issue and our students have a variety of needs. They have to be very individual. There are a lot of studies though that show that when a distance learning program is done with fidelity in terms of having both synchronous and asynchronous opportunities, that it actually can be a stronger learning environment than traditional in-classroom alone. And some of those other features that have to be involved, there are some other things we've talked about, including ensuring that students collaborate, ensuring there's frequent feedback given, and that the assessment is provided as well.
Alright, so I'm going to talk about what SEL in the classroom looks like virtually in this e-learning world. So what we have up here is the elementary on the left, which is your pre-K up to 6th grade, and then on the right you have your middle school to high school. And what you'll notice is there are a lot of similarities between the two on what SEL looks like right now. A lot of teachers are doing beginning of the day activities. They're implementing that Sweep 360. They're doing daily check-ins with their students in some shape or form, as well as implementing brain breaks throughout the day as well. And then our deans and outreach have been doing a really good job with student shout-outs, calling out students of the week that are really excelling in engagement and completing their work and things like that. And then our principals, I would like to give you all a shout out for your virtual announcements. You've really been making connections with your families by putting those virtual announcements out. Some of you are doing it daily, some of you are doing it weekly, and those are great connections that you're building. The other thing
What's a brain break?
It's like a dance. You just
Yeah.
have a dance and move.
There's all sorts of brain breaks. There's relaxation,
I can still sit in my chair.
mindfulness, dancing, walk around the house.
I have a serious question.
I had a feeling that one was gonna come up, and I actually thought it might come from you, so. I planned for that.
Good point, Mrs. Matthews. Hey, remember
I'm trying to
Ryan?
listen too.
Remember Ryan? We have them here at the board office when we take our breaks at certain points.
Yeah. But it can be a little bit more involved, especially for the younger kids, dances and all that sort of thing. Okay, all right, so there are benefits of having an SEL program. So we're looking at Sweep 360 specifically, but here's a graph that just shows you some data that shows the benefits of having SEL on top of your current program and what you're doing in school. So you can just kind of see from the graph that there's obvious improvements by having an SEL program. So you can see that, like, for example, 24% more would have improved social behaviors and lower levels of distress if you do implement some sort of social or emotional learning. And you can kind of look at the other data there. So moving forward, where are we going with SEL? We will conduct what is called a needs assessment. We will also continue to look closer at student engagement, and we'll do it in several ways, and those are outlined there. Through data analysis, where we're looking at structuring our interventions, we're looking at new programming and evaluating efficacy. We'll also look to families and community members to get involved with SEL and give us their feedback and ideas, as well as student voice. That's most important because that is who it's affecting the most, so we'll get their feedback as well. And then we'll really touch on diversity and inclusivity because we really want to close those gaps with inequity. Mine was a little bit quicker, I know, my last slide. So, we leave you with this. We have 2 quotes about social and emotional learning. And now, does anyone else have any questions or feedback for us?
I have one question. If this crisis, this pandemic, what are some of the major social emotional problems that our students are facing, and what does your agency do for those students?
Well, as I mentioned in the presentation, the needs are very complex and varied. A lot of issues that have presented themselves initially at the start were around technology, to be honest. A lot of work was put in to remove those barriers in regards to just using the technology in a different way, understanding how it works, logging in, Chromebooks needing updated, things like that. As it persists, a little bit more that we're seeing are some students struggling with isolation. So we're getting mental health assistance to those students that are showing symptoms of perhaps depression or anxiety in the learning environment. Because as I mentioned, there are some students that feel that their mental health is improved. There are certainly students that it has not been favorable for, as in any situation at all. I would say one other huge task that needs to receive explicit instruction is for students to understand how to organize their time. Particularly for younger students, that's not something that they possess the skills to do. And then even for our secondary students, they need that assistance to understand why following a schedule, keeping personal expectations in regards to your time and monitoring that are very important. So those would be the most significant things. that I would say we see.
What about those students who have totally disengaged? And I was looking at the attendance reports of the various buildings, and I'm not gonna pick on any particular school, but there were some 80% attendance, 70% attendance, if I'm correct or incorrect. Someone correct me on that.
You are correct. I would like to say with that, there are a few different issues. We did change the process for the attendance, and so there were 2 different procedures going for this last board report for this last month. So I would anticipate we would have a clearer picture of attendance when we look at that next month, because attendance and engagement are different things, particularly now. But you mentioned the student that's entirely engaged. I would say at North, for example, I have a student that was attending before and now in e-learning has said, I won't, I'm not. Met with parents, done everything, in the book. The plan is to go back for a recheck, continue to get at what are those reasons why they do not wish to engage in e-learning. But you're right, there are those situations. Some of them are cases where a student has moved out of state. We don't yet have registration indicated from another school, so they're still on the rolls. There are those factors as well. I have a few of those.
Do we have a process currently in place? So I don't want to pick on Mrs. Johnson, but she spoke earlier. So when she says you have a teacher in a similar situation where you have 16 of 18 students, is there a process currently for teachers to provide the SEL team information about students who aren't engaging so that additional follow-up can be made?
Yes, we have a process in place that was a lot of the time spent over the summer was determining how to meet those students' needs. So it entails having the teacher make contact with the student themselves when a student has missed 2 learning opportunities. Following that time, if the student does not initiate learning, then they complete a form. It's a student support form that our families can fill out as well, but teachers are predominantly the ones that are filling this out. And so then that goes to the student support personnel, the dean, the outreach, whatnot, to determine if a home visit is needed, what other intervention gets at whatever that barrier might be. At each point along the way, the barrier might be removed. We call it closing the loop. Okay, and that doesn't mean that 2 weeks down the road, a student might, end up in trouble again. But that's the process, and as needed, the dean, outreach, et cetera, may determine that then the administrator does need to get involved, and that's when that wraparound comes into play, where you have the administrator taking a look at the data on a micro level with the individual student and also all of their students. They have access to that spreadsheet, should have the pulse of what's going on in their building in regards to engagement. Anything else?
Okay, folks, we knew this was going to be a marathon meeting, so we've reached the part where we've been provided all the information. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to take another break, because now the board will come back and have their discussion, and I imagine that is not going to be brief. And then we still have all the other business to get to. For those of you who are with us online, we appreciate you attending.
Fast, you never had. 10 minutes?
Yes, 10 minutes. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. I am gonna remind folks who are on Zoom to please make sure your mics are muted. Okay. We are gonna go ahead and now, as a board, have our discussion regarding moving forward. I am going to share my thoughts last. Board members.
Waiting to go and be finalized.
It's Glenn.
We are getting ready to have the discussion right now about how we are going to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
No. Okay.
John?
Yes, member Phelps.
I have a question for Dr. Asplund. So, before we broke, we asked, we're talking about how many students, and you were talking about 90 EL students. What kind, in your mind, what kind of time frame to get us back up to 100% of our students in on a hybrid type situation?
So, let me clarify with the question here. So you mean 100% of those willing to come in?
Correct.
That would very much depend on how it's going when we have people here. That would very much depend on what staff we would have left. So, I mean, I don't want to be evasive, but to give you a number is going to be really difficult to do. I can say pretty confidently that we could get a few hundred students in here in a matter of a couple weeks. But beyond that, I would want to then monitor that to see how that went with our teachers, to see what the results were, to see what our infection rates were, to see how our staff was, and then if that was going well in a couple weeks, get up to a couple hundred more. So pretty quickly, and quickly is in the eye of the beholder here, I appreciate. But by the 1st of December, we could have a few hundred kids coming to school, whether it's every day or at least some part of the time.
And how would we choose who gets to come to school?
Well, we already have the forms that Mrs. Ritchie talked about in terms of kids that are really in danger of falling behind. We have data for our youngest learners. We have failure rates at the older level. So I would adamantly start with those. That would be who I would advocate for. Starting with those students who are most in danger of failure or falling behind their cohort learners. So at the K1, I would start with the K1-2, start with those students, and I would like to build that population up. But rather than fill up to K1-2, I'd then like to move to the 3-4. And then once we get K through 4, where we feel like we have the at-risk student population addressed, move it to the 5-6, and then move to the 7-8, and then move to the high school.
And all those actions can be done within our existing return minority plan.
Yes, they can.
Other thoughts or questions from board members?
First, I want to acknowledge and recognize the tireless efforts of faculty and administration. Excuse me, the faculty and administration. It's because of you and the countless hours that you have put in and invested that we're as successful with the remote learning as we have been so far. I know firsthand, speaking with individuals, that you're putting in many more hours than you normally would during the typical school year. And for that, you have my heartfelt gratitude. As a parent, I want to share an experience that I've had with remote learning so far. I have 2 sons that are in 2nd grade, and we've seen them grow and flourish in the first 2 years at Nielsen. However, with the change in remote learning, I've seen stress, resistance, and a lack of confidence that I have not witnessed before. Recently, my 7-year-old son had an assignment where he was asked about the things he likes and dislikes about remote learning. After giving it some thought, he told us he couldn't think of anything he likes about it, and that he didn't like the daily headaches he was getting from being on the computer so much. This is a 7-year-old child. They both expressed that they miss their friends, miss their teachers, and miss being in the classroom. Again, it's important to reiterate that these shortcomings of remote learning are at no fault of the teachers. They're doing the absolute best that they can. I have seen and heard from other parents that the need for in-person and hands-on learning, as well as instant feedback, is particularly important in the elementary grade levels. I too have been reading media reports about increased cases locally, and I understand the risks involved with the recommendation to return to in-person education. When looking at all other factors impacting remote learning, including but not limited to a lack of home resources, we are not setting our children up for success, and we're at risk of leaving the most vulnerable children behind. We've heard from the health department with their concerns. However, District 205 is not the only district in the nation navigating through COVID-19. We have seen several examples of schools implementing some variation of in-person learning successfully. It's also been discussed that there are financial implications for returning to school. However, this should not be a financial decision. I recognize that there's an increased cost to administering the safety guidelines, but there are much more devastating costs to keeping kids out of school. The decision to return to in-person education should be based on what's best for the students, the faculty, and in an environment that is safe and educational for everyone. Thank you.
Nick, so what would you like to see?
I would like to see a measured approach to bringing kids back to school, starting with those most vulnerable age groups, being K through 4, or even breaking it down further to K through 2, and then evaluating what happens, and then bringing more kids in. Based on how kids move in the classroom, in the buildings, the electives, things like that, I do believe we can control or minimize some of the risks associated with returning much easier in those lower level buildings. You can have kids in one classroom bringing specials into those classrooms. You can have breakfast, lunch in the classroom if you needed to, send those lunches home. But I do think taking a measured approach and reintroducing kids into the classroom would be best.
How do we determine who's the most vulnerable?
Currently, we do it at the elementary level through the Ames Web Scantron assessment for one, well, not for K2 next Scantron, but Ames Web. And then we also have teacher assessments that they're observing through class that they report to the students that they're concerned about. So it's both assessment data and teacher observation data.
So then what happens when a parent contacts and says to us, my student is vulnerable and they need to be back in school?
Well, it still need to go through the same process of if the staff member and the data bears out that that student is in the at-risk group, we want to prioritize those students first. So if a parent says that they feel that, we'd have to probe a little bit deeper, but the teacher we want to know what the teacher has to think because they're the ones dealing with the kid every day in school. And every parent is going to have a different perspective, not a wrong perspective, because they know their kid's better. But a teacher's going to have that even view across all spectrum to see, okay, these students are the ones that are most vulnerable, and those parents aren't necessarily going to know. There might be 5 kids that are actually a lot more at risk than their child, so we need to start with the most needy first, and then to ratchet it up from there. In my opinion.
I think it is time to get away from the status quo. I think our parents, I think our community thinks it's time for us to take, not necessarily a bold step, but a right step in the right direction. And I guess what I'm sort of saying here is the fact, let's start small and let's work up big. That's my 2 cents worth tonight.
Well, like Nick, I've also had some experience with a kindergartner and the remote learning. And it has been a struggle, and I feel as though as a district we are not meeting his educational needs. And as such, I'm an advocate for students to return to being in person. You know, we have students, we've had testimony of parents, talking about students struggling, the increased stress, social issues, depression. But this is not something that we can just flip a switch like we did on March 12th. I believe that we do need a measured approach, and the transition plan that you suggested, I think that's a pretty wise way to do it. Working with the students that have the needs and addressing them first. I definitely don't want to have to go back and forth. I don't think that's good for anybody. It's not good for the teachers, it's not good for the students. And that being said, we also, we listen to an awful lot of emails, and I know we've all talked to a lot of people, and we're getting 2 sides. And I absolutely see that, like Julie Jordan, if I was in her situation, absolutely, I would feel the exact same way. And we shouldn't ignore that. And if, parents each have to make individual decisions as what's best for them, their family, and their students, their kids. And, I think we need to be accommodating for that. By doing the remote learning is best for them, absolutely. Let's, have an option for that. But, forcing somebody into a situation where they might be exposed is irresponsible. But likewise, ignoring the social, emotional, and educational needs of our students that are most at risk is also irresponsible. Before March 12th, I think that's what most of us advocated for, was those that weren't getting the educational opportunities. And, I think it's definitely hurting, many of these at-risk students the most. I don't know. Again, I do very much appreciate all the work that the staff and the teachers have done and put together all this information for us. There's hundreds of pages of information that we asked of you and you provided in a very organized manner. And it does answer many of our questions. But again, for me, ultimately, I think we need to continue with where we're at and with the existing learning plan and try to meet some of these needs that aren't being met.
So I echo what Rod's saying. I'm going to put my parent hat on, and I have 2 children that I'm very fortunate that take to the e-learning and are doing well, but they're missing the social emotional side of things. So where do I stand as a parent when I hear that the district's saying, yeah, we're going to go back, but it's the kids that we feel we've singled out, or not singled, but we've said need more help, then where do my kids fit in that spectrum of being able to come back to school because they want to come back and I want them to come back? So how do we address that to everyone involved when we have a return to learn plan, but where do my children fit in the callback, if you will. I also want everybody to know that I read every email, listened to everything tonight that was taken, took notes, and I was hoping that out of that, it would come, okay, one other, it's split right down the middle. I don't know how many of you paid attention, but it is split right down the middle. So that puts us in a, whatever we say, half's gonna not like it, and half's gonna say, hey, you're doing it. This isn't easy. None of us sitting up here signed up for this. None of you out there signed up for this. But we gotta remember, this isn't going away. COVID is part of life now. It's not going away. And I hope everybody listening and sitting here, we are trying our due diligence to navigate in uncharted waters that none of us. I've been working in a sales career for 34 years, and I would have to say what we've got to do here is some of the toughest stuff I've ever had to navigate, because I'm dealing with people's social, emotional. I'm dealing with their homes. I'm dealing with things that I can't fix, and that bothers me. So I hope everybody here and listening we're not taking this lightly. That's why here it is going on 10 o'clock and we're still talking about this. And trust us when we say what we're going to do, that wasn't taken lightly.
I have a question. How do you decide what teachers come back then? Because we have a lot of teachers that don't want to come back, and apparently there's about 10 teachers that will quit if we make them come back.
It's a great question, and when we go with the students that are at risk, those teachers are the ones that would have to fill that out to know that they're going to have to provide that one-on-one instruction to those children that are coming back. So as the return to learn agreement says, we have 3 days and they have to come back. Now, that's speaking dispassionately for a second, okay? So we're going to have to evaluate those positions a little bit in terms of, we do know there are some people who have very real reasons why they don't want to come back, okay? They're all real reasons, but we have to be able to say, okay, look, this is really, I don't want you to sit either, but I can come to work. So we're going to have to evaluate that and look at those and say, okay, let's try to take care of that person if we can. But we're going to have to be able to evaluate those on somewhat of an individual basis and work with the GEA to say, look, we want to be human beings. We don't want to make somebody take a year off because of this. Nobody asked for it. But we're going to have to be creative in terms of saying, what can that person do if they can't do this? Nobody is asking for pay without work. Nobody's asking for that, nor are we providing it. So we're going to have to figure out a way to get a day's work for a day's pay if that person is unable, unwilling, to be able to be on site. So that's going to be the most challenging part that I don't have a great answer to be honest with you. We're going to have to look at that on an individual level and talk about some really smart ways to fix that problem because there's not one solution, because everybody's circumstance is a little bit different. And so we're gonna have to work together on that to try to figure out how to create a solution where kids are still being served, teachers are still being served, and we're able to provide a high quality education to those kids, but also keep the teachers safe.
So I guess I'll give my point of view. I currently have a 5th grader, and I have a 1st grader, and I run a daycare, and I have a kindergartner in that daycare. So I have 8 kids at my house every single day. And 3 of them learn every single day. And I will tell you that I think they are excelling. They are taking to it very well. Our teachers that we have in my school at home are very great. I have emailed many of our teachers, and they are quick to respond, to get me what I need to get, to help out. I have also, we've also experienced COVID in our family, so it does hit hard to me, and it is hard for me to say that I'm going to send my kids back, because I don't know if I'm going to send my kids back. Their health and them excelling at home right now does well for my family. It doesn't do well for everybody's family, and that's what kills me, that I can't I can't help everybody out. And then you see on Facebook that we didn't start school because of the construction. Well, that's completely not true, and I hate when people say that. Being on the board member and biting your tongue is one of the hardest things ever, and we have to. But to get our social and emotional kids their fix, their well-being back in order, I do like to slow the take, I do. But I'm worried about our teachers. I'm worried that our teachers are gonna rebel, that they're not gonna like it. They're doing so much work now, the hybrid, I feel like that scares them. It's double the amount of work. You're gonna have kids, I say that because you're gonna be planning for kids in school and out of school. I'm not saying that you're teaching two different things, but you'll have kids in school and you'll have kids out of school, that you still have to make sure that they're all on the same track. You're gonna have parents sending kids to school with runny noses and coughs, and we can't control that, and then you call the parent and the parent's not home, well now what are we supposed to do with them? The parent's at work. It's just a lot of ups and downs, and can parents afford to take 14 days off to quarantine with their kids? That's another thing that I worry about. We had to do that. My family has had to quarantine. If your kid has to quarantine 3 times, can you do that? Can you afford to do that? Or would you stay in the situation that you are and keep the daycare or the backup that you have? And then I see the remark that other schools are going back to school. They're obviously smaller than we are. I'm not making that up as an excuse, but they have less children to deal with, so that's our big problem, is our children. So when I hear people say, well, Knoxville's going back, and the Christian school in Austin, well, they have a lot smaller population than we do, a lot less moving parts than we do. So that's my 2 cents on the other schools going back, and we aren't yet. So I just think there needs to be an option for both sides. Sorry, Maureen.
I'm in no hurry.
Well, and I wanna, so
You can't just solely say, this is the only thing that we're doing.
Yeah, I think to put your 2 comments together for a second, because I didn't really answer your question, Ron. I think it's gonna be really important that we start slow so that we can do it right, so we can perpetuate a system that your girls can be a part of. You know, because as I said up at the podium, my biggest fear is the unpredictability of coming in, quarantine, we're out, oh, we're in, we're out. That's gonna be more damaging, in my opinion, than what we're doing now in terms of the social emotional, having the wild swings back and forth. If we can do something that we can perpetuate, and that's why we started with the plan we had. We said, when we were clear-eyed and we didn't have the emotion of this is terrible on us in June and July, it was just really bad then. We all thought we wanted to create a plan that was something we could sustain. And so through all that input from all our staff members, parents, kids, all of that, those stuff we learned from last year, the focus groups, that Tom and Mindy led, I mean, we learned from that to try to create this plan so we could do what we're talking about there. And we know going into this that we're not gonna, as Rodney said, we're not gonna make everybody happy, we know that, okay? But I also want to talk about the concept of delayed gratification for a second. That just to jump in to do something to make some folks happy is only going to probably then tick them off, because we're going to create a system we can't keep. You know, what I'm asking people for is a little bit of patience, that if we can build it the right way, we can perpetuate it. So we want to have something people can count on. So it may come to pass that we say, you know what, these kids are coming 1 day a week for this amount of time, or 5 days a week for this shorter amount of time, or whatever it is, so that we can keep it going. Because the worst thing we can do is just react quickly and then fall apart. And I believe every school around us, and they did everything for good reasons in their communities. I mean, everybody has to do this for their own community. But every one of those schools has either changed their schedule or has had to go lockdown because of quarantine since school started. We're the only school district that's kept the same schedule, okay? We haven't had any teacher absences because they've been able to work from home. There have been some benefits to this that I didn't even really think a lot about when we started. Like, you know what, we have teachers coming and going every day on a given year. Well, this year, even when they don't feel well, they're able to teach. So they've been able to teach from their house or their classroom when they have sniffles or whatever, they have a headache or whatever. So we want to accentuate the positive of what this plan is, and we can work on it through smaller groups of kids, getting individual help. We're gonna have to modify schedules. I mean, we're gonna have to, because teachers like Jody, who teaches like her hair's on fire every day. She's awesome to watch. I just stood outside her room for a long time and watched her do it. But if she has kids coming into a room, she's gonna have to modify that schedule because she can't teach straight from 9 to 2. She can't do it. She's gonna have to modify her schedule so those kids that are coming in, she can give individual help to, because we don't expect, nor should we expect her to be teaching to both populations at the same time. So, you know, we've said it before, we'll say it again. We're building the bridges we walk on them here. You know, what I'm hearing before, and you're gonna have to go. I'm not gonna just cover for you the whole time. So if you're thinking some really good stuff, we're gonna have to. What I've heard from everybody is we want to do the best for every kid. We know right now we're managing that the best we can. But if we proceed with caution, if we proceed with targeted populations, and we learn from what we do with there, and we build that up a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger, we're gonna have those issues with the individual staff member, what we're gonna have to do for them. And those are, I wish I had answers for those, and I don't. Because it's a human business, you know, it's not like the press broke down, you know, it's a human being, so we gotta figure that thing out. But it's heartbreaking to listen to the parents who need help with their kids too, so we're trying to do both. And those kids who are doing pretty well, we know it's not perfect, but we're gonna have to say, you know what, delayed gratification. If you wait a little bit, maybe we can build this a little bit better for your kid to be able to come on a regular basis. Because those schools that have chosen to come back face to face have all the schools we surveyed, well, and our neighbors have had this change already, and we're just in the beginning of October. So I'm very proud of what our staff has been able to do. We've been able to do better each week. And so adding some kids back and looking at how that works, I'm just confident that we'll continue to improve with that. I just think that the thing that we wouldn't be able to do is completely change course really quickly and do it well. Okay. Go ahead. I'm done.
When I came in today, I thought we'd be able to look at the metrics of our community and set a time frame saying that when we saw X number of weeks with improved metrics, we would look to do something. In reality, with winter coming closer, I don't think the metrics of the community is going to get any better for quite a while. I think we may be at the low point. Identified cases will go up as people are spending more time inside. The only students I've spoken to are high school students. They're all students that do real well at school. And they found it really quite well. It's gone really well for them. Matter of fact, they like it. They get their work done, they move on. That's group that I see. The complaint I heard from both them and some of the elementary families that I know is the amount of work that's being assigned to them. And I think it's something that teachers need to look at, because it's something we're burning families out through that, and children. So for maintaining the current schedule, we really need to look at the amount of work that's being assigned outside of the what are those words you use?
Asynchronous.
The time together. The synchronous time. Shoot! I got a definition right away! Lights on.
Oh my God. You're great every morning.
Okay, so the idea of having metrics that we look at that would define us, I don't think it's going to work. Because I don't think the metrics are going to work in our favor. Should we be looking at a plan? You know, Tiffany gave us all these options. I would love us to start planning toward one for the youngest students to implement at such time down the road. I'm not sure when that down road means. Does it mean second semester? Does it mean, because it's going to take a lot of planning to do it right. It really is. I'm not so sure it's not something we should start planning for. But I'm the only one who said that so far. Nick sort of alluded to that.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you know, I'm the only one, who's quite old enough to remember when polio affected our lives and what we could do around. It's the last pandemic that affected lots of people. I mean, we weren't allowed to go to playgrounds or swimming pools during the summer because of things passing around. My cousin walks on canes because getting polio. So these are serious things. This kills more than polio did. There are 215,000 people in our country who died. And I don't want it to be one of our children. So how do we prevent that? I mean, you gave us a whole list of things we need to do actively to make our place safe. I asked Brian if we have air circulation. What'd you tell me, Brian?
Yes, you have air circulation.
No.
6 air exchanges per hour in the new mechanical systems that were designed at the 3 schools.
Okay, so new buildings all have 600% circulate air changes every hour. Tells me that's above code requirements. So in terms of the issue, we built buildings that would get fresh air into our systems. That doesn't affect Churchill though. Churchill will have to work with open windows all day or something, I guess. Or GHS. I mean, so maybe if we started with our younger grades, they're all buildings that would have air circulation. We would have that covered. So, I don't know. I think we need to start looking at one of these plans. Maybe we don't do it, but at least we know what we need to do and we start making plans for it. I'm very excited to hear that we're looking to bring these English language learners and start looking at the 5% of kids who are having the most difficulty. They need to be in school at some point. If it's 2 hours a week, it's better than 0 hours a week. It's going to be a logistical nightmare doing it. I'm not sure how you're going to do it. I'm talking too much, I apologize. There is no easy plan here. We can pretend there is, and drive off the end of the bridge, I guess. But there is no easy plan, no easy answer. If it was easy, you would have done it already, right? You asked for direction. My suggested direction is start bringing these students back as quickly as you can, and we look at start making plans for younger students to come back on some hybrid manner. Because like I said, my test of metrics isn't going to work because I don't think it's going to be going down. Not too much. Oh. Yeah.
So my comments are going to be a little bit different, as they often are. I'm disappointed. I am disappointed and frustrated. It's not that I don't understand it, but the sentiment right now being expressed is so different than in March. We had support for our staff. We acknowledge that this is difficult for teachers. And we were all coming together as a community to support each other. That tide has quickly turned. The nastiness which I have seen, accusing our teachers of not working, taking a paycheck for not doing anything, saying that we're just stalling because of building construction, has been disappointing and frustrating. As an educator, the amount of work that goes into reinventing an in-person curriculum for remote learning is countless hours. I also understand that it's not a parent's job, quote unquote, to be a full-time teacher. But it is your job to be a full-time parent. This is not easy. And none of us asked for it. People are not gonna like what I'm getting ready to say, but we have a federal government that has basically said each to your own, which then said governors, each to your own, which then said school districts, each to your own. The only way we're gonna get through this is if we have the same understanding, compassion, empathy, and care that we did back in March. Understanding that we are all doing the best that we can. I don't want to force parents to make decisions that they don't agree with, but I also don't want to force our staff to do so either. In some ways, we're saying that their health doesn't matter, that their concerns should be second. And that may not be the intention of some comments that I've heard over the last few weeks, but that sure is the impression. I agree that we need to start phasing our students back. I hear that we have students who are struggling, and our intention was never to have our students fall behind. But I also hope that while we move into these next phase, that we are careful, that we're careful with our words. We're careful with the lessons that we're teaching our little ones about how we, ourselves as adults, handle the stress, the frustration, and all the overwhelming feelings that we are feeling. Because ultimately, as parents, we are their first educators. And if we can work through this with empathy and compassion, then we are modeling that behavior for our students. So like other board members at this table, I would say we look at phasing students in that are high need, looking at what we would need. We're how many weeks away from the end of the first quarter? 4 weeks. What does it look like if we are looking at a phase in at the quarter, right? What kind of challenge does that put to our educators to plan for more students in person at the start of the second quarter, right? Because we also want to do this in a fashion that makes sense on the schedule, right? And second quarter tends to be for some of our learners when they're transitioning from some classes to other classes. That would be my perspective as board member.
So, we're gonna send out a communication to the parents tonight, tomorrow morning. What I've heard here is we're amenable to child finding we already have. but, going off the list of students that we know to be most at risk, in the EL and, K2 population, start with those, students. And work from there, monitoring our infection rates, any potential other hazard problems, things that could come up that we're not even aware of. Working through small schedules, trying to get individual attention for those children, but also not asking our staff to teach twice. Fair? And then we'll move from there and we'll let parents know that we will attempt to scale up as everything progresses if we can. I think the one thing we want, and we'll put it in the communication to the parents too, if you have childcare, do not give it up, please. Because this is not going to be a situation where we can immediately become school as you remember it at this moment. Because we have to be able to perpetuate whatever it is we're doing, because it's going to be more damaging to the students to swing back and forth from you're in school, you're not in school, you're in school, you're not in school. And with our infection rates going up in the county, as Member Lyon said, I think it's difficult to use our county metrics right now, and if people want us to do that, would mean we're just not going to school. I mean, I think we have to be really smart about looking at each individual circumstance and trying to help kids at an individual level and looking at what needs they may have, but starting with our most vulnerable. The early learning, we know when they're reading acquisition stage of their life is the time we need to make sure we get to those students. That doesn't mean we don't care about the older learners. It just means that we know how the brain develops and that we need to get to the early learners first. So that's why the EL and that's why the K2, because it's both about language acquisition. So it's following the same path, it's just two different life circumstances for that population, those two different populations. Everybody okay with that?
Are we making a motion?
There wasn't anything to move in second, because we're just talking about general circumstance. In terms of, I mean, you can do whatever you wish, but just saying in general, we were looking for just a direction, because we wanted to make sure that we had all the information out there that you needed before you made a decision.
Well, I think we need to make a stand. What is the direction of this board? And I think we do need to make a motion tonight, or either just table it. We'll try it to the next meeting. But I do think a motion needs to be made.
I mean, it was a discussion item.
Your agenda is just a discussion item, so you can find consensus, you can table the matter, but you can't take any formal action.
And so I think what we're saying, Member Hunnigan, is that there is a consensus among this board that we are going to progressively move into some type of in-person learning, starting with those students who demonstrate highest need first, making sure that the move to in-person is measured and we can do so safely. Is that the consensus from the board?
We're gonna discuss this again next month, right?
It'll be a topic of discussion.
Good.
Right, and
Not this long,
right.
Not this long.
And for the record, take care.
Explain this to me one more time. It sounds like we're making a motion, whether we
according to Robert's rules, Member Hunnigan, we can't, because it's just a discussion item on our agenda. We didn't put it on there for a full out vote. Our role as the board is to give guidance to the superintendent, his team, and those so that they can move forward with a learning plan. And our consensus is to slowly move into in-person.
So this is next month.
No, they're gonna start that plan
Well,
now.
and I guess we're still under the old plan. I mean,
Right.
we're just continuing that plan, we're just going into the next phase of that plan. And it's not all EL students, it's just those that scored below the 2-point threshold on their assessment that we gave at the beginning of the year. So, we want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. It's like 90 up to 250.
Right now, I'm confused.
Okay, so overall, we're continuing with remote learning, and the teachers and the administrators are gonna do an assessment on those students who are at highest risk, and they're going to start phasing them in for in-person learning, largely based off a structure that was presented by Mrs. Springer earlier in some kind of group A, group B hybrid model, depending on the number of students. It could be, right, because you're not, like, we're not gonna be able to bring all the students back on.
No, and we're just talking about the lowest 5%, so
Right.
it's a few students in each classroom.
It's still their existing negotiated return to learning plan.
Correct.
So when you gave us a list on our tables here today of 3 things. Keep plan as it is, 1. 2, keep current plan, bring more students back. 3rd was go completely new plan items, new plan. So basically we're doing number 2, keep the current plan but bring more students back.
Correct.
And right now, we're continuing discussion of a new plan possibly in the future.
Right, so if we had a new plan, we would have to negotiate that with the GEA and the other unions if that required some change in their working conditions.
Okay.
We'd have to take into account people's childcare needs, food service, transportation. So those are items that we would have to, if we went through a full-blown plan again. So right now, for people out there listening, and those in the room, we're talking about number 2, keep current plan, but bring more students back. So we sent that return to learn plan back out in August, July, a while ago. The one we sent back in the summer, that's still the plan we're operating under right now. We're just now trying to bring some students back, targeted students back for individual help.
And up to now, the students we brought back are
Life
students.
skills special education students.
That's correct.
It's part of the beginning plan as well.
When do we?
Well, are the K through 2 students coming?
Right now, they are not. Not their life skills students.
Only the high risk.
Right now, we're just talking about bringing back high-risk K2 students, plus low-performing EL students.
So the neediest students come first.
Correct.
At the lowest grades.
Correct. At the point of language acquisition.
Are we doing, I'm assuming we're doing a constant feed of assessment. So we have heard from a lot of parents about workload, tech, and other issues. Are we circling back to make sure that we're evaluating workload, tech, et cetera?
We are monitoring it, yeah, as a matter of fact, we have a, I wrote myself a note here to make sure it was an agenda item on our meeting tomorrow. Make sure we got up-to-date numbers, yeah.
I think the other point you don't know.
Put a microphone, please.
Yeah, get microphone.
Sorry. We recognize that workload, I mean, I think Mr. Hickey's letter was very appropriate in that they're trying to find their groove, they're also recognizing the needs of the students and the ability and the time frame that they're using. And all of those things are things that they're just weighing out, you know, and taking that feedback, but October 19th, Lynn Spring, who offered our fall training for all the teachers, will be back, and that's part of that training next Monday, is that homework load and balancing that assessment and how you plan for grouping of students to differentiate their needs. So that's definitely a piece of that.
Do you have an ability to reach out specifically right to the folks that email and said they're having challenges to double back and make sure that we have a clear understanding of what those challenges that those families are facing to see if we can do some intermediary prevention measures with those families?
Yeah, absolutely, we'll do that.
Okay, question. So what does this mean for the teachers? Do they just continue to do what they're going to do and they'll be in contract and then you guys and then will outweigh who comes?
So we'll
Because
have
I'm sure some teachers are wondering, well, is that me?
Right, so we're gonna have to work with the staff, so first things first, tomorrow we'll have an administrator meeting to make sure we know what questions and topics to make sure we address with the staff. We'll trust the principals to go back and meet with their individual staff. Get there, because now we know who population we're talking about, so we'll need to talk to certain teachers. So we'll need to find out from those teachers, and we already know how they voted, but we'll have to talk to those teachers to see what concerns they would have about bringing any students in, what those would be. And we'll have to take somewhat of a qualitative approach to this and say, okay, let's look at it on an individual basis and see if there's a staff member in that K2 group or an EL group that says, hey, whoa, I've got cancer or whatever. I mean, we gotta look at those situations and go, okay, I'm really immunocompromised. Is there a way I can still do this without coming in? So it's not a big enough group that we can't make some individualized decisions. If it was everybody coming back, it'd be a lot harder to do that. But with a smaller group of staff, we can look at that on somewhat of a more individual basis and try to balance those student and staff needs.
So, Dr. Asplin, what conclusion are we reaching? I'm still a little fuzzy as to what direction we are deciding to go in. If you could just summarize it in 2 or 3 more sentences.
We will be calling back the lowest performing EL students, K-12, which we already know that's about 90 on the PEP score. We will then be calling back the lowest 5% performing K2 students, and we will continue to bring back for in-person instruction our life skills students. So we already have a population of students that come regularly. We would then be adding to that group our lowest performing EL students, plus our lowest performing, most at-risk K2 students. For the foreseeable future, we do not promise any more than that. We're gonna see how that works, and then we're gonna monitor that, and we know that from there, if we were to add students, we would be adding at-risk 3rd and 4th grade to the next group.
Would there be a need to identify those like students with special needs that are not in life skills class?
The IEP process has been meeting those things out as we go. So our special, well, Dawn's back there, Dr. Rashad, you could talk about anything that.
We've already begun that process. So we have a few life skills kids that have moved in, and we've got some lower functioning cross-cat kids that aren't making it through the remote process. But we've been on hold until the board works their process to decide what they're gonna do. But we already have started a list of our lowest 5% as of not counting those life skills kids. So we've kind of got a list that probably has about another 20, 25 kids on it at this point. But we'll start to also look at some of those other needs of some of the other kids.
So are we talking about maybe 100 students at the most?
Or you mean in the special education population?
No, all together.
Oh, no, it will be more in the
It'll be
neighborhood
more
of
than
200
that,
students.
It'll be 200 students.
That should get us to the next board meeting, where we can report on progress and how that's going and recommendations moving forward.
Dr. Esplin, one other thing I would like to see, and I know it was I think it was in that 85 slide, presentation. There was something about, as we have kids, students and faculty coming back into the buildings, reopening and having staggered lunch times, access to facilities for the faculty. And as we're asking more of the faculty, I do think that we need to try and explore and determine how we can give faculty, working with the GEA, how we can get faculty access to those lunchrooms, break rooms, things of that nature, whether it be providing wipes and having them police themselves and wiping touch points. But I think it's important, if we're having them in the building, teaching kids one-on-one, teaching from the classroom, that they have access as best as possible to some of the amenities that they normally would.
Well, I will tell you openly that we will absolutely have those discussions, but I also want any faculty members listening to know it's not still going to be like it normal. I mean, there's a risk reward continuum here.
risk tolerance still is gonna be a little bit too great to just open everything back up. I mean, that's gonna create, our custodians are having enough trouble doing what they're doing now, and so, you know, we can absolutely see where there'd be opportunity to exploit a little bit of an opening, but, I don't think it would be right now to just immediately open everything back up. And we could talk about how we can do that in incremental pieces.
Dr. Asplund,
Microphone.
Member Walters, there was a.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry.
There was a neighboring school district, just to give an example, who had 4 teachers that ate together in the lunchroom. One of the teachers tested positive. All 4 teachers in a very small school district in this area school district are now out for 14 days. So it happens like that. It's incredibly quick. So, and no one was doing anything wrong, no one was doing anything ill-intentioned. I believe the story that I heard is that all 4 teachers were masked unless they were eating. But then, 4 are out. So that's our concern, is that we don't have substitutes, and as we start to bring people back, then we are gonna have to keep more draconian measures than we're used to, just to make sure that everyone is safe.
I completely understand and respect that, and outside of being a board member, I have dealt with some of that exposure and the need to quarantine and isolate, things of that nature. And I'm not saying have faculty go back into the break rooms and eat together. It's just getting them access, and maybe it's one at a time. Someone goes in to eat up a meal, will get their meal, bring it back to the classroom to eat it. But I do, maybe if they choose to bring a microwave or a small fridge into the classroom that's out of view of students, that we make that a possibility. But I think there does need to be some give and take, obviously, as long as it can be done safely.
Okay. I have 2 questions.
There are actually no questions from the gallery here or on Zoom. This is actually a business meeting. If you have questions that you'd like answered regarding this, what was discussed here, feel free to email one or all of us board members, or Dr. Asplund, or anyone that is part of administration, or if it's easier for you to reach out to your teacher and have them forward it, they can also do that.
I'd like to hear questions.
No, what I'm saying is there is no questions, because we're in the middle of a business meeting. So if you have them, you have to email them in. Thank you. Moving forward.
Just one more question. So, John, what is your meeting going to be about tomorrow?
I'll be meeting with the administrators to talk to them about what are the talking points we need to have with the staff members. Talk about how their schedules would have to change so that they're not having to teach 2 different groups at the same time. Okay, so if you look at any of those K2 teachers, if they are gonna be one that says, I have 2 kids that are really at risk in my class, I'm gonna need to come in on Wednesday to work with those 2. They're gonna have to adjust their schedule on Wednesday so that they're not doing both, because we shouldn't have any expectation that they're doing both at the same time. So they're just gonna have to work with, the principals can work with their staff in their building to say, okay, let's be smart about this. How can we not create more work for you, stress you out, and get the kids lost, so that we can provide the targeted assistance to these specific children? So there'll have to be some variations in schedule. We do not want to ask our staff to do 2 jobs at the same time, because that's not going to be good to anybody.
I'm sorry if that was you, Member Hunnigan, asking to ask a question. I thought it was coming from Zoom land. Okay. Okay. So moving forward, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Who seconded that? Sorry. Thank you, Member Walters. Is there anything part of the consent agenda that any board member would like removed or have questions about? The only thing I would make mention and I don't know if it's part of a different discussion, make sure that we're paying attention to the health insurance trust fund balance.
It's, separate.
Okay,
But it's definitely another discussion, yes.
okay. Allison?
Klein?
Yes.
Stubbs?
Yes.
Rodriguez? Sharpie?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Torontos?
Aye.
Hennigan?
Aye.
All right, next up under focus area number 1, relevant skills that lead to employability. We have the administrative report on curriculum. Mrs. Springer, is there anything you want to add?
I'd like to compliment the report. I loved reading about what the specials teachers were doing. It was really an insightful piece that they all submitted that to you and you're able to share that. Thank you very much.
Yes, and those are all new additions to the curriculum this year.
Any other comments?
Okay, next up, the special education report. Dr. Mashad, anything you'd like to add?
No, you have my report. I'd just like to make one quick comment. In our comm room here in Bright Futures in this building, we have, by bringing those students in groups of 2 for an hour at a time, we have one student that has made more progress in these 2 months than he's made in 2 years, just by having that individual support.
That's wonderful. Are there any comments, questions from board members regarding the building reports?
Is King done?
Good question. Is King done?
There's an agenda item for that.
Okay. Any questions about the enrollment report? All right. Moving on to focus area number 2, facilities that assist in skill acquisition. First on that, we have Buildings and Grounds Committee report.
The progress, maybe we should have our guests come up to the microphone so they can address questions down the line here. Lee, you're still with us too, right? Lee has been here the entire
He did it the whole time.
Brian was in the back room, he says. Well, they've been working on plans for the 712 campus, as well as today they have plans on the vocational center. As they show us plans, I think they're really exciting, and we're talking about plans. I wish there were more funds to make it even more exciting. We can't delay on making progress because every delay ends up costing us money because things become more expensive. And what they say, we may be the only people looking to do building in the short term, so this be a good time to get bids on projects as we move forward. So, what do you have to show us? Anything to show us today, Brian?
I don't have any,
Can you bring that slide of the comments?
I do not. From the last, the section?
From the, even the plans there?
No, but there is a 400 sheet set of plans of all the beautiful design for the high school. We are excited about the design of the high school and seeing it move forward. So yes, all the documents are in John's office that can be reviewed. We are planning on putting together a larger presentation for colors and textures and flooring, similar to what we did for King and Lombard and Steel. That'll be coming in the next board meeting once everything gets finalized.
So are we looking at having bid documents available to approve next board meeting for that big project?
No, they're for approval this board meeting.
No, that's the vocational.
Oh, the bids? No. So the bids will be coming in on the, right now we're projecting them to be in third. So I don't think we'll be able to get through all the bid reviews by the next board meeting, so.
We're talking about the bid specs for the
The
712.
specs for the 712 complex, the larger, 400 pages, not the 50 pages.
So they're scheduled to go out the bid tomorrow.
The GABC ones.
The GABC, we approve that.
Yes, they're both ready to go out the bid.
Oh, they are?
We don't have
They're not on the
712 on the agenda.
712 or GABC?
Only GABC.
Only GABC's on the agenda.
We weren't told the reason.
I guess Monday is over on the agenda
Ooh.
today. Either way, the design is complete on them and ready for review, so when they get on the agenda and get approved, they can be sent out. So we are at a point design-wise, for them to be ready.
So we'll need a special meeting to approve that in order to avoid a delay.
I don't wanna wait till next board meeting.
Right, yeah. The plan was to send those out, get bids back, third, we'll try to push that date, depending on when they get approved, and then have a special board meeting for approval of the bids before the 7th.
Well, we're not gonna do that. Not on the agenda. So, while you're standing up there, the question was asked, is King done? So the answer is no, but it's 98.5% done, probably, if the others are 99% done, is that fair?
Yeah, so the term we use, construction is substantially complete, so it's done for beneficial occupancy, but there's still items on a list that have not been complete. One of the most noticeable ones is there's some siding missing in the front of the building.
Yeah, you drive by it, it looks a little unfinished.
Yeah,
There's a lot
so,
of garbage sitting there, so
so we're, the contractor that's installing siding is waiting for some additional siding that didn't order enough. So there's a few loose ends like that we're waiting on. I think the other ones inside, there's some corner guards in the hallway that are missing, they're waiting the delivery of. And,
but all the rooms are finished,
yes,
correct?
they're finished, they're occupied, they're being utilized, so again, the building's substantially complete, it's done, it's being utilized, but anything that's not compliant with the documents has been noted. It still will be corrected and remedied. So that's where we're at with the King, so.
Right, and King, for anybody out there listening, King is the least done, but we've had teachers in the building for 3 weeks. It could have been the whole time, but they decided to wait until the halls got done, so. And then people have been in the other buildings since the start of school.
And all I've heard from teachers that work in those buildings, they're very happy with the improvements. Good job.
It's great to hear.
So, for my edification again, because I didn't ever understand that we were gonna have the 712 bid specs on the night for approval. You wanted them to hit the street when?
Tomorrow.
Well, that isn't gonna happen though. So, we'll have to call a special board meeting to do that.
Right.
So, we can see if people are available one time or something, to do one item.
But the others, the GABC is on the agenda, it's the next item.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, so then, do I have a motion to consider approval of the bid specs for the GABC building?
Second, Walton.
Are there questions specific to the bids for the GABC building? No? Allison?
House.
Yes.
Rodriguez. Yes. Sharpie.
Yeah.
Walters.
Aye.
Sarantos.
Aye.
Hannigan.
Aye.
Lyon.
Yes.
Okay, moving into focus area 3.
President Sumantas, I do have one question. I know we just voted on it. I do not see the specs in the agenda that is posted to
For GABC.
the GABC. The next item, it goes into press policies.
The bid specs are hundreds of pages.
Okay, I'm just making sure, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, the file is so big.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we're on the up and up.
Yeah, it was just too big a file.
So there is a way for community members to acquire that information if needed or wanted. All right, next up, focus area number 3, responding to the changing needs of our community. First under that is to consider approval of the press policies. Do I have a motion?
Thank you.
Are there any questions or clarifications for Dr. Asman regarding these policies?
There was one change based on Member Lyon's comment last month, and that change was made to the substitute teacher policy. So, everything else is there.
And we have plan moving forward for all of the different changes regarding Title IX?
Yes, matter of fact, Ricky and I are gonna be meeting tomorrow, now that we'll never presume a board vote, so we want to wait until this improves, tomorrow will be, keep our new Title IX record. That was the pay for the year, congratulations.
Hey,
One more.
we can talk. Okay, Allison?
Rodriguez? Aye. Sherby?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Shamantes?
Aye.
Flanagan?
Aye.
Ryan? Yes. Phillips?
Aye.
Next up, we have consider approval of the copy paper bid. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Ham?
We have the bids in front of you. We went with the lowest bid, which is from Contract Paper in Uniontown, Ohio at $222 a week.
Savings.
We're not using as much paper this year, right?
No.
No, we ordered the same amount.
Yeah, we'll have.
Actually, we ran out last year because we were doing so many home learning packets, so we pretty much depleted all of our supplies, so we just needed to replenish things a
So
little
we
bit.
got to the cheaper unit cost.
So. Any other questions? Allison?
Sherby?
Aye.
Walters?
Aye.
Shamantes?
Aye.
Flanagan?
Aye.
Ryan?
Yes.
Phillips?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Aye.
Okay, next up, consider approval of the evidence-based funding spending plan. Do I have a motion? Mrs. Ham?
Okay, technically, this does not need to be approved by the Board of Education. This is a required spending plan that we have to submit to the State Board of Education, outlining how we're going to be spending our evidence-based funding dollars. I completed that report on the 30th of August. A copy of that very lengthy report is in your board packet. It just outlines all the different categories of services that we're providing to students with those EBF dollars. Does anybody have any specific questions? It's very long, so in the benefit of time.
I may have some questions, but I can ask those offline because my brain is fried.
Okay, perfect.
Technically, we don't have to prove it, but it was put on here as a motion, so Allison?
Voice on it? All in
Okay.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
It's good for people to see where we're putting our evidence.
It is. Next up, consider approval of changes to the district health insurance. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Dr. Askin.
Thank you. So we've been talking about this for really a year and a half, but in earnest for about the last 6 to 8 months. And we made changes to our health insurance coverage 3 years ago. Well, we're almost right at 3 years ago in December. We knew that eventually we'd get to this point because we doubled the amount of network coverage that we had. And as we've studied other insurance plans, industry standards, our single health insurance is about 1/3 of the average cost of the national average. So our fund balance has gone from 58% fund balance last month, meaning 58% of our yearly presumed cost, to 49% in 1 month. So the committee, in looking at all of the different factors, decided to do three things. To recommend adding $10 to the monthly cost of the single premium, which still keeps it far below the industry average, and the employee plus spouse, because that's where actuarially a lot of the costs come from. It was decided that we should, I guess I should say too, we haven't increased the premiums in 8 years. So this is the first increase in 8 years. So, we felt like it was probably time to make a little course correction there as well. Secondly, our PPO, which means preferred provider option, our PPO plan was so much richer than our
health savings account option, our high deductible plan. That nobody was going into the high deductible plan when really a lot of our employees would probably benefit from the high deductible plan. So the committee made the decision to go to our max out of pocket for our PPO plan to match our high deductible plan. So we'll have some education pieces that go along with that for our staff to look at what's the benefit of a high deductible plan if that's right for you, you can actually cut your monthly premiums substantially. And then put a lot of money into your own bank account and shelter it from taxes. So there's a lot of benefit to our employees actually. And secondly, to go after a lot of our prescription drug costs are really hurting us. So to add a second max out of pocket for single and family for prescription drugs. So we're trying to attack the places where the costs are the most worrisome. We raised the premium slightly on the premiums that haven't been raised in almost a decade. And it's still far, far, far below what the average premium would be for a similar plan across the country. So these were done very targeted efforts, trying to save some money because our fund balances are getting so low that for our employees that are listening at home, that's our money. So if the fund becomes insolvent, we would have to take money out of the education fund to put into the health insurance fund. But we're trying to do this to stave off some things. And we know there are some folks out there that are saying that we're doing this behind your back. We had a meeting, people couldn't come, they didn't come. All right? So we're doing this to save the plan. Don't believe the scary.
Well, this is also going to increase costs to the district as well as the insured, correct?
Absolutely.
Yes.
The district pays 90.5% of the single premium.
The district's increase for over this year to the next year is $469,575.36. That's a lot of money.
And for the members, we're asking an increase of the premium of $10 a month, as well as the maximum out-of-pocket expenses.
What?
Can I ask on the out-of-pocket, as being members of our PPO plan, do they have discounts on the medicine, they're buying the prescriptions? They're not paying sticker price, right?
No,
They get negotiated down.
Okay.
they have a deductible.
No, I'm not saying, the price they're paying though, isn't the sticker price that on the label.
No, they pay a copay, so if you're buying a generic drug, you're only paying $10
Okay.
on that.
Plus, if you're getting the expensive drugs that have a coupon, the coupon's available so that they're getting that at the coupon rate.
Then you also get a discount for the 90 days.
And if you get the 90-day order prepay, you get a big discount for that as well.
So it's, in some cases, it's gonna be hard to hit that out of pocket if you're just doing medicine.
Right, so if you're on 3 medications that are generic, that have a generic equivalent, that would be $30 a month. That would track towards the $1,000. So you're never gonna hit that $1,000 for the deductible, but you're still only paying $10 per prescription. You're not paying the full sticker price, in essence, of that. But that's where Dr. Asplund said, and we're gonna create videos and have a lot of information, but for some people, especially if you're taking generic drugs and even the sticker isn't that much, it may be more beneficial for you to go into the high deductible plan, and then you're able to pocket money and create that account for yourself that is your money to do with as you choose. So it's just a different way of looking at it. And Cottingham's gonna be doing some videos to help educate our employees in the next couple weeks.
Who's that?
Cottingham and Butler are brokers.
Oh.
This wasn't done lightly.
No.
It's, the fund balance ratio is,
I think that-
consistently going down, it's kind of reaching a critical stage.
Well, as I said before, there was the time when I worked for this business that every year we would have an increase, and I'd see whatever increase I got in wages after it went to the increase in the medical insurance. It's unbelievable we haven't had a raise in 8 years. You should compliment yourselves on a well-managed plan because for that.
Any other questions or comments? Allison?
Lopez,
I'm first.
Oh,
Yes.
Monaghan,
Aye.
Ryan,
yes.
Phelps,
Aye.
Rodriguez, Sharpie,
Aye.
Walters.
Just don't like raising. Okay. Next up is appointing delegate and alternate to our joint annual conference. So for those of you who are not aware, every year there is an annual conference for school board members, administrators to attend in November. And there is a portion of that conference that school boards come together and vote on the issues that we feel should be moved forward with support to state legislation. The conference is not happening in person, but they are doing some elements of that in virtual world. And one of those things they are doing is they're still holding a delegate session. So we need to elect a delegate from our board to attend that session to vote on behalf of District 205 regarding the slate moving forward to.
I volunteer to do that if you'd like.
Okay.
Yes.
In the third, fourth, fifth, and
Then
sixth.
you have to do it like the other ones, right?
Who's moving to California?
It's not a verbal thing, he volunteered and so it's.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry, you're right.
Member Lyon, yes, there are some pre-conversations that you are able to attend virtually if you want to.
Send me information.
Okay. Next up, consider approval of our risk management plan. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Mrs. Sam.
Okay, so I'm not going to go point by point, given the late hour of our risk management plan. The core content of the risk management plan did not change from last year. The only thing that is different is the budget, which is on the final page. I just want to make note that as Dr. Asplin gets the administrative team together and we're looking at our return to learn, some of those expenses may be adjusted within the TOR plan, but we'll bring those to you as they change and as the budget is amended. Anyone have any questions?
Alright, Allison?
Ryan,
Yes.
Phelps,
Aye.
Rodriguez, Sharpie,
Aye.
Walters,
Aye.
Fuentes,
Aye.
Monaghan.
Aye.
Next up, consider approval of the activity account transfer and closures. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Ham.
In the memo you have in your board packet, you'll see the proportional share of the Gale and Nielsen activity accounts that went to the new schools based on students. We tracked those. Does anyone have any questions regarding those numbers? Okay.
Allison?
Phelps,
Aye.
Rodriguez, Sharpie,
Aye.
Walters,
Aye.
Fuentes,
Aye.
Monaghan,
Aye.
Ryan.
Yes.
Next up, we have a report on negotiations.
I will take this. We met on the 7th, and we are scheduled to meet again on the 14th and 20th. We've had over 20 meetings today, and we anticipate making substantial progress at these next two meetings.
Any questions? Okay. Next up, personnel. Do I have a motion to consider approval of our personnel report?
So moved.
Second. Hannigan.
Questions? Allison?
Rodriguez, Sharpie,
Aye.
Walters,
Aye.
Fuentes,
Aye.
Hannigan?
Aye.
Lyon?
Yes.
Phelps?
Aye.
Next up, grievance update, Dr. Asplin.
At this moment, we don't have any grievances.
Next up, FOIA request, do we have any?
I wish I could say the same about that. Yeah, we had a bunch. Smart Procure, Southern Region, Chicago Regional Council of Carpenters, Tri-City Building and Construction, International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 649, and Bricklayers, Local 6. All completed a FOIA request regarding any of the non-union contracts that we hired, that we awarded in the construction project so far. We complied with all of these, all the information. Yeah, don't worry.
No one else did on it.
Right. They did a great job.
Okay. We've reached some people's favorite part. Comments by the Board of Education. Member Walters.
I know the decisions of the board tonight and the direction that we gave from the administration is probably not universally approved and accepted, but we're trying to do the best that we can while keeping everyone safe. That's faculty, that's families, that's students, but also keeping in mind the educational needs, the social and emotional needs of the students as well. So thank you to all of the work that everyone has done up to this point. As we sit here at hour 6, I'm getting seesaw notifications because teachers are putting in countless hours to make this successful. So it doesn't go unnoticed. I know you probably feel like it does at times, but I just want to thank you because you wouldn't be successful and you wouldn't be where we're at without you guys. Thank you.
Member Rodriguez.
I'm just gonna echo what Nick said, that we couldn't do it without our teachers, the parents at home that do help and are trying to help. Keep doing it, keep doing what you do. We're gonna get through this together. Be kind. Everybody is human.
Member Sherby.
Again, I'd like to echo those comments. I'd like to, again, thank the faculty and administration for putting together the presentation material for us to help us make these decisions. And I very much appreciate all the emails that we received, enlightening me from different perspectives to help me make some of these decisions. And I guess that's it.
Member Hannigan.
I would like to second Rod's comment. I really do enjoy getting emails from faculty, staff, and administrators and giving us information and direction as where this board should go. So it's very much appreciated.
Member Phelps.
So as I said before, none of this is easy, but I think as you can see tonight, we do listen. We do try to give our best judgment, and we've got best interest of everybody. I do want to thank the staff and the administration. They've worked countless hours, and they didn't get a summer this year because to get where we are today, it had to keep moving all through the summer. So it does not go unnoticed. Thank you for that. And thank you for everyone that emailed or presented tonight. We do listen and we appreciate your input, and that'll help us on down the road. Thank you.
Member Lyon.
Again, thanks to all our staff and administration for trying to, and their staffs, try to make things work in some fashion here in our community. Lastly, comment to the parents. If you feel that your children are not getting what they need under the current system or if things aren't working, reach out to your building principal's place. They have resources available and personnel to send out. Don't just stay frustrated. Try to turn to people here who can help in some way. They want your children to be successful. And they don't know about all the problems. They may be happy unless you tell them. Good luck to all of you.
I would just echo all those comments. We do want to hear from you. Your teachers want to hear from you. Your teachers want the best for your children. So if something is not working, please communicate. And if you feel like you're not being heard, communicate up is all I can say. To our teachers who are spending countless hours creating and recreating curriculum, thank you. To our administrators who are trying to provide the support and help take care of outreach and building plans and safety numbers, etc., thank you. And to the office here, again, thank you. As Member Lyon or Member Phelps maybe said, many people didn't get a break, right? Because there was countless hours of planning. And I'm assuming even when you may have taken a break, it was still on the back of your mind, and so therefore really not a break. We are gonna get through to the other side of this. When, I don't know. But if we continue to care for each other, we're gonna be better on the other side. Future agenda items.
Yeah, at a future scheduled meeting.
Special meeting.
I would like to explore, and I mentioned this, but explore when we can add a hot option to the lunches, please. 'Cause there, and I will commend the quantity and quality of the lunches are very good, but my daughters have informed me, it'd sure be nice to have a hot sandwich, Dad. So, I'm assuming if my daughters are saying that, so are some of the other kids.
Alright, meal options are on the agenda. So right now, our regularly scheduled meeting is set for Monday, November 9th. It sounds like we will be having a special board meeting to approve the building spec for our 712 complex, so we can get that underway and stay mostly on track for that. Do we have to go into closed session?
Short question, 5 minutes. For what?
I mean, I don't wanna stay any longer either, but we've already committed 6.25 hours, let's just knock it out.
We can do it.
Doesn't involve anyone else.
Okay, so do I have a motion to go into closed session for the purpose of appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of an employee, negotiation?
So moved, Walters.
Let everybody out there, we're not gonna do any more.
Right.
We're actually